Chapter 666. This was the first time the young maid had seen a horse pulling a carriage by itself. The horse was quite interesting and was jumping around happily. She couldn't help but lift the curtain and watch. The Horse King was a crazy person. The more people looked at it, the more it jumped around. Gu Jiao sat in the carriage with her eyes closed to rest. In the end, the carriage swayed and swayed, causing her to faint. She lifted the curtain and said to the Horse King, "Pull your carriage properly." The Horse King immediately withered and obediently walked a few steps. As if it was testing Gu Jiao's bottom line, it jumped around again. Gu Jiao, the young maidservant, chuckled. Gu Jiao subconsciously glanced at her. The young maid probably realized that she had lost her composure and bowed to Gu Jiao to express her apology. Then, she lowered the curtain. Gu Jiao looked away. The two carriages passed by each other. For some reason, Gu Jiao felt a strange feeling in her heart. It was an indescribable feeling. She knitted her brows and lifted the curtain to look to the side. The carriage had already moved in front of her and her carriage had turned into the alley. That's right, the alley where Gu Qingfeng had fainted was the road they had taken to come here. Naturally, they had to pass through here on their way back. If the middle-aged woman hadn't taken Gu Qingfeng away, Gu Jiao would have met him by now. Unfortunately, Gu Jiao didn't know. However, when they passed through the alley, the strange feeling in her heart was magnified. There were more puddles in the alley than on the street. The Horse King couldn't help but want to step into the puddles. It started to jump around again, repeatedly testing the waters at the edge of where Gu Jiao would beat it to death. However, this time, it didn't jump for long before it suddenly stopped. The disadvantage of letting the Horse King drive on autopilot was that sometimes it would run off to play with itself. However, when it had enough, it would always pull the carriage back. As long as it didn't take too long, Gu Jiao wouldn't scold it. Gu Jiao waited quietly. However, the situation this time was different. The Horse King was very quiet. The Horse King sniffed and bit on something. Then, it shook off the shaft of the carriage, turned around, and stuck its head into the carriage. What happened? Gu Jiao looked at the Horse King that suddenly appeared in front of her and saw a mask in its mouth. The mask had been soaked in water and was stained with a little mud, but it did not prevent Gu Jiao from recognizing it. It was Gu Jiao's mask. Or to be more precise, it was Gu Jiao's mask. Gu Qingfeng had stolen it from Gu Qingfeng. Later on, when Gu Qingfeng had a new one, she had stolen the new one and returned the old one to Gu Qingfeng. The reason why the Horse King picked up the mask was probably because it smelled Gu Jiao's scent on it and thought that Gu Jiao had dropped it. Gu Jiao took the mask. She looked at it over and over again and confirmed that it was the first mask she had stolen from Gu Qingfeng. In fact, if it was just a mask, Gu Jiao might not recognize it. However, the Horse King would not pick up an unfamiliar item. Then, she thought of the figure she had seen near the inner city gate that day. Could it be that Gu Qingfeng had really come? Then where was he? Where did he go? The heavy rain poured down and the carriage struggled to move through the gradually deserted streets. The horses were tired and had arrived at their destination. The carriage stopped in front of a richly ornamented opera house. "Madam, we're here," the coachman said loudly. The middle-aged lady snoring stopped abruptly. She sat up and used her sleeve to wipe her saliva. She coughed lightly and frowned. "We're here. What are you shouting for?" She got off the carriage and found two servants to carry the person in the carriage down. The servants were used to this kind of thing and quickly carried the person into the opera house. It was reasonable to say that this kind of newcomer should be placed in the firewood room. However, after the middle-aged lady lifted the hair on Gu Qingfeng's face and looked at his face, she immediately had someone clean up a room for him. Mother. Madam. The servant girl called her wrongly again and hurriedly changed her words. Why did you give him a room? The middle-aged lady snorted and said, there aren't many men with this kind of appearance. Ever since those foxes came to Spring Wind Pavilion, all the business on the street has been stolen by them. Your mother, I. Cough. Your madam, I have to take good care of him and let him bring back more business for me. The servant girl curled her lips. What if he doesn't want to? The middle-aged lady sneered. Oh, do you think he can do as he pleases? After the servant put Gu Qingfeng in the room, the middle-aged lady asked someone to change him into dry clothes. Gu Qingfeng was lying on the soft bed. His clothes were half open, revealing half of his strong chest. He had been whipped and there were deep whip marks on his chest. Tisk, tsk, tsk, who did this? The middle-aged lady sat down on the bed and happily untied Gu Qingfeng's clothes. She looked up and down with satisfaction. Oh, look at this body. Mother, I have picked up a treasure today. Ginkgo. Madam. The servant girl came over. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, go get the best bottle of golden sore medicine and jade snow ointment from my room. I want him to be clean and not leave a single whip mark. The servant girl hesitated for a moment and said, but he seems to be sick. He didn't wake up the whole way. Will he die soon? The middle-aged lady fiercely glared at her. You are the one who is dying. How can you curse me like this? The servant girl whispered, I wasn't talking about you. The middle-aged lady snorted, he is a money tree that I picked up. If you curse him to die, you are cursing me to have no money to earn. The servant girl was speechless. The middle-aged lady closed Gu Qingfeng's clothes. Don't just stand here. Go and invite Dr. Liu. Do you really want to see him die? Dr. Liu was a doctor nearby and happened to be at home. The servant girl quickly invited him over. Dr. Liu gave a prescription and the middle-aged lady asked the servant girl to get the medicine. Gu Qingfeng woke up in the middle of decocting the medicine. His head was groggy and his consciousness was not as good as before. However, he could recognize that this was not the alley where he fell. There were some strange people in the room. Why were they strange? First, because their clothes were too luxurious. Second, because they were doing something at the moment. Is it not done yet? The middle-aged lady asked. Soon, soon. The servant girl took a pestle and stirred the medicine in the bowl. She took 2 leaves from the basket and threw them in. She poured the medicine into the bowl and took out a small jar to pour the medicine in. Not long after, a black light seemed to flash out of the small jar. The servant girl quickly caught it with a porcelain bottle. It's out, madam. She said. Use it on him. The middle-aged lady said. Oh. The servant girl turned and walked towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's intuition told him that this was not something good. He calmed down and used his remaining strength to lift the quilt. Ah! You're awake. The servant girl exclaimed. Gu Qingfeng suddenly stood up. He did not know if it was because he stood up too quickly or because he was too weak. He only felt a wave of dizziness and fell back down. Hurry and use it on him. The middle-aged lady said. The servant girl reached out to grab Gu Qingfeng but was pushed away by Gu Qingfeng. The servant girl cried out and bumped into the pillar behind her. Seeing this, the middle-aged lady frowned. He was so sick but he could still push people away. Was he that strong? She coldly said, someone come. Hold him down. 2 manservants pushed the door open and entered, quickly walking towards Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng's fever was muddled and his body was weak. He could not use his usual skills. After struggling a few times, he was pressed onto the bed by the servants who knew martial arts. The middle-aged lady sighed and looked down at him. Be obedient and I will not treat you unfairly. Let me go, Gu Qingfeng weakly said. The middle-aged lady did not understand Zhao Guo language. She smiled and said, I'm not going to poison you. Why are you running? You are just a lowly servant. It is your good fortune to be chosen by me. Why are you resisting? The servant girl suddenly held the bowl in her hand and said, Madam, the goo worm is about to die. Hurry and feed it to him. Give it to me. The middle-aged lady reached out her hand. The servant girl handed the bowl to the middle-aged lady. This kind of worm was their brothel. No, now it should be the theater. It was a method used to control people. No one could resist its medicinal properties. If they did not take the antidote every month, it would be like being bitten by thousands of ants. Pry open his mouth. The middle-aged lady coldly said. The servants pried open Gu Qingfeng's mouth. The middle-aged lady took the goo worm and poured it into Gu Qingfeng's mouth. Gu Qingfeng suddenly had strength from who knows where and kicked her away. He broke free from the two servants' evil clutches and ran to the door. He opened the door and ran out. The middle-aged lady held her painful stomach and gritted her teeth. This is my territory. Do you think you can run away? Shall see. With her order, a black-clothed expert descended from the sky and sent Gu Qingfeng flying to the ground with one palm. Gu Qingfeng's chest hurt and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Si grabbed Gu Qingfeng's clothes and pulled him up from the ground. He raised his other hand and viciously threw it at Gu Qingfeng's face. With this punch, even if Gu Qingfeng did not die, he would be crippled. At the moment of life and death, the door to the hall on the first floor was kicked down by someone. The huge commotion shocked everyone. Zhao Si's fist stopped and he coldly looked towards the first floor. He saw a youth wearing the uniform of a certain school appear at the door with a cold expression. Lightning flashed behind him, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He was like an Asura that had walked out of purgatory. Let him go, the youth said coldly. Zhao Si's brows furrowed. He admitted that he had been shocked by the youth's aura for a moment. But when the other spoke, he was sure this was a living person. How could this be an Asura from hell? He once again threw a punch at Gu Qingfeng. The youth's palm was facing down. His arm shook and a dagger fell. The youth spun in his hand and the youth threw it out. Zhao Si did not see the dagger's trajectory clearly. He only saw a silver light flash by. The next second, his right hand was viciously stabbed. The dagger had a terrifying force that nailed his hands to the wall. His body was also sent flying towards the wall. He could not help but let go of his other hand. Gu Qingfeng fell to the ground. Zhao Si endured the pain to pull out the dagger. He could not pull it out. It was also at this time that he realized how strong the youth was. He used a tremendous amount of strength to finally pull out the dagger. He turned around to attack the youth, but before he could stand up, he was kicked in the jaw by the youth who had appeared in front of him. This was a roundhouse kick that sent him flying from the second floor. He landed heavily on the table in the hall on the first floor. The table was smashed to pieces and he fainted from the fall. When the middle-aged madam came out and saw this scene, she was completely stunned. Who was this boy? How did he beat Zhao Si to this state? It had to be known that Zhao Si was a death warrior that she had spent a lot of money to buy. He had never suffered at the hands of an expert before. Where did this stinking brat come from, daring to cause trouble in my brothel? Do you know who I am? Before she could finish her sentence, the young man had already walked over and grabbed her by the neck, pushing her against the wall unceremoniously. She felt a sharp pain in her back and wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. The youth looked up and coldly stared at her. Who told you to touch him? Him. Which him? Was it that slave? Madam, are you still going to give this goo worm? Ah! The servant girl held the bowl and froze in fear. Bring it over, the youth said to her. The servant girl trembled as she walked over with the bowl. The youth looked at the middle-aged madam who could not breathe and had a purple face. Feed it to her. The servant girl was so scared that she was about to cry. To feed or not to feed? Would she die if she didn't feed her? The youth expressionlessly said, If I don't feed you, then eat it yourself. The servant girl steeled her heart, reached out, and pointed the bowl at her madam's mouth. The middle-aged madam hurriedly turned her face away. Young hero, please spare my life. Young hero, please spare my life. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know he was your slave. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to pick him up, madam. The officers are here. They're searching the tavern next door. It seems like a slave escaped from the Han family's mine. The middle-aged madam looked at Gu Qingfeng on the ground. Gu Qingfeng's body stiffened. The middle-aged madam suddenly realized he's an escaped slave from the Han family. The youth's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The middle-aged madam's head went cold. That's right, for a moment, she did think that it would be great if the officers came and arrested them. Then, she would be saved. But now it seemed that was not the case. The middle-aged madam panicked. Don't kill me. I won't say anything. I won't say anything. The youth clearly did not believe her. The youth tiptoed and picked up the dagger on the ground, grabbed it with his hand, and placed it on her neck. The middle-aged madam's expression changed. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have a way to help you hide from the officers. If you kill me, you'll be exposed. It's not worth it. Spare my life. I promise that no one will find him. Half an hour later, the officers finished searching the next door and came over. The lobby was cleaned up briefly, and Zhao Si was taken away. However, the door that the youth kicked down did not have time to be fixed. There were a total of 6 officers. It was not the one who fought with Gu Qingfeng, but another one. Because they found out that Gu Qingfeng knew martial arts, the Han family's mind sent a few powerful dragon shadow guards over. 3 of the 6 were dragon shadow guards. The middle-aged madam's surname was Su, and her name was Fengxian. She walked down the stairs in a flirtatious manner and said with a smile, "Oh, what wind has blown the officials here? Our heavenly fragrance pavilion is honored by your presence tonight." The leading officer took out a portrait and asked the middle-aged madam, "Have you seen this person before?" Su Fengxian glanced at the portrait and said with a smile, "Oh, such a handsome young man. It's a pity that I haven't seen him before." The leading officer said coldly, "You really haven't seen him before?" Su Fengxian said with a smile, "My heavenly fragrance pavilion can't find someone like him. If I had seen him before, I would definitely remember him." The leader of the officers ordered, "Search the place." Su Fengxian's face turned pale. "Hey! What are you doing? Don't you know that third young master Nangong is our heavenly fragrance pavilion's guest?" "Humph!" The leading officer snorted in disdain. How could someone from the Nangong family be compared to the Han family? The few of them went in and searched inside and out. Luckily, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business was not good and there were not many customers. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss tonight. "Boss, we didn't find him." The officers returned to the lobby to report. The leading officer took out the portrait and said to Su Fengxian, "If you see this person in the future, remember to report to the Han family." "Do you have money?" Su Fengxian asked. The leading officer looked over with a cold gaze. Su Fengxian shrunk her neck and said in a low voice, "Yes, this servant will remember." The group turned and left. Su Fengxian watched them enter the gambling house next door before going to the firewood room in the backyard. She moved the firewood away and opened the secret door on the ground. She said to the two people in the cellar, "They're gone." Gu Jiao carried Gu Qingfeng on his back. Su Fengxian actually had a chance to tell on him just now. The reason why she didn't was because Gu Jiao said to her, "If you betray me, I will escape and come back to kill you. You can bet on whether or not I can escape." When the young man said this, his bloodthirsty eyes didn't seem like a living person. Su Fengxian didn't dare to gamble with her life. Su Fengxian placed Gu Qingfeng in her room. This was definitely not because she wanted to take advantage of Gu Qingfeng. It was because her room had an escape route and was the safest room in Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Gu Jiao placed Gu Qingfeng on the bed and planned to go to the carriage to get a first aid kit to treat his injuries. Just as she turned around, a scalding hot hand grabbed her hand. There were some things that he wouldn't do normally and some words that he wouldn't say normally. But his fever was too high and his brain was mush. How could he distinguish between his face and dignity? He held her tightly and struggled to open his eyes. His vision was blurry as he looked at her and said in a hoarse and weak voice, "Did I find you?" Gu Jiao looked at him and nodded, "And I found you." Chapter 667. Gu Jiao used her own voice. He couldn't see now, but at least he could hear. Su Fengxian, who was pouring tea for Gu Jiao, heard the young girl's voice and was shocked. She looked at the youth in disbelief. "Prepare the hot water," Gu Jiao said, returning to her youthful voice. Su Fengxian wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Was she scared silly? She could even mishear the voice. This was clearly a boy, how could he turn into a girl? A girl wasn't that scary. Gu Qingfeng's injuries were very serious. There were light abrasions from falling and knife wounds from fighting. The wounds were soaked in water and were full of sand. During the cleaning process, the flesh had to be turned over. Gu Jiao did everything calmly. Su Fengxian, who was watching from the side, almost jumped out of her throat. "Oh my God, isn't this washing a little too cruel? She didn't even torture those disobedient boys. Where did this boy come from? Was this really saving someone? He was trying to kill him. Don't clean it." Gu Qingfeng said weakly, "It's ugly." Gu Jiao said calmly, "I've seen wounds that are even uglier than this." Besides the new wounds today, Gu Qingfeng also had many old wounds. They were big and small, almost all over his body. It wasn't hard to see that he had suffered along the way. "The Han family did this?" Gu Jiao asked. Her voice was still calm, without any fluctuations, but the room was inexplicably shrouded in an extremely cold murderous aura. Su Fengxian, who was carrying the hot water into the room, couldn't help but shiver. She had been in this line of work for many years and had seen all kinds of people, but this was the first time she had seen such a young boy with such a strong murderous aura. She put the hot water on the stool beside the bed and asked, "Does the young master have any other orders?" "Go make some vegetable porridge," Gu Jiao said. "Oh, okay." Su Fengxian agreed and quickly ordered ginkgo to do it. After the huge stone in one's heart was lifted, one could relax and easily fell asleep. Gu Qingfeng was about to fall asleep when he suddenly felt someone pulling at his pants. He was dazed and subconsciously grabbed his belt. "What are you doing?" Gu Jiao looked at the blood on his pants and said, "You have an injury on your leg." Gu Qingfeng used his last bit of consciousness to resist. Don't look, Gu, I'm not laughing at you for being small." Gu Qingfeng. "I'm not small. I'm Gu." Savage Gu. And what's this girl? Was this something a girl should say? Gu Qingfeng's head tilted and he lost consciousness. Su Fengxian, did he fall asleep or did he faint from anger? Gu Jiao had checked him. Gu Qingfeng's thigh was cut near his crotch. The cut was so deep that the bone could be seen. It required 7 stitches. It was already an hour later when all the injuries were treated. The vegetable porridge in the kitchen was ready, but Gu Qingfeng had already fallen asleep. Gu Jiao did not wake him up and ate a little herself. She wasn't hungry. She just didn't like to waste food. After experiencing such a thrilling night, Su Fengxian felt that she should eat some porridge to calm herself down. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room, she said embarrassedly. Gu Jiao sat at the table and put down the bowl in her hand. Wait, I have something to ask you. Su Fengxian quickly turned back and smiled flatteringly. Hey! Young master, please ask. Gu Jiao asked. The officers today were from the Han family. Is it the same Han family as Han Che? Han Che. Su Fengxian was stunned for a moment before she realized that the second young master of the Han family was indeed called Han Che. She nodded. Yes, it's that Han family. Gu Jiao asked again, why would the Han family chase after a slave? There's something you don't know. He's not an ordinary slave. Su Fengxian realized the relationship between the two halfway through her sentence. She hurriedly coughed and changed her words. Judging from the clothes of those officers, they should be from the Han family's mine. The mine has extremely strict control over corvée laborers. Those who escape will all be caught and executed. This is the rule of the mine. It's also the Han family's way of intimidating people. Young master's friend is lucky to have escaped. The Han family's mine is not a place for humans. Only prisoners on death row are sent there. Otherwise, they're bought slaves. The people there are not human. They work from dawn to dusk. If they're sick or injured, no one will treat them. They'll just throw them into the mountains because the money for treatment is enough to buy a new slave. Gu Jiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Su Fengxian advised, young master, I advise you not to act rashly. The Han family is not to be trifled with. How not to be trifled with? Gu Jiao asked. Su Fengxian said, the Han family is the crown prince's mother's family. They're very powerful. Although they're not ranked first among the aristocratic families, sometimes the ranking is fake. The military power in their hands is real. The Han family got the Black Wind cavalry from the Xinyuan family. They have the strongest cavalry in the Yan kingdom. Young master, you're still young and don't know how to fight. You don't know how strong the cavalry is. The Han family's Black Wind King is rumored to be a magical horse that only appears once in 1,000 years. It can command wolves and fight tigers. There's only one in the 6 countries. It's invincible. Ah, the maid, Ginkgo, screamed from the backyard. The horse was jumping on the water in the backyard. The water splashed on Ginkgo's face. Speaking of slaves, Gu Jiao's gaze fell on the brand on the outside of Gu Qingfeng's right leg. It was branded with a red-hot iron brand. His skin and flesh were burned and his pride was crushed. The brand was very eye-catching. It was more eye-catching than all the injuries on his body combined. Gu Jiao asked, how long will it take for the officers to find him before they give up? These words were so awkward that Su Fengxian almost did not understand. She said, we won't give up. None of the people who escaped from the Han family's mine have not been found. Otherwise, why would no one dare to escape now? Your friend is probably the first to escape this year. You have to be careful when you take him away. Gu Jiao glanced at her. Who said I'm taking him away? Su Fengxian was stunned. What? Gu Jiao looked at Su Fengxian and said threateningly, "You'll live as long as he can hide." Su Fengxian. No, was this guy blackmailing her? Was she going to have to help him deal with the Han family soldiers? Su Fengxian stuttered, I'm warning you, Gu Jiao said indifferently, the soft are afraid of the hard are afraid of the unreasonable, and the unreasonable are afraid of those who don't care about their lives. Guess which one I am? Su Fengxian's blood was stuck in her throat. Gu Qingfeng had a high fever for the entire night, and Gu Jiao stayed by his bed for the entire night. Before dawn, Gu Jiao took a carriage to Tianqiong Academy. At the entrance of the academy, she ran into Gu Shaoshun. Gu Shaoshun walked over with a bag of books. Sister. Did you sleep in the young princess residence last night? No. This wasn't the place to talk. Gu Jiao looked around and said, I'll tell you later. Gu Shaoshun replied, Oh. Gu Jiao planned to put the Horse King in the academy first and bring it back at night. She had only taken a few steps when someone called out to her. Are you Xiao Lulang? My master wants to see you. I'm not going. Gu Jiao said without thinking. That person said word by word, my master's surname is Han. Gu Jiao stopped in her tracks and handed the carriage to Gu Shaoshun. You go in first. My bag of books is in the carriage. Don't forget to bring it to Ming Xian Hall later. Okay. Gu Shaoshun took the reins obediently. Lead the way. Gu Jiao turned around and said to the young guard. The guard led Gu Jiao to a nearby alley. Han Che had been waiting in the alley for a long time. There were many guards of the Han family standing beside him. It was obvious that they didn't come with good intentions. In fact, the matter was quite simple. It was just a horse. They thought that Prince Ming would definitely be able to snatch Xiao Liulang's horse away. Who would have thought that a young princess would appear out of nowhere? Since Commandery Prince Ming was humiliated, he could only vent his anger on him. He blamed him for not understanding the situation and bullying the young Commandery princess. Was this his fault? Wasn't it because Prince Ming couldn't defeat the young princess? Han Che didn't dare to say this. He was so angry that he couldn't sleep the entire night. He decided that no matter what, he had to get his hands on the horse. He couldn't bear this humiliation for nothing. Of course, he wasn't an unreasonable person. He would try peaceful means before resorting to force. Xiao Lulang, to tell you the truth, I want your horse. Name a price. Gu Jiao looked at him coldly. Why are you looking at me? It's your fortune that I want your horse. If not for this, do you think you have the right to talk to the Han family's legitimate son? Gu Jiao continued to look at him coldly. Han Che inexplicably felt that he was being stared at by a ferocious wolf. He felt a chill run down his spine and said angrily, Xiao Lulang. Don't think that you have someone backing you up. The young princess is just a child. If Lord Yen Shan and the monarch find out that you used her, you will suffer a fate worse than death. If you sell the horse to me now and beg me, I might be able to let the Han family protect it on account of you kneeling down and licking my boots. Before he could finish his last word, Gu Jiao raised her leg and kicked him heavily onto the ground. The young man was like a demon. He stepped on Han Che's chest and said arrogantly, Do you think the Han family is so great? Chapter 668. Han Che brought a total of 6 guards from the Han family. Although they weren't as strong as the men of sacrifice, they were still top experts. However, from the moment Gu Jiao attacked until now, not a single one of them had reacted. They didn't know if it was because Gu Jiao's movements were too fast or because Gu Jiao's aura was too strong. Han Che's mouth let out a painful whimper. Only then did they regain their senses. They looked at each other, then gritted their teeth and charged at Gu Jiao. If it was 6 dragon shadow guards, Gu Jiao would hesitate. However, it was impossible for these guards to gain any advantage from Gu Jiao's hands. Gu Jiao used each of her hands as a hammer to smash them. In a few moves, they were smashed until they spat out blood. Han Che could only watch helplessly as the guards he had brought along fell to the ground. His pupils constricted. But thinking about it carefully, this result wasn't too surprising. He had been practicing martial arts since he was young. Although he wasn't one of the top young masters in the aristocratic families, he was definitely not bad. However, when Xiao Lulang attacked him, he couldn't resist at all. What the hell is going on? How could a scholar from a lower country have such strong martial arts skills? In all fairness, it was true that Gu Jiao could fight. However, it was more because Han Che and his guards lacked experience. Han Che was only a young master of an aristocratic family. He wouldn't go to places that were too dangerous. The guards his father gave him naturally weren't vicious people. If it was Han and his guards here, Gu Jiao wouldn't be able to deal with them so easily. Gu Jiao kicked Han Che again. Han Che was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He didn't understand. This brat was so young. How could he be so ruthless? Don't what? Gu Jiao hated people being noisy. Han Che was beaten to the point of doubting his life. He could feel from the bottom of his heart that Gu Jiao was not lying. She really did not put the Han family in her eyes. He really could not understand where a person from a lower country got the courage to go against an aristocratic family from a higher country. It was too late for others to kneel and lick his boots. In the clear heart hall of the Tianqiong Academy, Mu Qingchen had been waiting for a while. He always came late and was always the last in class. He belonged to the category of students who came in late. Gu Jiao was the complete opposite. Except for not studying hard, she always gave the teacher face in other aspects. She was never late, never skipped classes for no reason, and never missed homework. She had always arrived earlier than Mu Qingchen, but she was nowhere to be seen today. Her school bag had been brought over by Gu Shaoshun, and now it was sitting alone on her desk. Mu Qingchen frowned and looked at the back door. At this time, Teacher Jiang came over with the Analects of Confucius. Today, let's go. Before Mr. Jiang's voice had died away, a dashing little figure flashed in from the back door and sat beside Mu Qingchen. She took the book that Mu Qingchen had opened. Mr. Jiang looked over and saw that Mu Qingchen's desk was empty. Mr. Jiang frowned and asked, Mu Qingchen, where's your book? Mu Qingchen's mouth twitched. Gu Jiao pretended to return the book to him and said, I'll lend it to you. Fortunately, I brought 2 books with me. Then, she took out a copy of the Analects of Confucius from her school bag without changing her expression. Mu Qingchen, Mr. Jiang gave Mu Qingchen a warning look and started the class. Although Mu Qingchen had already experienced his deskmate's shamelessness, he did not expect her to be this shameless. He was at a loss for words. Everyone in the classroom read along. Mr. Jiang read one sentence, and everyone followed suit. After reading, Mr. Jiang began to explain one by one. Mu Qingchen suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and asked Gu Jiao in a low voice, What did you do? Gu Jiao opened her book and said softly, I met an acquaintance and greeted him in a friendly manner. Mu Qingchen frowned. Greetings were just greetings, but how could they be friendly? Why did it sound so strange when it came from Xiao Liulang's mouth? Did you cause any trouble? No. Something had provoked her. On the other hand, Han Che, who had been greeted by Gu Jiao, was escorted back to the Han residence by the servants. Han Che was covered with bruises and bruises all over his body. When he entered the residence, no one recognized him. The servants immediately called for a doctor and went to the main courtyard to report to Master Han. Master Han was receiving guests with his eldest son in the parlor. It was inconvenient for him to leave when the guests were present, so he asked his eldest son to come over first. Han Che was lying on his bed. The servant had just helped him change into a clean set of clothes. It was such a simple thing, but it was so painful that he almost died again. This was the scene that Crown Prince Han saw when he entered the room. His younger brother was lying on the bed in great pain, and all the servants in the room were helpless to do anything. Crown Prince. A servant saw him and hurriedly bowed. The rest of the servants followed suit. Crown Prince Han walked to the bedside without a smile. What happened? When Han Che saw his elder brother, he suddenly felt wronged. He reached out his bruised hand and grabbed his elder brother's sleeve. Elder brother, someone bullied me, Crown Prince Han said, tell him properly. With snot and tears, Han Che told the story of how he was beaten up. I saw that Commandery Prince Ming was unhappy, so I wanted to persuade him not to go against Commandery Prince Ming. Who knew that he would vent his anger on me? He even said that the Han family was so great. Elder brother. He didn't care about the Han family at all. A commoner wouldn't dare to do this. It must be Mu Qingchen's doing. The enmity between the Han family and the Mu family had been going on for a long time. After some thought, Han Che felt that Mu Qingchen was most likely behind all of this. Crown Prince Han looked at his younger brother seriously and said, don't blame everything on Mu Qingchen. He didn't have to go through so much trouble to deal with you. Han Che said angrily, did he deal with me? It's the Han family. He slapped the Han family's face. Crown Prince Han glanced at him and said, I think you're quite strong. You didn't hit him hard. How was it not hard? I was about to die. I was just angry. Han Che felt wronged. He was really about to be beaten to death. Xiao Lulang didn't seem like he didn't want to sell the horse. It was more like he had done something to offend Xiao Lulang. He's taking it out on me. Han Che choked. Crown Prince Han put his hands behind his back and looked at Han Che. I've told you to stay away from your bad friends and stop causing trouble outside. You always turn a deaf ear to my words. This will teach you a lesson. Let's see if you dare to mess around in the future. Han Che couldn't believe it. Elder brother, what do you mean? Aren't you going to avenge me? Are you just going to watch your only twin brother be humiliated like this? There were many sons in the Han family. There were only two of them, Crown Prince Han and Han Che. Both brothers had high hopes and were raised strictly since they were young. However, Crown Prince Han was more outstanding in all aspects and had a calmer and colder personality. Crown Prince Han heard his brother's words and his eyes turned cold. You went out to bully a subordinate and got bullied instead. You still have the face to ask me to avenge you. Han Che choked. Crown Prince Han continued coldly, you couldn't even win against a subordinate. If I were you, I would find a hole to hide in. Han Che didn't dare to utter a word. It had been like this since he was young. Other people's elder brothers would stand up for their younger brothers. Only his elder brother would always ask him to fight back. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them looked so similar, he would have doubted if he was his own brother. Han Che lowered his head and clenched his fists. Crown Prince Han looked at him coldly, turned around, and walked out. Crown Prince. After leaving the yard, Crown Prince Han's confidant walked over. Crown Prince Han asked, did you find out? The confidant cupped his hands and said, I've asked second young master's guards. It was indeed the student from Tianqiong Academy who started the fight. The reason was that the second young master had taken a fancy to a student's horse during the archery competition and wanted to take it for himself. However, he was worried that Mu Qingchen would protect the horse and he would not be able to get it. Thus, he mentioned it to Commandery Prince Ming. Commandery Prince Ming's horse was so good that he almost stole your Black Wind King. When Commandery Prince Ming heard that there was a horse as good as the Black Wind King, he was tempted and went to Tianqiong Academy to ask for the horse. However, the young princess suddenly appeared and ruined everything. She seemed to have reprimanded Commandery Prince Ming in public. Commandery Prince Ming felt humiliated and then vented his anger on second young master. Today, second young master. I'm afraid that other than asking for the horse, he also went to get back at second young master. Crown Prince Han finished what the confidant didn't dare to say. He went to vent his anger on Commandery Prince Ming. Can you blame him for beating him? The confidant didn't dare to talk about Han Che. Crown Prince Han continued, however, that student was too arrogant. No matter what, Che is the legitimate son of the Han family. How could he humiliate the Han family like this? Moreover, he was too heavy-handed. Crown Prince Han frowned when he thought of the injuries on Han Che's body. Chapter 669. After the heavy rain, the grass field would take a few days to dry. Gu Jiao and the young princess agreed to teach her in 3 days. After school, Gu Jiao asked Gu Shaoshun to bring Horse King back first while she went to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion used to be a brothel, but because the girls had either redeemed themselves or left, only a few middle-aged women remained. As a result, the business couldn't continue, so they changed it to an opera house. However, it wasn't easy to run an opera house. They couldn't find suitable actors, so they had to rely on a group of old musicians. Not many rich young masters were willing to spend money to support them. The main door had been repaired, but it was a pity that it was cold and cheerless inside. Su Fengxian sat in the main hall and sighed. If this continued, her Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion would have to close down. Madam, that young master is here. Ginkgo whispered in Su Fengxian's ear. Which young master? Does he have money? Su Fengxian asked casually. Ginkgo replied, the young master from yesterday, the one who tore down the door. Upon hearing the door being opened, Su Fengxian shuddered and sat up straight. She looked towards the door and saw Gu Jiao striding in. Su Fengxian quickly stood up and looked at Gu Jiao with lingering fear. You're here to find that young brother, right? He's upstairs, he's awake. Gu Qingfeng was really good at taking beatings. After a day and a night of recuperation, he was able to wake up from his serious injuries. His fever had also subsided. When Gu Jiao entered the room, he was sitting on the bed, refusing to drink the medicine. The medicine was prescribed by Gu Jiao. The servants of Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion had fetched the medicine and decocted it for him. Chinese medicine treated the root of the problem and could also regulate the body's constitution. Gu Jiao had instructed them to watch him drink it. What, are you afraid of bitterness? Gu Jiao's voice came from the door at a moderate pace. Gu Qingfeng was slightly stunned. He grabbed the bowl and gulped down the medicine. The maidservant was dumbfounded. She had been trying to persuade him for a long time, but he didn't drink a single mouthful. That young master really had a way. Thinking about it, the little young master was so fierce. If he didn't drink the medicine obediently, the little young master might beat him up. Gu Qingfeng was not worried that Gu Jiao would beat him up. Gu Qingfeng was so bitter that he wanted to stick out his tongue, but he held it in. He leaned against the cushion behind him and said indifferently, "Why are you here? Don't you have class?" He had been to the Pushui alley. Of course, he knew the identity of Gu Jiao when she came to the Yan Kingdom. School is over. Gu Jiao came to the bedside and opened the first aid kit. Change the bandage. I'll change it myself. Gu Qingfeng said without looking sideways. Gu Jiao glanced at him indifferently and put down the first aid kit unhurriedly. She pressed him against the head of the bed and changed the medicine inside and out. Unable to struggle at all, Gu Qingfeng, after changing the dressing, Gu Qingfeng turned into a young chick whose face was flushed red with anger. Gu Jiao started to tidy up the medical supplies on the table. She didn't ask why Gu Qingfeng came to the Yan Kingdom. Some things had to be done, but some things didn't have to be said. However, just because she didn't ask, it didn't mean that Gu Qingfeng thought that she wouldn't ask. As if to seize the opportunity, Gu Qingfeng sat on the bed and coughed lightly. He said seriously, "I'm not here for you. I'm here for my big brother. My big brother also came to the Yan Kingdom. I'm worried that he'll be in danger." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng didn't remember what he said to Gu Jiao when he was confused by the fever. He even thought that he covered it up perfectly. "You're not my sister." Gu Jiao, oh. Gu Qingfeng felt that he had punched cotton. However, as the #1 thief in Jiaodu, Fei Shuang had matured and practiced the ability to not be embarrassed by others. "How's Gu Yan?" He pretended to ask casually. "Gu Jiao, he's out of danger for now. If there's no accident, the operation will be scheduled next month." Gu Qingfeng frowned. "What do you mean by, if there's no accident?" Gu Jiao put the last used cotton swab into a porcelain bottle. "The operation room is in the State Preceptor Hall. The State Preceptor can only enter when he comes back. He's expected to come back next month." "I see." Gu Qingfeng nodded. Then, Gu Qingfeng asked about Xiaoheng, Little Jinkong, and the others. Gu Jiao answered them one by one. Some people said that they didn't care, but they didn't let go of any details. "This is for you." Gu Qingfeng suddenly took out an oiled paper bag sealed with wax and handed it to Gu Jiao. "What is it?" Gu Jiao took it. "Princess Xinyang asked me to bring it to you," Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao opened it and saw that it was a brand new safety charm. "Why did you give me another one?" she asked, puzzled. Gu Qingfeng snorted. "It's made of medicine. If you wear it for too long, the medicine will lose its effect. You have to change it regularly." Gu Jiao touched the safety charm around her neck. "I don't feel it." Gu Qingfeng said, "Wouldn't it be too late to change it when you feel it lose its effect?" "That's true." Gu Jiao put on the new safety charm. She didn't feel anything when she didn't compare it, but after wearing it, she felt a cool feeling in her heart. It seemed that the old safety charm really needed to be changed. Speaking of which, Gu Qingfeng opened his mouth, but didn't know where to start. If Princess Xinyang hadn't told him about it, he wouldn't have known that this girl had such a secret. He finally understood why his elder brother wanted to sneak into the Yan Kingdom. At that time, Gu Yan hadn't had a relapse. His elder brother didn't seek treatment for Gu Yan, but for her. His elder brother wanted to cure her so that she wouldn't lose control. But usually, he couldn't tell. Maybe it was because he hadn't seen it before, so it was hard to imagine. "By the way, my elder brother also came to the Yan Kingdom. Have you seen him?" "No." Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Qingfeng said thoughtfully, "My elder brother came with the people from the underground martial arts arena. I don't know where they took him. My elder brother didn't know that you and Gu Yan were here. If he knew, he would definitely try to contact you." Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "He might not have come to Xingdu." Gu Qingfeng agreed. "That's true. His elder brother came to the Yan Kingdom to treat this girl's illness." The Yan Kingdom was so big, and there were many capable people, but the most powerful one was the State Preceptor Hall. His elder brother would definitely come to the State Preceptor Hall. However, a master selected from the underground martial arts arena of a lower country might not be qualified to enter Xingdu. His elder brother had to fight his way up and defeat all the masters in front of him before he could enter the martial arts arena of Xingdu. This was his guess. If there was a martial arts arena in Xingdu, Tianxiang Pavilion was indeed a relatively safe place. Gu Qingfeng continued to rest. Gu Jiao came out of the Tianxiang Pavilion. After walking a few steps, she felt that someone was watching her. This was a kind of intuition that had been trained for a long time. The other party didn't reveal anything. She walked into a clothing store without saying a word. The shop's business was very good. The lady boss and the shop assistants were very busy. Gu Jiao took a set of ready-made women's clothes, put a piece of silver on the counter, and took off a veiled bamboo hat. Gu Jiao came out of the shop, and had become a slender and elegant girl wearing a veil. The line of sight was still there, but it wasn't staring at her. She expressionlessly walked towards the two people who were staring at her, and seemingly inadvertently bumped into one of them on the shoulder. "You!" That person was furious. Seeing that it was a pretty little girl, his face turned red, and he cupped his hands and said, "Miss, I'm sorry." "It's okay." Gu Jiao curved her lips and said gently, "Can you let me pass?" The girl's voice was cold and clean, with the tenderness that belonged to her age. Hearing it, the two men's faces turned red. The two hurriedly moved to the side. Actually, the road was very wide, but who would refuse such a polite request from a girl? After Gu Jiao walked away, the two experts continued to stare at the shop for a long time. "Why hasn't he come out yet?" The expert who had been bumped into muttered. His companion was also puzzled. "Did he leave?" The expert said, "That's impossible. This shop doesn't have a back door. We even watched the windows. I didn't see him come out." His companion asked, "Could it be that he changed his clothes?" The expert said, "A total of 13 people went in just now, and 5 came out. 1 was a pregnant woman, 2 were children, 1 was a gray-haired old woman, and 1 was the little girl just now. Which one do you think is him in disguise?" The pregnant woman, the child, and the old woman were all a family. The characteristics were too obvious, and it was impossible to disguise them. As for the little girl, her voice was so pleasant. Their heir had asked them to watch a boy. His companion frowned. "Forget it, let's go in and look." The two of them entered the clothing store and searched every corner, but there was no sign of that kid. His companion was dumbfounded. Did he grow wings and fly away? The expert suddenly touched his waist. My pouch." On the quiet street, Gu Jiao turned right into a quiet alley. As she walked, she took off her veil and outer garment. She weighed the pouch in her hand and opened it. Then, she took out a token with her fair fingers. "Han family." She faintly curved her lips, walked out of the alley, and threw the token into the pond by the side of the road. She poured out the gold ingots and silver fragments inside, and then threw the pouch away. Chapter 670. Novels with content that cannot be found on the internet are available here. On the martial arts field in the back mountain of the Han family, Crown Prince Han swung his red tasseled spear downwards, forcing his opponent to take a few steps back. After the opponent steadied himself, he saluted Crown Prince Han. "Crown Prince, I've lost." Crown Prince Han was sweating profusely and panting slightly. He threw the red tasseled spear in his hand to the guard beside him and said, "Leave, remember to heal your injuries." "Yes." The man of sacrifice who had fought with Crown Prince Han left the martial arts field with the help of 2 guards. A servant came forward with a clean towel. Crown Prince Han took the towel and wiped the sweat off his face. He turned to the middle-aged man who had been watching the battle and said, "Second uncle, how was it?" The man who was called second uncle by Crown Prince Han was the second master of the Han family, Han Yong. Han Yong walked over with his hands behind his back. "You've improved compared to last month." Crown Prince Han quickly calmed his breathing. He was obviously not very satisfied with this result and continued to ask, "How is it compared to Xianyuanqing?" Xianyuanqing, the eldest son of the Xianyuan family, was a martial arts prodigy famous in the Six Nations. He had received the teachings of Xianyuanli and was known as the only person who could catch up to the Xianyuan war god. Han Yong had once been under Xianyuanqing's command. Han Yong pondered for a moment and said, "You're still young. If you practice martial arts diligently, you may be able to reach Xianyuanqing's level. So I still can't surpass him." Crown Prince Han stretched out his hand to the guard holding the red-tasseled spear. The guard understood and passed the spear to him with both hands. Crown Prince Han practiced another round of spear techniques. Every move was full of murderous intent. After practicing, he was not satisfied. He frowned and said, "It's still not as good as Xianyuanli's divine weapon." Han Yong smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. Xianyuanqing may not be as powerful as you when he was your age. He went to the battlefield early and killed his way through piles of corpses. What you lack is just some opportunities to gain experience." Crown Prince Han threw the red-tasseled spear to his guard again. The red-tasseled spear was too heavy. The guard staggered a few steps and almost couldn't catch it. Han said, "Are there any new masters in Chengdu recently?" Han Yong said, "Are you talking about the underground martial arts field?" "Not yet, but when I do, I'll inform you so that you can compete." Actually, the Han family's men of sacrifice aren't bad either. It's just that their methods are different and they aren't the most suitable opponents. Regardless of the martial arts level of the men of sacrifice, they were not the most suitable sparring partners. Fighting with them only stimulated the instinct to kill, not the progress of martial arts. Han Yong continued, "It's already hard to find a worthy opponent in Chengdu. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." "Ah, right, I almost forgot to tell you something." Crown Prince Han said, "Second uncle, please speak." Han Yong said, "The emperor's birthday is coming. The imperial concubine has sent a message from the palace, asking you two brothers to enter the palace for the banquet." Crown Prince Han paused and said, "With Che-er's injuries, I'm afraid he won't be able to go." Han Yong smiled. "You can go too." Crown Prince Han did not say whether he would go or not. Instead, he asked, "Isn't the monarch's birthday approaching? Why is there a birthday banquet all of a sudden?" The emperor and the crown princess had the same birthday. Ever since the crown princess colluded with the Xianyuan family to rebel, the emperor's birthday banquet had never been organized. Han Yong smiled and shook his head. "Who knows? Our emperor is temperamental and his mind is strange. No one can guess what he's thinking." Crown Prince. While they were talking, the two masters who were sent to spy on them returned. They were Crown Prince Han's personal bodyguards. One was called Sun Feng, and the other was called Zheng Hai. The one who stole the purse was Sun Feng. The two of them bowed to Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince Han looked at the two of them who were covered in dirt and asked lightly, "Why are you back so early? Where's the person I asked you to follow?" The two of them looked at each other. Sun Feng braced himself and said, We lost him." "Lost him?" Crown Prince Han was slightly surprised. "How can the two of you lose him?" The two of them blushed with shame. They were Crown Prince Han's trusted bodyguards. Their abilities were not small. They had helped Crown Prince Han many times and rarely failed. Today, they were careless. Sun Feng's purse was also stolen. Shanghai said. Sun Feng glared at Shanghai. Didn't I tell you not to mention this? The dignified bodyguards of the Han family actually let a thief steal his purse. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if word got out? Sun Feng already understood that the purse was stolen by the little girl. But even so, he and Shanghai did not associate her with the boy they were supposed to follow. After all, one was a woman and the other was a man. Crown Prince Han looked at the two of them coldly. Go and receive your punishment. Yes. The two of them bowed and left. Han Yong asked, who is so powerful that he actually threw off your men? Crown Prince Han said lightly, a student from a lower country. He has some skills and even defeated Che. I want to see if there's anyone behind him. Oh. So Che was injured by a person from a lower country. Han Yong was angry and amused. Bullying the Han family's legitimate son. Isn't this provoking the Almighty? There are not many people in Xingdu who have the guts to do this. It's either the Mu family or the Nangong family. The Mu family had old grievances and the Nangong family was fighting for military power. Crown Prince Han looked at the flowers in the garden and said, he is indeed Mu Qingchen's classmate, but Mu Qingchen would not do this. Mu Qingchen will only come for me and not Che. Han Yong touched his chin and said thoughtfully, then only the Nangong family is left. Crown Prince Han frowned slightly. The Nangong family. Han Yong nodded and said bluntly, yes, the Nangong family has always wanted our Black Wind cavalry and we have always coveted their military power. It's only a matter of time before we face them. Crown Prince Han pondered for a moment and said, why do I feel that it's not the Nangong family? Han Yong said, other than the Nangong family, who else would come to deal with the Han family? The Wang family. The Wang family has no intention of doing this. As he said this, he saw that his nephew was still deep in thought. He smiled faintly and said, do you think he has the guts to provoke the Han family? Not to mention that he is just a country person, even a young master of a Shengwan family can't compete with the entire Han family by himself. As long as he is not crazy, he will not do this. Moreover, don't you think it's strange that a few students suddenly came from the Zhao kingdom? There have never been any students from the Zhao kingdom in the Yan kingdom. Crown Prince Han frowned. Do you mean that they were sent by the Nangong family? Han Yong said again, do you remember that one of General Nangong's arms was cut off by bandits? Crown Prince Han said, yes. Han Yong sneered. General Nangong did not return to his hometown to worship his ancestors. He secretly went to the Zhao kingdom. His arm was not injured by bandits. I don't know what happened exactly. However, not long after he returned to Xingdu, these people from the Zhao kingdom came. Do you think it's a coincidence? After Gu Jiao returned to the house, she told her family about Gu Qingfeng's visit to Xingdu. Everyone in the family was surprised. He doesn't have a travel permit. How did he come? Madame Nan asked. Could it be? Gu Jiao nodded. He was marked as a slave. Madame Nan sucked in a breath of cold air. The servant of the Gu family was too cruel. In order to come to Xingdu, he did not hesitate to mark him as a slave. This mark would stay with him for a lifetime. Is he okay? Madame Nan asked. Gu Jiao said, he found a suitable hiding place. He is fine for now. This child. Madame Nan did not know what to say. The children of the Gu family were really stubborn. Once they decided on something, they would do it at all costs. For example, Gu Jiao wanted to cure Gu Chongqing. For example, Gu Jiao wanted to cure Gu Yan. Now there was Gu Qingfeng. However, this was not a bad thing for Gu Jiao and Gu Yan. The two of them had no relatives in Chengdu. It was always good to have more helpers. 2 days later, Gu Jiao went to Yan Shanjuan's residence. The young commandery princess still got on the horse fearfully. Gu Jiao did not hesitate to grab her onto the horse. She finished the riding lesson while crying. In the next few days. Ah. You don't have to. Ah. The young commandery princess cried until she hiccuped. She stopped crying after getting off the horse, but the hiccups did not stop. Tell me slowly. Gu Jiao said. I am slowly. Ah. The young commandery princess hiccuped again. She felt that it was better to keep it short. I can't go to class. Ah. Uncle Jun is going to. Ah. Birthday. Ah. My father is not here. Ah. I am going to. Ah. Go to the banquet for him. Ah. In fact, there was still some time before Uncle His Majesty's birthday banquet, but she had to move into the palace in advance, so she could not go to class for the time being. This was exactly what Gu Jiao wanted. Because Gu Jiao was about to prepare for the next boxing competition, there was a high probability that she would not have time to teach her. Then when the young commandery prince is not busy, we will learn how to ride a horse. Tudo. The young commandery princess immediately covered her mouth. She was famous for being eloquent, but she was still too young. There were some words that she could not pronounce very well. Gu Jiao curved her lips and stretched out her finger. She did not mention her pronunciation. The young commandery princess also stretched out her small finger and hooked it with Gu Jiao's. The night before the boxing competition, Wu Fuzi, as usual, took Gu Jiao and the others to the same inn as last time. When Mu Chuan entered the inn, he couldn't help but grumble, "Didn't we win last time? Why are we still staying in such a shabby inn? Wasn't this because of the lack of funds?" To be honest, the academy did allocate a little more money, but this year's boxing competition was particularly popular, causing the price of the inn to rise again and again. Wu Fuzi patted his chest and said, "I promise you, as long as you win this round, I will pay for a better inn out of my own pocket for the finals." Mu Chuan pursed his lips, obviously not believing him. Wu Fuzi looked at the other students, who also had a look of doubt. Wu Fuzi tried to salvage the situation. "What's wrong with this inn? There's a lantern festival tonight. It's nearby. I specially picked this inn. I'll allow you to go and look at the lanterns tonight. Come back before 9 p.m. This was the biggest concession Wu Fuzi could make. Mu Chuan suddenly became interested. He moved closer to Gu Jiao and went upstairs with Gu Jiao. "Hey, Lu Lang, you haven't been to the Lantern Festival in Chengdu yet, right?" "Yes." Gu Jiao stepped upstairs. Mu Chuan smiled and said, "Let's go and have a look later." "Okay." Gu Jiao agreed. Mu Chuan turned around and looked at Mu Qingchen behind him. "Fourth brother, are you going?" "Forget it, you definitely won't go." His fourth brother was not interested in the lanterns. They went up to the second floor. Mu Qingchen pushed open the door of his room and looked in Gu Jiao's direction. "See you at the door." Mu Chuan was stunned. Fourth brother was going to go. He had lived for a long time, but there was a day when his fourth brother would go to the Lantern Festival. Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao also had nothing to do, so they gathered at the door. Wu Fuzi was also there. Mu Chuan's smile froze. "Wu Fuzi, what are you doing here?" Wu Fuzi said seriously, "I thought about it and decided to go with you guys. Otherwise, I'll be worried." Mu Chuan was speechless. Wu Fuzi did not lie about the lanterns. They were indeed near the inn. They just had to walk 100 steps and turn a corner. The entire street was filled with colorful lanterns. On both sides of the street were stalls with colorful lanterns hanging on them. The peddlers were selling the lanterns while yelling with all their might. Pedestrians had already rushed over, and the crowd was moving shoulder to shoulder. However, the street was busy but not chaotic. It was noisy but not noisy. There were many pedestrians but not crowded. It was orderly. Not all of the lanterns here were bought with silver. There were also lanterns that were given for guessing riddles or reciting poems. Gu Jiao liked crowds. She felt a sense of novelty, just like a child seeing a new toy. Even though she was a very quiet person by nature. "Young master, buy a lantern." On the side, an old woman said kindly to Gu Jiao, who was passing by. Gu Jiao stopped and looked at the lantern the old woman handed to her. She blinked curiously. It was beautiful. The old woman saw that she liked it, so she picked up another one. "This is a new lotus lantern made by my wife. Buy it together. It's 10 copper coins cheaper." The lotus lantern was beautiful too. Gu Jiao looked at it. Oh, there was also the peach blossom lantern. The peach blossom lantern was beautiful too. Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. "You're not going to buy a lantern, are you?" Why would a man buy a lantern? It was enough to walk around. Even if he bought one, it would be a gift from a scholar. How could a man not let go? Sigh. Gu Jiao sighed and touched the peach blossom lantern in front of her. She could not ruin her image. She could not buy a lantern, especially a pink one. She reluctantly put the lantern back. Suddenly, a slender, jade-like hand reached over. The jade-like fingertips picked up a silver coin and placed it on the stall. Then, a clean and low voice slowly sounded beside Gu Jiao. "I want this peach blossom lantern." Gu Jiao turned her head. The other party was wearing a silver mask that covered half of his face. Only his soft lips and delicate chin were exposed, as well as his deep eyes. The night wind blew gently from his side. The familiar aura on his body faintly enveloped Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was stunned. Mu Qingchen saw Gu Jiao's reaction and frowned unconsciously. He looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and was about to ask Gu Jiao to leave. At this moment, the old man who was selling the lanterns was hanging up the newly made lanterns. However, he lost his balance and fell onto the stall. The lantern in his hand flew out. Seeing that the lantern was about to hit Gu Jiao, Mu Qingchen hurriedly reached out to block it. Almost at the same time he made his move, the young man also raised his hand to block the lantern. The difference was that his other hand pulled Gu Jiao into his embrace to protect her. However, Gu Jiao did not resist and just threw herself into his arms. Was it an illusion or something else? Her little head even rubbed against the other party's chest. "Are you okay?" Mu Qingchen heard the other party ask softly. "I'm fine." He heard Gu Jiao answer softly. It was not her usual cold and unruly tone. Instead, it was a feeling that he could not describe. In just a moment, the two of them separated. "Thank you for your help, young master," Gu Jiao said politely. Xiao Heng picked up the peach blossom lantern in his hand and said gently, "It's nothing. I feel like old friends with you at first sight. This lantern is for you." "It's my pleasure." Gu Jiao took the lantern. "I'll give you one too." Xiao Heng nodded with a smile. "Okay." Gu Jiao bought a pink lotus flower lantern. This was also her favorite. "Here." Mu Qingchen would not accept the lantern that only women like, and he felt that the other party would not either. However, Xiao Heng accepted it without hesitation and thanked him sincerely. "Thank you for the lantern. Since we feel like old friends at first sight and even exchanged gifts, why don't we go together?" Mu Qingchen, "No." "Okay." Gu Jiao said straightforwardly. There were jugglers in front of them, and Mu Chuan and the others had already run over to watch the fun. Mu Qingchen and the other two walked on the long street unhurriedly. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hing each carried a lantern, and they looked very compatible. But they are obviously men, Mu Qingchen thought. Where's Jing Kong? Gu Jiao asked Xiao Heng with her eyes. Xiao Heng whispered, he was called by the teacher to make up lessons. Mu Qingchen asked, are you from Xingdu? Xiao Heng was very talented in languages, and his accent was even better than the locals. Yes. Xiao Heng said. Mu Qingchen asked again, may I know your name? Xiao Heng said, Long Yi. Mu Qingchen, what's this name? Xiao Heng ignored Mu Qingchen's strange behavior and turned to Gu Jiao, are you hungry? The dumplings over there are very good. Yes. Gu Jiao said. The three of them went to the stalls selling bean curd and found an empty table to sit down. Mu Qingchen and Xiao Heng faced each other. I'm not hungry. You guys eat. Mu Qingchen said. The son of the first wife of the Mu family couldn't eat roadside stalls. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng each ordered a bowl of cabbage and meat dumplings. Then, something strange happened again. Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng reached for the seasonings on the table at the same time. Gu Jiao took vinegar, and Xiao Heng took spicy oil. Gu Jiao put the vinegar in front of Xiao Heng, and Xiao Heng put the spicy oil in front of Gu Jiao. Mu Qingchen. The novel will be updated faster. Chapter 671. What are you two doing? One gives each other vinegar, the other gives each other chili oil. Isn't it enough that they gave each other lanterns? Mu Qingchen felt that this scene was very annoying. At the same time, he felt a little full. He hadn't eaten dinner. He can't eat spicy food. Mu Qingchen took the chili oil from Gu Jiao. Xiao Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was about to say something when Mu Qingchen glanced at her. Do you want your hemorrhoids to act up again? Gu Jiao was speechless. Can't you get over this? Yes, just a spoonful. Gu Jiao quickly poured half of it into the bowl. Mu Qingchen couldn't stop her in time. The dumplings tasted really good, especially after the chili oil was poured on them. Gu Jiao ate with satisfaction. Both of them were eating, and only Mu Qingchen sat there. Mu Qingchen didn't want to stare at them, but his eyes couldn't help but fall on them. Gu Jiao was stuttering as she ate. Her cheeks were puffed up, and she looked inexplicably cute. Mu Qingchen frowned. Why would he think that a man was cute? He must be crazy. He again looked at that uninvited guest, Long Yi. The way Long Yi ate, however, didn't need to be described as cute. He was refined and elegant, and his every movement revealed a noble aura. Mu Qingchen didn't believe that this was not an etiquette that was cultivated since childhood. However, no matter how hard Mu Qingchen racked his brains, he couldn't associate the man in front of him with any aristocratic family in Xingdu. Was he not from Xingdu? No, his accent was from Xingdu, and he admitted it himself. While Mu Qingchen was puzzled, Mu Chuan and the other two came over. Fourth brother. Lu Lang. Gu Jiao didn't look up when she heard Lu Lang. Instead, Xiao Heng glanced at Mu Chuan. Mu Qingchen frowned. I didn't call you. Lu Lang, why are you ignoring me when I'm calling you? Mu Chuan came to the table and said bitterly. Gu Jiao sucked on a dumpling and said without changing her expression, I'm busy. He would never admit that he didn't react in time. Are you full? Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, you can eat a little more. Xingdu was good at everything, but the portions of the dishes were always exquisite. Xiaoheng chuckled softly and said, "Leave some for those who suffer." Okay. Gu Jiao readily agreed. Mu Qingqian's frown deepened. He had known Gu Jiao for so long, but he had never seen Gu Jiao so easygoing. Mu Chuan looked at Xiaoheng strangely and asked, "Lulang, who is this?" Gu Jiao introduced, "He's a friend I just met. His name is Long Yi." "So you're Lulang." Xiaoheng covered up the loophole that they didn't finish introducing each other. Gu Jiao said in all seriousness, "Yes, my surname is Xiao, and my name is Lulang. They're my classmates. I'm Mu Chuan. Yuan Xiao. Xiao Wei." The three of them introduced themselves one by one. Mu Qingqian didn't show any intention of getting acquainted with Long Yi from beginning to end, so he didn't introduce himself. However, just because he didn't say anything didn't mean that Mu Chuan wouldn't say anything. Mu Chuan smiled and said, "The three of us are Liulang's classmates. My fourth brother is also Liulang's roommate." Xiaoheng's face sank as soon as he said that. Gu Jiao, who was drinking dumpling soup, inexplicably felt a chill down her spine. What was with the illusion that the backyard was on fire again? Gu Jiao quickly put down the bowl and said, "I've never lived in a dormitory before." Xiaoheng's expression relaxed. Mu Qingqian looked at Gu Jiao suspiciously. Gu Jiao coughed softly and stood up. "Okay, I'm full. Let's go." "Oh right, where's Wu Fuzi?" She had the ability to change the topic. Mu Chuan said, "He went to watch the juggling show. We secretly came here." What was the point of going to the lantern show with Wu Fuzi? Of course, they had to sneak away. "There's a poetry gathering over there. Let's go take a look," Xiao Wei suggested. They were students of the Institute of Literature, so they were quite interested in poetry gatherings. Gu Jiao just wanted to put out the fire in the backyard as soon as possible, so she naturally wouldn't disagree. The group gladly went. Xiaoheng walked on Gu Jiao's left, and Mu Qingqian walked on Gu Jiao's right. Her left and right were occupied, so Mu Chuan and the other two could only follow behind them. Xiao Wei suddenly whispered, "Hey, don't you think the three of them are a little strange?" "What's strange?" Mu Chuan asked. "Yeah, what's strange?" Yuan Xiao also asked. Xiao Wei looked at the backs of the three men and frowned. "I don't know. It's just, the three of them. It's quite crowded." Yuan Xiao looked at the three of them and said, "The three of us are quite crowded too. The street is only so wide, and there are so many people. It'll be strange if it's not crowded, right?" Zhao Wei said, "It's different between us and them." Yuan Xiao asked stupidly, "How is it different?" Zhao Wei scratched his head. "It's..." "Sigh, why would I ask you if I could tell?" "Forget it." Zhao Wei sighed. Zhao Wei was more meticulous, but he couldn't compare to Mu Chuan and Yuan Zhao's carelessness. Compared to observing whether the three men were crowded or not, the two of them were more interested in the lanterns on the street. The folkways of the Yan Kingdom were relatively open among the 6 countries. There was no lack of women on the street who strolled around with lanterns. The men rarely carried lanterns because it always felt a little out of place. Xiaoheng and Gu Jiao were exceptions. The way the two of them carried lanterns together was as beautiful as a painting. The group arrived at the poetry gathering. This was probably the largest poetry gathering on the street. It was hosted by a restaurant. Not only were there poems, but there were also lantern riddles, couplets, and 8-legged essays. The lantern riddles were the simplest, and the lanterns rewarded were also the most ordinary. The lantern for the first place was a gourd made of gold leaf. The gourd had to be made of real gold thread. It was expensive and exquisite. This lantern was not for sale. Only the most outstanding eight-legged essay was qualified to take it away. Gu Jiao looked at the gourd lantern, and her eyes lit up. It was golden and shiny. Jing Kong would definitely like it. Do you want it? Xiao Heng whispered in her ear. His warm breath made her earlobe slightly itchy. She pulled her little ear and nodded her head, Xiao Heng walked over. The lobby of the first floor was full of scholars who were writing eight-legged essays. Xiao Heng found a table in the corner and sat down. Why did Long Yi go in? Mu Chuan asked. Guessing lantern riddles, composing poems, and couplets could be done outside. In any case, Mu Chuan only wanted to guess a few lantern riddles. Soon, Mu Qingchen also walked in. Fourth brother. Mu Chuan was dumbfounded. He looked at that golden gourd lantern hanging at the entrance and thought, is this lantern so beautiful? Fourth brother also wants it. Mu Qingchen didn't sit together with Xiao Heng. He specially chose a table that was 3 or 4 seats away from Xiao Heng. The two of them calmly started writing. Not long after, they attracted the attention of everyone. A scholar who was writing eight-legged essay at a table beside the window patted his companion at the front table and asked, Look, isn't that person young Master Qingchen? As soon as he said that, not only did his 2 companions at the front table stop writing, but the rest of the people also looked in the direction he was pointing. Another person recognized Mu Qingchen and whispered, It really seems to be him. No way, right? Why is young Master Qingchen also here? Is he the one who sent lanterns? Is he here to cause trouble? Yeah, he's the head of the 4 great young masters. If he's here to write eight-legged essays, what can we do? At least half of the people who were still writing at a high speed put down their pens. Just the title of young Master Qingchen was enough to extinguish their fighting spirit, okay? Gu Jiao and the others guessed many lantern riddles while waiting outside. They won a lot of lanterns and gave them to the girls who passed by. The news of Mu Qingchen's presence gradually spread, and more people came to watch. Finally, after a gong sounded, the restaurant's manager walked out with a smile and personally took down the golden gourd lantern. Someone won first place. Who is it? Who is it? I don't know. It must be young Master Qingchen. The manager glanced around the crowd and walked toward Gu Jiao with the lantern. He said politely, Are you Xiao Lulang, young Master Xiao? I am. Gu Jiao said. The manager handed the lantern to Xiao Lulang with both hands. Congratulations on winning the lantern, young Master Xiao. Someone in the crowd said unhappily, he didn't go in to write essays. The manager looked at Gu Jiao with a smile. The essay written by young Master Zhao's friend was praised by Grand Secretary Yang. He deserves to be the winner tonight. Young Master Zhao's friend asked me to give this lantern to young Master Xiao. Young Master Xiao, please accept it. Gu Jiao took the lantern. Only then did the crowd realize that the manager had just mentioned Grand Secretary Yang. Oh my God! Grand Secretary Yang is here. If I knew Grand Secretary Yang was here, I would have gone in to write essays too. If I could get some advice from him, my life would be worth it. Grand Secretary Yang was a leading figure in the literary circle of the Yan Kingdom. Everyone who came to Xingdu to study was eager to be his student. Unfortunately, Grand Secretary Yang rarely accepted students in private. Soon, Xiao Heng and Mu Qingchen came out. The two of them walked toward Gu Jiao. Seeing that Gu Jiao and Mu Qingchen knew each other and that they were both wearing the uniform of the Tianqiong Academy, the crowd was surprised. A scholar said, I told you it was young Master Qingchen. Only his works are worthy of Grand Secretary Yang's attention. In the wing room on the second floor, Grand Secretary Yang was sitting on a cushion. On the desk in front of him were several pieces of 8-part essay that had just been collected from the whole. Opposite Grand Secretary Yang sat an elegant middle-aged man. "Grand Secretary, you have read it several times." The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Is it really so amazing?" Elder Yang stroked his beard and said, "Ever since Prince Jing, I haven't seen such a brilliant literary talent. Now it's Dukin." Crown Prince Jing was the title many years ago. The middle-aged man said with a smile, "Isn't it too high to be mentioned in the same breath as Dukin?" "Who is it?" Grand Secretary Yang looked at the name under the essay and said with a strange expression, "Long Yi." Gu Jiao and the others walked on the busy street. Now she had 2 lanterns, a pink peach blossom lantern and a golden gourd lantern, which attracted many people's attention. "Lu Lang, your lantern is so beautiful." Yuan Shao pointed at the gourd lantern in Gu Jiao's right hand and said. Of course, it was a gift from her husband. Mu Qingchen looked at Xiao Heng suspiciously. "Who is this person?" "Dried meat. Fresh and delicious dried meat." A hawker's shout came from not far away. Xiao Heng said to Gu Jiao, "You go first. I'll buy some dried meat." After he left, Mu Qingchen blurted out, "Do you like dried meat?" It was a strange question. Even Mu Qingchen was surprised. Why did he subconsciously think that Long Yi did everything for Xiao Lulang? Gu Jiao inexplicably felt that she had to answer this question carefully. At this moment, Mu Chuan found a new lantern riddle guessing stall. He waved at them, "Fourth brother, Lu Lang, come here." "Lu Lang, let's go and have a look," Yuan Shao urged. Gu Jiao was successfully taken away by the two. Mu Qingchen asked Long Yi. The place selling dried meat was not far away. It was in front of a ready-made clothing store diagonally across the street. The business was good. There were many people waiting in line. Xiao Heng stood at the end of the line. Xiao Heng waited patiently. He was not used to wearing a mask. He pushed it with his hand, but the mask accidentally fell off. He bent down and picked up the mask on the ground with his slender fingers. He gently patted the dust off the mask. At the same time, a woman walked out of the ready-made clothing store with an embroidered basket. The woman's clothes were not too luxurious, but her bearing and temperament were not comparable to ordinary women. She walked past the stalls selling meat and got into a carriage on the side of the road. Perhaps the fragrance of the dried meat was too alluring. The woman could not help but look at the stall. With just one glance, she froze. The carriage started to move. The woman lost her balance and fell backward. The curtain in her hand fell with a bang. "Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage!" she shouted. The coachman stopped the carriage. The little girl in the carriage asked, "Aunt, what's wrong? Did you leave something in the store? Should I go and get it?" The woman did not answer her. Instead, she lifted her skirt and hurriedly got out of the carriage. She came to the stall selling dried meat and pushed away the men in the line one by one. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Everyone cursed. The woman muttered in a daze, "Where is he? Where is he?" The little girl came over and asked, "Aunt, who are you looking for?" The woman said with disappointment, "His Highness Zhongsun." "I saw His Highness Zhongsun." The little girl looked around and said in a low voice, "Aunt, are you seeing things? His Highness Zhongsun is no longer in Xingdu. He went with the crown princess to guard the imperial mausoleum." Chapter 672. All the Xiao Heng bought 2 flavors of dried meat. One was spicy, and the other was honey sesame. In addition, He also bought a bag of vegetarian dried meat made of tofu for little Jing Kong. He found Gu Jiao in front of the lantern riddle stall and handed the 2 boxes of dried meat to her. Gu Jiao tried a piece of spicy dried meat first. It was sweet and spicy with a slight numbness, and the texture was very rich. You try one too. Gu Jiao handed the box to Xiaoheng. In order to make it easier for Gu Jiao to eat, Xiaoheng took all the lanterns in Gu Jiao's hand. Xiaoheng raised the lanterns in his hand, indicating to Gu Jiao that he had no hands. In the end, Gu Jiao took a piece of dried meat and fed it directly to him. Xiaoheng ate it with a smile. Is it good? Gu Jiao asked. It's good, he said as he looked at her deeply. Mu Qingshen's eyes hurt, and he was extremely irritated. There seemed to be a strange atmosphere between the two of them, as if no one could get in between them. Xiaoheng bought a lot of dried meat, and Mu Chuan and the others also tried the dried meat. The 3 of them had a good impression of Xiaoheng. He was good at writing, talented, generous, had a sense of propriety, and had a good conversation style. He was a person they could make friends with. Mu Chuan held a box of dried meat and asked while eating, Mr. Long, which academy are you studying in? Is your academy participating in the boxing competition? Although Xiaoheng was wearing a mask, his eyes and voice were very young. Coupled with his talent, Mu Chuan could tell that he was a student. Xiaoheng said, I'm not studying in the academy. Mu Chuan sighed. What a pity. I wanted to invite you to watch the boxing competition. Yuan Xiao said, even if you're not a student of the academy, you can still watch it. Mr. Long, if you're free tomorrow, please come over. Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. Okay. Mu Qingshen glanced at them coldly and said, so you know that there's a boxing competition. It's getting late, so we should go back. Mu Chuan begged, don't, 4th brother. Let's play a little longer. I haven't won enough lanterns yet. Mu Qingshen said coldly, you've already given away the lanterns you won. What's the point of winning more? Mu Chuan pursed his lips. He wanted to struggle a little more, but Wu Fuzi came looking for him. This time, the few of them were completely hopeless and could only obediently be brought back to the inn by Wu Fuzi. Wu Fuzi stared at them with his fiery eyes. Gu Jiao and Xiaoheng did not have a loving farewell. They separated as if nothing had happened. After returning to the inn, Gu Jiao pushed open the door to her room. Mu Qingshen suddenly asked, is this really the first day you 2 met? Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, yes. Mu Qingshen wanted to say something but hesitated. On second thought, even if the 2 of them were old friends, it was not his business. Go back to sleep, he said indifferently and stepped into the room. Gu Jiao put the 2 lanterns on the bedside, washed up, and went to sleep. The next day, the group went to Lingbo Academy under Wu Fuzi's lead after breakfast. Wu Fuzi drew lots in the attic as usual. He went to Tianchong Academy's room with a serious expression. Mu Chuan asked, Wu Fuzi, which academy are we fighting against? Lingbo Academy or Canaan Academy? At this point, only 3 academies were left. Who would have thought that Wu Fuzi would shake his head and say, neither? Everyone was shocked. Mu Chuan was flabbergasted, and no. How? Wu Fuzi said with a serious expression, it's Shaolin Academy. Gu Jiao understood that Shaolin Academy did not participate in the previous matches. It was because Mount Song Academy and Black Bamboo Academy fought and caused trouble. Both of them were kicked out of the competition, so there was an extra place for them to advance. As for why they did not choose from the eliminated teams, they had to ask the organizer. Gu Jiao asked, do the other academies have any objections? Wu Fuzi said, the eliminated academies have no objections. Maybe it's because they were defeated by Shaolin Academy before. Shaolin Academy was last year's champion. Wu Fuzi was relieved when he learned that they did not participate this year. Who knew that what he feared would happen? How did we end up fighting against them? It's the first match. Wu Fuzi's morale dropped. Are the students of Shaolin Academy all monks? Yuan Shao asked curiously. Wu Fuzi shook his head. No, there are monks, lay disciples, and ordinary people. Yuan Shao asked again, are there ordinary people among the people who bowed? Wu Fuzi shook his head again. No, they are all first-class monks. Yuan Shao was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Tianqiong Academy was the first match. After the lots were drawn, they began to prepare for the match. On the other side, the spectators entered the arena one after another. Xiaoheng sat on his personal viewing platform. Beside him were his 3 schoolmates. Commandery Prince Ming's maidservant was attentively attending to them. Prince Ming was also here today. However, just like the first time, he did not appear on the grandstand. Instead, he was in a wing room on the highest floor of the attic. The view here was broad and they could see the entire arena. However, the people in the arena could not see them. There was another person sitting beside Prince Ming. Cousin, please have some tea, Prince Ming said politely. Crown Prince Han picked up the teacup and took a sip. Crown Prince Han was the most outstanding descendant of the Han family. Prince Ming did not dare to treat him like how he treated Han Che. Prince Ming was very polite. There was even a hint of respect in his voice. Cousin, why did you come to watch the match today? I just wanted to take a look, Crown Prince Han said. Although he said so, he had been looking for Tianqiong Academy since the beginning. He did not know how the lots were drawn in the attic, so he could not tell which match Tianqiong Academy was in. However, he saw Dinsen and a few students of Tianqiong Academy on the grandstand. One of them was even in a wheelchair. Speaking of wheelchairs, he glanced around and saw a group of people from the Duke's mansion entering the arena. He looked at a man in luxurious clothes who walked out from behind the crowd. That is Second Master Jing. Commandery Prince Ming followed his gaze and said, that's right. Second Master Jing took a few steps forward. Crown Prince Han did not see clearly because someone was blocking his path. When he was far away from the crowd, he saw that Second Master Jing was pushing a wheelchair. He asked suspiciously, is the person in the wheelchair Dukin? Yes, it is him, Prince Ming replied. He is really awake. Crown Prince Han had heard some rumors. However, he did not believe it until he saw it with his own eyes. Prince Ming sneered and said, he has been awake for a few days. I heard that the disciple of Dr. Luo of the Qin Kingdom woke him up. However, he is still unable to speak or write. In my opinion, he is no different from a zombie. Crown Prince Han's target was not Dukin, so he quickly looked away. The people from Tianqiong Academy entered the arena. Mu Qingchen was still the center of attention. Everywhere he went, there were cheers and screams. However, Crown Prince Han did not look at him. His gaze fell on the young man behind Mu Qingchen. Crown Prince Han was so far away that he could not see the iconic birthmark clearly. However, when he saw the young man, Crown Prince Han was sure that he was the arrogant guy from the lower kingdom that Han Che had mentioned. The young man was riding on a horse. He looked valiant and valiant. He exuded an arrogant and unruly aura. Prince Ming said, Cousin, why do you think His Majesty suddenly held a birthday banquet? Isn't this a taboo for him? This was not only the birthday of the Emperor, but also the birthday of the Crown Princess. At the same time, it was also the day that the Crown Princess was demoted to a commoner. He felt unlucky just thinking about it. Crown Prince Han stared at Gu Jiao without blinking and said casually, "Then it's no longer a taboo." No longer a taboo could mean forgiveness, but it could also mean forgetting. While Commandery Prince Ming was thinking about Crown Prince Han's words, the people from the Shaolin Academy entered the arena. Gasps could be heard from the crowd. Obviously, they were also very surprised and expressed deep sympathy for the Tianqiong Academy. Tianqiong Academy is going against Shaolin Academy. Isn't it hopeless? Shaolin Academy was last year's champion. They even defeated the Imperial family's team. Tianqiong Academy is no match for them. What a pity. I didn't want Tianqiong Academy to lose. I wanted to watch a few more matches, but now it's impossible for them not to lose. What bad luck. Why is Tianqiong Academy against Shaolin Academy out of the 3 academies? The people from Tianqiong Academy were Mu Qingchen, Gu Jiao, Mu Chuan, and Zhao Wei. Yuan Shao was the second to enter the arena. They rode their horses all the way here, so they naturally heard the discussions. Mu Chuan whispered to Gu Jiao, "Don't listen to their nonsense. We will definitely win." The monks from Shaolin Academy rode their horses over and lined up in front of Tianqiong Academy. They wore monk robes and were tall and sturdy. They looked dignified and ferocious, which reminded people of the Vajra Buddha statues in temples. They were not easy to deal with. Mu Qingchen had never looked so serious in any of his previous matches, but this time, even he was not optimistic about the outcome. Shaolin Academy had never been defeated. No one could defeat them. Chapter 673. Novels with a deeper meaning that can't be found on the internet can be found here. Wow, they're going up against the Shaolin martial monks. In the attic, Prince Ming looked at the group of people on the field with great interest. This is going to be a good show. Prince Ming didn't pay much attention to any of the academies. However, he had been humiliated in front of Tianqiong Academy. Nothing could make him happier than to humiliate that kid. Prince Ming decided not to discuss the emperor's thoughts for the time being. He waved his hand at the servants and asked them to bring up the fruits and snacks. He wanted to see the Shaolin martial monks beat that kid up. The 4 Shaolin martial monks on the field were each more furious than the other. Each of them had a scar on their head. From right to left, there was 1 scar, 2 scars, and 3 scars. It seemed that the strongest martial monk had 6 scars. Don't you think these martial monks are a little scary? Mu Chuan whispered to Gu Jiao. Aren't you not afraid? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Chuan immediately straightened his back and said stubbornly, I'm not afraid. Who says I'm afraid? Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, talk when your legs stop shaking. Mu Chuan was speechless. The Shaolin martial monks didn't talk to them. They just exchanged glances. In fact, it was more of a show of force and provocation than an exchange. To be honest, Mu Chuan was a little scared. He was even more scared than when he was fighting against the Han family's Black Wind cavalry. Zhao Wei was the same as him. He was also scared. However, he was more experienced than Mu Chuan, so he didn't show too much fear. The kickoff of the first section was decided by drawing lots. After that, the opponent would kick off for every goal. Tianqiong Academy was the one kicking off. Mu Qingchen, as the main attacker of the team, rarely participated in the kickoff. However, because the opponent was too strong, they decided to let him kick off after discussing it with Wu Fuzi. It had only been a few seconds since they went on the field and waited for the gong to sound, but everyone felt like a long time had passed. The people in the stands were so nervous that they held their breaths. How could this be? Second Master Jing sat in front of the railing and stared at the Shaolin martial monks on the field. Do we have to be so unlucky? Today, the second madam had some matters to attend to and couldn't leave, so she couldn't come over. On his left was the wheelchair-bound Dukin. Behind Dukin stood Muru Aksayan, who was dressed in a white dress and green gauze. When Muru Aksayan heard that, she looked at Second Master Jing in confusion. What's wrong? What's wrong with that? Second Master Jing sighed deeply. That group of Shaolin martial monks is very powerful. Tianchong Academy isn't their match. Muru Aksayan's eyes moved as she asked, Second Master, do you really hope that Tianchong Academy will win? Second Master Jing stammered, I didn't. It's just that those Shaolin martial monks didn't know how to control their strength. It wasn't easy for the students either. As soon as he said this, the High Duke's hand on the armrest slowly clenched into a fist and began to tremble slightly. The gong sounded. Facing the scorching sun, Mu Qingchen's expression turned serious as he steadily swung his club to open the bowl. Second sister, hurry up. Outside the archery field, Su Shui pulled her second sister and squeezed into the crowd. She took out her token and asked the guards to let them pass. Slow down. Second Miss Su's hand hurt from being pulled by her. Su Shui said, the gong sounded just now. The archery competition has begun. Second Miss Su frowned slightly. It's already begun. Why are you in such a hurry? I want to watch watch fourth brother, Su Shui said seriously. I haven't seen fourth brother for a long time after he moved into the academy. Second Miss Su sighed. If father finds out that we skipped Master Fu's chess class and came here to watch some archery competition, he'll definitely punish us. Su Shui grabbed her wrist and walked toward Tianchong Academy's grandstand. He won't. Let's go. Mu Qingchen's ball was extremely good. There were no problems with its speed and accuracy. The person who caught the ball was Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei had been learning archery since he was a child, so his technique was excellent. He successfully caught the ball that Mu Qingchen swung at him. He looked at Mu Chuan in front of him. Mu Chuan nodded at him. Zhao Wei passed the ball to Mu Chuan, and Mu Chuan passed it to Gu Jiao. At this time, Mu Qingchen had already arrived at the opponent's hole. Gu Jiao passed the ball to him, and Mu Qingchen took it and hit the ball into the hole with his pole. The four of them cooperated seamlessly and smoothly. The spectators finally got to see the Tianchong Academy seriously play polo for the first time. However, the moment the ball was about to enter the hole, something unexpected happened. A Shaolin monk jumped on his horse and came to the hole. He hit the ball out of Mu Qingchen's way with his pole. The pole hit so far that it almost crossed half of the archery field. Zhao Wei and Mu Chuan had already rushed back. They rushed to grab the ball, but before they could even see the ball, they heard the gong on the referee's stand. Did they score? The two of them were stunned. Shaolin Academy took the lead and got the first flag at the beginning of the game. No, how did they score? What's going on? Mu Chuan was confused. He and Zhao Wei were chasing the polo ball. Did the ball escape into the hole by itself? Of course, it was not because the ball could escape, but because the Shaolin monk was so fast that they did not see it. Zhao Wei frowned and looked at the arrogant Shaolin monk. He recalled, it's not just fast. They have a strategy. Just now, the monk with the scar blocked our view with his horse. He swung his pole to grab the ball. We thought the ball was with him, but in fact, the ball was in front of him. It had already been in the monk's hand. After listening to Zhao Wei's analysis, Mu Chuan felt that his belief had been subverted. Is it so sneaky? Since the opponent had scored, it was still their turn to kick off. This time, It was Zhao Wei who kicked off. Zhao Wei passed the ball to Mu Chuan, but before Mu Chuan could swing his pole, a Shaolin monk rushed past him. The Shaolin monk took the ball away. Mu Qingchen was attacked from two sides and could not break through. Gu Jiao intercepted the ball with the skills she learned from Su Ping. She passed the ball to Mu Qingchen, and Mu Qingchen passed it to Zhao Wei. Then, the ball was lost again. The gong sounded again. Shaolin Academy had scored again. The speed of the Shaolin Academy's goal was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. It was even faster than the record set by the Horse King. Mu Chuan and Zhao Wei were so tired that they were panting. Mu Qingchen and Gu Jiao also had sweat on their faces. They rode on their horses and waited for the referee to bring the ball over. Mu Chuan panted and said, "What kind of monks are these? Aren't they too fierce? Lu Lang, why don't you ride your horse over?" Gu Jiao said, "It's still young. It can't be ridden." Mu Chuan muttered, "Didn't we ride it last time?" Mu Qingchen said lightly, "Stop talking." Mu Chuan shut up. This was not a game about the horses, but the people. These monks were too powerful. They all had strong internal energy and were extremely strong. No one could catch the ball they threw. "How's your arm?" Mu Qingchen asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao intercepted most of the balls just now. Gu Jiao touched her almost numb right arm and said, "It's okay. I'll be fine after some rest." The game began again. Mu Qingchen kicked off. The use of internal energy was prohibited in the bowler game. Otherwise, it would be considered a foul. These young monks had been tempering their bodies all year round and had developed an indestructible body. Every swing they threw seemed to be imbued with internal energy. As expected, Mu Qingchen's ball was snatched away again. Mu Chuan was the closest. He swung his club to snatch it back. Zhao Wei assisted him from the side. The two of them blocked the Shaolin monks' formation. They were going to get the ball. The Shaolin monks glared at them and swung their clubs. "I'll do it." Mu Chuan stepped forward and caught the ball. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The monk had obviously expected that the ball would be intercepted, so he used a terrifying amount of strength. Mu Chuan's whole body was knocked out. Zhao Wei's expression changed. Mu Chuan. Mu Chuan fell from the horse and fell heavily to the ground. The grassland fell into silence all of a sudden. Another person fell off the horse. Everyone couldn't help but think of Nan Gonglin, who fell off the horse and was trampled. The referee stopped the game. Zhao Wei got off the horse. "Mu Chuan. Are you okay?" Mu Chuan clutched his right arm, his face contorted in pain. "Is my arm broken?" Gu Jiao jumped off the horse, squatted down, and held his arm. "It's dislocated. Bear with it." As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her hand and connected Mu Chuan's arm with a crack. Mu Chuan cried out in pain. Wu Fuzi came over and took Mu Chuan away. Yuan Shao came on. After careful consideration, the referee finally judged that it was an accident. Shaolin Academy did not violate the rules. "Isn't this a violation?" Yuan Shao said unhappily. "They did it on purpose." He had been watching just now. The monk with 3 scars on his head was aiming at Mu Chuan. He wanted to use the force of the ball to hurt Mu Chuan. "Were they like this before?" Gu Jiao suddenly asked. Mu Qingchen was the only one who could answer this question. After all, other than him, no one else had seen Shaolin Academy play. Mu Qingchen frowned. They used to be very domineering, but they were not as cruel as today. If not for his better martial arts skills, he would have been knocked off the horse. The reason why he asked Gu Jiao if her arm was alright was because his arm was also injured. This group of Shaolin monks seemed to be deliberately targeting them. Was someone secretly controlling them? In the attic, Prince Ming clapped his hands and cheered. Beautiful. That's how it should be played. Who brought the Shaolin Academy here? This prince really likes that person. Han sipped his tea unhurriedly. The game started again. Gu Jiao led the horse and walked in front of the referee. Suddenly, she stopped and tilted her head to look at the referee. Are you sure it's not a violation? The referee said, of course it's not. Oh. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. So, as long as it's hit by the ball, it's not a violation. The referee frowned. He felt that this statement was not right, so he corrected her. You can't deliberately attack the opponent with the ball. Mu Chuan was sent flying when he tried to grab the ball. The opponent did not aim at him. Oh. Gu Jiao said, if it's not intentional, it's not a violation, right? That's right, but it sounded a little strange when it came from your mouth. The referee looked at Gu Jiao strangely. In the end, he could not tell what was wrong. He nodded. Let's start. Gu Jiao got on the horse. Yuan Shao kicked off. As soon as Xiao Wei got the ball, it was snatched away by the Shaolin warrior monk. Gu Jiao galloped to catch up. The Shaolin warrior monk was about to swing the club when Gu Jiao suddenly said, Amitabha. The Shaolin warrior monk was stunned. He almost reflexively took back the club and bowed. Amitabha. Bang! Gu Jiao hit the ball out with her pole. The Shaolin warrior monk was speechless. Yuan Shao got the ball and passed it to Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei passed it to Gu Jiao. At this time, they were very close to the opponent's hole. Mu Qingchen was already in position. The Shaolin warrior monk caught up. Gu Jiao was attacked from two sides. Lulang. Yuan Shao shouted not far away. Give the ball to him, and he will pass it to Mu Qingchen. Gu Jiao did not do that. She took a risk and passed the ball to Mu Qingchen. As expected, it was intercepted. Yuan Shao sighed. Oh. It was the warrior monk with the 6-ring scar who intercepted the ball. He wanted to pass the ball to another warrior monk. Gu Jiao stared at the latter. The warrior monk with the 6-ring scar had a fierce look in his eyes. He hit the ball out. He had used almost all of his strength in this stroke. Mu Qingchen knew that things were not going well. This was not the ball he really wanted to pass to his companion. He planned to use the trick he used on Mu Chuan on Gu Jiao. She could not take it head-on. Mu Qingchen wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Gu Jiao stretched out the club. Ah! With a scream, the warrior monk on the right behind Gu Jiao was hit by the polo ball and fell from the horse's back. It turned out that Gu Jiao did reach out the club just now, but not to catch the ball. She touched it gently and changed the direction of the ball. The warrior monk fell hard. His companion shouted, "You broke the rules." Gu Jiao spread her hands. How did I break the rules? You were the one who hit the ball. You were so strong that you couldn't get it. How can you blame me? The warrior monks were speechless. The referee ruled that it was an accident and there was no foul. The game continued. The power of the 6-ring scar warrior monk could not be underestimated. This warrior monk fell heavily and temporarily left the stage. Another warrior monk took his place. This warrior monk was slightly weaker, but he opened up a gap for Tianqiong Academy. Before the second section ended, Tianqiong Academy scored a goal. The Shaolin warrior monk seemed to be angry. As soon as the third section began, Yuan Zhao's arm was injured. Are you okay? Mu Qingchen asked. Yuan Shao gritted his teeth and held the club. I'm fine. I can still continue. They had to continue. They only had 5 people. Mu Chuan couldn't play anymore. If he also went down, they wouldn't have enough people to play. They could only forfeit. Gu Jiao looked at Yuan Zhao's right hand, which was trembling in pain, and her eyes turned cold. She switched the club to her left hand and wrapped the reins around her right hand. Then, she snatched the ball at lightning speed. The monk whose ball was stolen was stunned for a moment. Clearly, he did not expect the opponent to suddenly become so fast. After Gu Jiao snatched the ball, she didn't pass it to anyone. Instead, she took the ball to the opponent's hole. The warrior monk with the 6-ring scar had been waiting for a long time. Gu Jiao was full of murderous intent. She hit the ball toward the hole. A trace of contempt flashed in the warrior monk's eyes. He raised his club to block it. At this moment, something incredible happened. The moment the club hit the ball, he was sent flying. What kind of terrifying strength was this? He was sent flying out of the field and hit a pillar below the stands. Then, he fell to the ground in a sorry state. Everyone was stunned. Many people in the stands even stood up. What just happened? Was the Shaolin warrior monk sent flying? How could this be? 6th senior brother. The warrior monks rushed to the edge of the field, dismounted, and rushed toward him. Was that Lulang? Yuan Shao was stunned. Even though he knew Xiao Lulang was capable, he didn't expect him to be so capable. Even Mu Qingchen couldn't use the power of that blow. Did he use his internal force? Zhao Wei asked. Mu Qingchen said with a complicated expression, no. He didn't feel any internal force. Xiao Lulang used his own strength. Zhao Wei's eyes lit up. Then, didn't this group of warrior monks kick an iron plate? Mu Qingchen said, yes, they kicked an iron plate. The reason why the Shaolin warrior monks were so powerful was not because of how good their shooting skills were. There was still a certain gap between them and Su Ping. They were superior in speed and strength. Without using their internal force, no one was a match for a tempered body warrior monk. No one could catch the ball they hit, but they couldn't stop the ball they hit. Yuan Shao scratched his head. Was Lulang this powerful before? Mu Qingchen paused and said, no. When Xiao Lulang tamed the Horse King, he didn't show such strength. It was more like his potential was stimulated by the Shaolin warrior monks. Gu Jiao's move was so beautiful that Prince Ming, who was in the attic, even closed his mouth. What kind of monster is this guy? Those are Shaolin warrior monks. Prince Han looked at the arrogant young man on the horse. A figure he saw when he was young flashed through his mind. It was the eldest son of the Xinyuan family. A young man who could kill a tiger with one punch without using his internal force. Gu Jiao looked at his hands. Well, these monks were useful. Their strength seemed to have recovered a little. They hadn't shown any signs of strength for months. Gu Jiao smiled and looked at the Shaolin warrior monks who were about to return to the field. His eyes flashed with a green light. The Shaolin warrior monks' hearts skipped a beat. Why did they have an inexplicable ominous feeling? Chapter 674. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how strong a tempered body warrior monk's physique was. Even after being sent flying by that kind of force and landing on the ground, he didn't suffer any internal injuries and was still able to return to the field. The sound of the gong rang. The monks were still the same, but for some reason, the audience felt as if something had changed. A Wudong Academy student raised his head and scratched his head in confusion. Why do I feel like the weather is changing? I don't think so. The sun is quite bright. His companion looked at the sky and then rubbed his hairs. It does seem a bit strange. On Tianchong Academy's stand, Su Shua raised her chin and said to her second sister with pride, I told you Lu Lang is very strong. Second young Miss Su glanced at her sister. Are you here to see fourth brother or that Xiao Lu Lang? I only heard you mention Lu Lang before and after Lu Lang, but I didn't hear you mention fourth brother. I am looking at both. Su Shua blushed and looked at the valiant youth on the field. Didn't he beat the Shaolin martial monk off his horse? Second young Miss Su said, why didn't you say anything when fourth brother scored? Su Shua pouted. I said it. You didn't hear it. Second young Miss Su, yeah, I'm deaf. Second young Miss Su had been dragged over. She didn't have much interest in the tournament itself, but after watching for a while, she felt that it wasn't bad. That guy called Xiao Lu Lang didn't have a good appearance, but he had a heroic spirit that made people's blood boil. She couldn't blame her sister for always staring at him. On the opposite side of Tianchong Academy's stand, second Master Jing laughed out loud. Yes, yes, yes. Let's fight like that. The Duke's fingertips tapped on the armrest in an irregular pattern. He also seemed very happy. Only Mu Ruxin looked unhappy. She didn't like Xiao Lu Lang, so she hoped he would lose. Didn't they say that the Shaolin martial monk is very strong? Did he cheat? Second Master Jing didn't like to hear these words. How could he not be able to tell if Xiao Lu Lang was cheating? Moreover, the referee was also an inner force expert. If Xiao Lu Lang really dared to break the rules, he would have been sent off by the referee. What is wrong with this Mu Ruxian? Why would Big Brother want to take this girl as his goddaughter? Thinking of the words his eldest brother wrote on the bedside table, for the first time, second Master Jing felt that his eldest brother's brain was really damaged. Of all people, why did he have to think about Mu Ruxian? Second Master Jing didn't know that he had misunderstood his eldest brother's intentions. So when he said that they weren't from the same mother's womb, they really didn't have any tacit understanding. On the field, Gu Jiao snatched the ball again. The Shaolin monk rode his horse over to snatch the ball. Gu Jiao smiled and hit the ball hard again. The Shaolin martial arts monk snorted contemptuously, as if he had expected her to do this. He actually put away the cue stick with a whoosh. Mu Chuan, who was watching the match from the sidelines, grabbed his arm and shouted, "Fuck! What kind of sneaky monk is this? He actually tricked Lu Lang into attacking them." Oh no, they dodged. Liulong's ball was going to go out of bounds. In a while, it would be their turn to kick off the ball. Seeing that the ball was about to go out of bounds, Mu Qingchen suddenly sped up. He stretched out his cue stick and gently hit the ball. The ball flew back into the field. Mu Qingchen's forearm was slightly numb. This guy's strength was too great. He didn't take it directly just now. If he did, he was afraid that he would be sent flying out like the monk with the scar on his face. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Oh, a scheming monk. The green light in her eyes became brighter. The Shaolin martial arts monk who had snatched the ball rushed toward the whole of Tianchong Academy. He sped up to the extreme. However, as he was running, he suddenly felt a dark shadow coming over. He turned his head and saw Gu Jiao smiling. His eyebrows twitched. It's fine, it's fine. The ball is on my right, and this girl is on my left. She can't snatch it. The next second, Gu Jiao disappeared. The Shaolin martial arts monk. Gu Jiao hooked one foot on the saddle and hung upside down. She hit the Shaolin martial arts monk's horse with the cue stick and sent the ball flying. The Shaolin martial arts monk was stunned. So fast. Are you a ghost? The ball was caught by Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei passed it to Yuan Shao, and Yuan Shao passed it to Mu Qingchen. The main attacker of Tianqiong Academy was Mu Qingchen. Usually, he was the one who scored the ball. However, Gu Jiao was looking at him while riding the horse. Mu Qingchen was stunned for a moment and passed the ball to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao drove the ball all the way to the hole of the opponent. This was the only time when the two sides could face each other. The Shaolin martial arts monk stood in front of Gu Jiao defensively. Gu Jiao's flexible waist was full of strength. She raised the cue stick in her hand and hit the ball toward the hole. It was a spinning ball, and it made a humming sound as it spun. The Shaolin martial arts monk shouted and swung his cue stick to block it. Bam! The Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying. Hiss, Mu Chuan gasped. Gu Jiao looked at the row of Shaolin martial arts monks in front of her. Who's next? They looked at each other in unison. The corners of Gu Jiao's lips curled up as she hit another ball. Bam! Another Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying. This was not like when they were fighting for the ball in the middle of the game. They could think of ways to attract Gu Jiao to foul. Here, as long as they dared to dodge, Gu Jiao would score the ball. Every time a martial arts monk fell off the horse, the referee would call for a pause and wait for the martial arts monk to get back on the horse before continuing. It was worth mentioning that as long as the bowler did not foul, the game would continue from where it was paused. In other words, Gu Jiao did not even need to move. She could take turns playing with the sandbags, bowls. The Shaolin martial arts monks were sent flying one after another. Mu Chuan was so relieved that he laughed loudly. Who told you to set me up? Now the tables have turned. The Shaolin martial arts monks were beaten up and finally thought of a way. When they were sent flying, they used the cue stick to hook the ball out. This way, it would be judged as out of bounds. Although the opponent would be the one to kick the ball out of bounds, at least they would not be pressed to the hole and be beaten up. But every time the ball was about to fly out, Mu Qingchen would hook it back and look at them coldly. It was as if he was saying, "Continue to be beaten up." The Shaolin martial arts monks were speechless. No more, no more. A Shaolin martial arts monk was sent flying again. He sat on the ground and cried. The scarred martial arts monk was furious. A strong murderous aura erupted from his body. He shook his arms and said fiercely, "Kid, you're courting death." In the stands, Second Master Jing's hand trembled and tea splashed all over his eldest brother's head. Oh no, it's the Shaolin martial arts. Qi enters the body and is invulnerable. Gu Jiao hit the ball into the air. She slapped the saddle and jumped into the air. Then, she flipped and hit the falling ball with the cue stick. The scarred martial arts monk said, "Indestructible body." Bang! Ah, the scarred martial arts monk's nose was crooked and his tongue was stuck out. Gu Jiao carried the cue stick on her shoulder. I don't care if you're indestructible or not. Hey! Mu Qingchen stopped Gu Jiao and signaled the number of flags near the referee's stand with his eyes. Are you done playing? It was the last part. There were still 9 flags left. Gu Jiao licked the corner of her lips, wishing for more. She had to play. The monks couldn't hold on any longer. Gu Jiao exhausted the arrogance and physical strength of the Shaolin martial arts monks. Then, Tianqiong Academy began to use all their strength. The Shaolin martial arts monks' hands were shaking and they almost couldn't swing the cue stick. At the end of the game, Tianqiong Academy won the game with a score of 13-10. In the side room of the attic, Gu Jiao treated the injuries of Mu Qingchen and the others. After so many games, this was the most serious one. Almost everyone's arms were numb and their palms were bruised. Mu Chuan's arm was hanging from his neck with gauze. From time to time, he helped Gu Jiao pass the wound medicine. These Shaolin martial arts monks are too ruthless. The Shaolin martial arts monks who were just passing by the door staggered. Who was the ruthless one? You're still alive and kicking. We don't even have the strength to walk. The Shaolin martial arts monks were miserable. They were dragged into the side room by the guards. There were a total of 5 martial arts monks. All of them were bruised and swollen. They sat on the chairs to rest, depressed. They couldn't even move their fingers. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. A demon-like young man appeared at the door with a cold expression. Their bodies trembled. He's here. He's here. He's here with a cue stick. Gu Jiao patted her palm gently with the cue stick. She glanced at them and asked, "Who sent you?" They were shocked and looked at each other. Gu Jiao said, "What? You don't want to tell me?" "Master Qingchen." The voice of the Lingbo Academy's guard came from outside the door. "The doctor is here." Mu Qingchen said calmly, "No need. I've invited the doctor. He has already gone in to treat the eminent monks of Shaolin Academy. You can go back. The doctor will take good care of them." The martial arts monks widened their eyes in unison. "Don't go. Don't go. Then we'll have to trouble you." The guard left with the doctor. The martial arts monks looked at Gu Jiao in despair. Gu Jiao tilted her head and smiled. Gu Jiao came out of the room and scratched his little back with the cue stick. Phew, Mu Qingchen had been attracted by his little tricks recently and found him adorable for some reason. There was something wrong with this idea. Mu Qingchen decisively cleared his mind and said seriously, "Are you done?" "Yes." Gu Jiao nodded. "They are not real martial arts monks of Shaolin. They are just a group of masters who have been lurking in Shaolin. They secretly learned the skills of Shaolin and secretly used them for the aristocratic families." Mu Qingchen was a little surprised. "Which aristocratic family?" Gu Jiao said, "The Han family." Mu Qingchen frowned. "It's the Han family. It seems that they are targeting the Mu family this time. No wonder they injured Mu Chuan so badly in the beginning." Gu Jiao blinked. "If you insist, I can't help it." Mu Qingchen said, "The Han family and the Mu family have been feuding for a long time, but I really didn't expect that they would dare to attack Mu Chuan and me." Gu Jiao touched the bridge of her nose. Looking at this situation, it seemed that she should ask what kind of feud they had. "Okay, since you are the scapegoat, I will ask. What is the feud between the Han family and the Mu family?" At first, it was because of military achievements. Mu Qingchen was more cautious when it came to the Xianyuan family. However, after hesitating for a while, he decided to tell Gu Jiao. Back then, the Xianyuan family rebelled. After they were defeated, their military power was divided into 4. The Han family and the Mu family both wanted the Xianyuan family's Black Wind cavalry. The Crown Prince's mansion wanted to win over the Mu family and used the name of Imperial Concubine Han to unite the Han family and the Mu family by marriage. However, the day before the wedding, the Han family's legitimate son eloped with his cousin. The Mu family was furious and broke off the engagement. How could there be such a ridiculous thing? However, it is said that there is another reason. What is it? Crown Prince Han's father, and my uncle, both wanted to be the Crown Princess's husband. Husband. Gu Jiao heard this name for the first time. The Crown Princess's harem. Mu Qingchen was stunned. Ah, I guess so. The Crown Prince had a Crown Princess, and the crown princess had a husband. Before the Xianyuan family's incident, the crown princess was the noble crown princess. She was also beautiful. Who didn't want to be her husband? Of course, this was all hearsay. His uncle didn't admit it personally. Gu Jiao asked, who became the crown princess's husband in the end? Mu Qingchen shook his head. The crown princess didn't have a husband. Gu Jiao asked subconsciously, she didn't have a child. Mu Qingchen said, she did have a child. The crown princess went missing for a few years. When she came back, she had a son. The child was 1 month older than Commandery Prince Ming. No one knew who the father was, but as long as he was the crown princess's child, he was of royal blood. How old was Commandery Prince Ming? Gu Jiao was confused. Why did she care about Commandery Prince Ming's age? He was a few months younger than me. He was also 19. Mu Qingchen said. 19. Xiao Heng was also 19. What happened later? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen looked at the bonsai in the yard and said slowly, later, something happened to the Xianyuan family. The crown princess seemed to be involved. She was demoted to a commoner and sent to guard the imperial mausoleum. The crown princess went with her. The crown princess had always been in poor health. It was said that he was poisoned when he was in his mother's womb. The state master spent a lot of effort to save his life, but his foundation was damaged. 2 years ago, there was a rumor that the crown princess didn't have long to live. Have you seen the crown princess? Gu Jiao asked. Mu Qingchen shook his head again. The crown princess followed the crown princess to guard the imperial mausoleum when he was very young. Except for returning to the master hall every 2 years to treat his illness, he almost never stayed in Xingdu. I didn't have the chance to see him. Gu Jiao looked thoughtful. Mu Qingchen thought of something. He hesitated for a moment and said, there was a rumor about the crown princess a few years ago. Gu Jiao asked, what rumor? Mu Qingchen frowned and said, it said that the crown princess wasn't the crown princess's son. Fourth brother. Lu Lang. Why are you still here? The competition is about to start. Mu Chuan walked over with his arm in a sling. Whether it was the Xianyuan family or the crown princess, they were all taboos in Xingdu. Mu Qingchen obviously didn't want Mu Chuan to join the conversation. He glanced at Gu Jiao and said, let's go and watch the competition. Gu Jiao said, okay. Next was the competition between the Lingbo Academy and the Canaan Academy. Both academies were very good at archery. Compared to Gu Jiao's various tricks, the second round of archery was obviously more normal. Gu Jiao and the others sat next to Dean Xian Su Shui, and the second miss of the Su family were also there. He. Su Shui glanced at the boy next to her fourth brother and giggled. The second miss of the Su family looked at the silly boy next to her speechlessly and quietly moved to the other side. She had to sit further away to avoid being infected by her sister. As the saying went, the layman enjoyed the show while the expert appreciated the skill. The atmosphere of the Tianqiong Academy was always high, but the Lingbo Academy and the Canaan Academy definitely contributed the best skills so far. Mu Qingchen explained to Gu Jiao, the Lingbo Academy is a century-old academy in Xingdu, and the Canaan Academy is an academy run by the State Preceptor Hall. I heard that the State Preceptor named them. Gu Jiao touched her chin. No wonder they named them like that. Mu Qingchen was puzzled. What's wrong with the name? Nothing. Gu Jiao couldn't explain to him the tacit understanding of time-traveling people. Mu Qingchen's attention returned to the archery field. They were holding back before, but today they went all out. This is their true strength. Both sides fought very cleanly, without any underhanded tricks that could not be brought to the table. The archery skills of the Tianqiong Academy were far inferior to theirs. It was not something that could be made up for by practicing at the last minute. In fact, it was a miracle that they could go all the way to the last round. Of course, it was all thanks to someone's various tricks. Mu Qingchen said solemnly, "We don't have a good chance of winning the next round. We have to train harder these days." Gu Jiao said calmly, "We didn't want to win anyway." Mu Qingchen looked at her strangely. Gu Jiao cleared her throat and said without changing her expression, "Let's not put too much pressure on ourselves. Our homework is already so heavy, so let's not make ourselves anxious. Second place is not bad either." What a joke. The reward for second place was 1,000 taels of gold. Who would want to see the emperor in first place? She wanted them to win without doing anything. Mu Qingchen, what kind of person was this? At the end of the round, the Lingbo Academy lost by 2 flags. The Lingbo Academy was the academy of little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao felt sorry for them. 2 seconds, no more than that. When the competition ended, the people of the Tianqiong Academy and the Canaan Academy met. As expected of the students of the Grand Preceptor Hall, each of them had an imposing appearance and a heroic spirit. The people of the Canaan Academy had the arrogance of the Grand Preceptor Hall and did not intend to get acquainted with the people of the Tianqiong Academy. They just glanced at them indifferently and walked away. Gu Jiao suddenly said to them, "I have high hopes for you guys. Do your best in the next round and don't show any mercy. First place is yours. Everyone from the Canaan Academy. Everyone from the Tianqiong Academy, fourth brother." Su Shui ran over while lifting her dress. She quickly glanced at Gu Jiao and pretended to say to Mu Qingchen, "Fourth brother, are you guys going back so soon?" Mu Qingchen looked at her. Su Shui's eyes flashed and said, "I mean, it's rare for you to come back to the inner city. I haven't seen you for a few days. It's almost lunchtime. Why don't we have a meal together? There's a new restaurant nearby. Second sister and I haven't eaten there yet. Am I right, second sister?" The second young lady of the Su family was stunned by Su Shui's question. "What?" Mu Qingchen sighed and turned to his companions. "You guys go back first." Su Shui glared at him. "No, fourth brother." Mu Qingchen could not bring his 2 sisters to eat at the same table with several men. However, he could not refuse his sister's request and could only stay. Su Shui watched as Gu Jiao and Mu Chuan got on their horses. She felt so wrong that she pursed her lips. Mu Qingchen looked at his sister who was about to cry in confusion and asked, "Didn't you want to eat?" "She did not want to eat with you." Su Shui stomped her feet and left in a huff. Gu Jiao did not leave the Lingbo Academy. I'm going to buy something. You guys go back first. I'll catch up with you later." Mu Chuan asked, "Should we wait for you?" Gu Jiao said, "No, I can catch up with you." Mu Chuan agreed. "Okay, we'll go first." "What's wrong?" President Sun asked. Mu Chuan rode beside the carriage and said, "Lu Lang said he's going to buy something and told us to go first. He'll catch up with us later." President Sun said, "He doesn't have the inner city talisman. If he can't catch up with us, we won't be able to leave the city. Forget it, we'll just wait for him at the city gate." Gu Jiao rode towards the Kanglan Women's Academy. When she passed by a small alley, she saw a carriage parked there. Gu Jiao walked over and got off the horse. She handed the horse's reins to the coachman. The coachman understood and led the horse away. Gu Jiao got on the carriage. "You're pretty fast," Xiaoheng said with a slight smile. Gu Jiao said, "I'm going to meet my husband. I have to be fast." Xiaoheng raised his slender fingers and brushed the hair on her temples. I thought you didn't understand. Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, I can still understand a beauty's gaze. Xiaoheng smiled gently. His fingers slid down and held her hand. Are you hurt? Even if he didn't know how to bow, he could tell that something was wrong today. Gu Jiao shook her head. I'm not hurt. What happened? Xiaoheng asked worriedly. Gu Jiao told him about how Han Che came to ask her for a horse and was beaten up by her. Those martial monks are from the Han family. Xiaoheng thought for a while. No wonder the heir of the Han family came today. Gu Jiao asked, the heir of the Han family came? Yes, he came with Prince Ming. Xiaoheng said, I asked Prince Ming's maid. That person is the heir of the Han family, Han Che's older brother. Gu Jiao touched her chin. Oh, he actually dared to come. It's getting late. Classes in Jingkong should be over. I have to go pick him up. Xiaoheng said. He saw Gu Jiao narrowing her eyes and looking like she was going to cause trouble. He said, You're not going to cause trouble for him, are you? Of course not. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and blinked. She was very obedient. Xiaoheng watched as she grabbed the sack behind her. Chapter 675. Xiaoheng held his forehead helplessly. This girl, he couldn't stop her from going. She agreed very well and slipped away immediately. Gu Jiao was the easiest person to talk to at home because she was very tolerant of her family. She had a different standard for outsiders. The Shaolin monks invited by Heir Han injured all the fighters of Tianqiong Academy. She wouldn't be Gu Jiao if she just let it go. She was a young wolf facing an adult tiger. Even if she couldn't defeat it, she had to bite off a piece of meat. This was her courage that was engraved in her bones. She didn't want to go against the Han family to avoid their revenge. The moment Han Che coveted the Horse King, the enmity between the two sides had been set. People from a lower country had no status in a higher country. If the Han family wanted something, they could just take it away. However, Gu Jiao was definitely not a lamb that could be slaughtered by others. No one could take it away from her. She wouldn't allow it, and neither would Xiaoheng. That's all for the morning class. In the gifted class of Lingbo Academy, Teacher Lu finished the last poem and dismissed the class. Because they were all children, most of them were picked up by adults. Little Jingkong was the youngest in the class, but he was also the one who looked the most like a little adult. The other children all rushed out of the classroom, but he was still sitting in his seat, calmly packing his school bag. In fact, what he meant by packing was that he stuffed the textbook into his bag without any order. When he went back, Xiaoheng had to rearrange it for him. But even so, the little clear sky was still very slow. It was even slower than a tortoise. The gifted class of the academy had a rule that the students could only leave after the teacher finished. After all, they were all children. They were afraid that something would happen. Teacher Lu sat in the lecture hall and watched the little guy slowly packing his bag. The dignified scholar was so anxious that his feet trembled. He wasn't hungry, nor was he in a hurry. It was just that the child's slow movements made him anxious. Couldn't it be faster? After waiting for a while, Master Lu seriously suspected that the time it took to brew a cup of tea had passed, but the child had not even received half of it. Master Lu couldn't hold it in any longer. He said to little Jingkong, Jingkong, I'll take it for you. Little Jingkong said seriously, No, I have to do my own things. I'm not a kid anymore. Master Lu was going crazy. If you're not a child, who is? You're the youngest in class, okay? I've been a teacher for 20 years and this is the first time I've accepted such a young student. Master Lu stretched his legs and changed his sitting position. Little Jing Kong continued to tidy up slowly. Master Lu changed his sitting position again. Little Jing Kong was still being cleaned up. Master Lu's blood pressure was about to rise. Finally, little Jing Kong was cleaned up. Master Lu heaved a sigh of relief and thanked the heavens. Crash! Little Jing Kong poured out the books from the bag again. I can't find something. Looking at the small mountain of books on the table, Master Lu's eyes finally rolled back and he fell backwards. Little Jing Kong was taken away by Master Ching. Master Ching held little Jing Kong's hand and walked out of the classroom. He said to little Jing Kong in a pleasant manner, I'll take you out for lunch today. Master Ching was a teacher at Lingbo Academy. He was very accomplished in calligraphy. Xiao Heng had asked him to teach little Jing Kong how to write. Little Jing Kong was the top student in every subject except for his calligraphy. He had learned a lot from Gu Jiao. Oh! Little Jing Kong's reaction was very calm. Master Ching was speechless. Why did he feel that this child was a little soulless today? The boxing competition was over. He had left without seeing Jiao Jiao. His little soul also left with Jiao Jiao. He was now a soulless little Jing Kong. Crown Prince Han and Prince Ming went to the entrance of the academy after coming out of the attic. Prince Ming's carriage and Crown Prince Han's horse were already waiting outside. I'll send you back first, said Crown Prince Han. Thank you, cousin, said Prince Ming with a smile. Crown Prince Han mounted the horse and escorted Prince Ming back to the Crown Prince's residence. Prince Ming lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to Crown Prince Han, cousin. Crown Prince Han looked at the road ahead and turned to look at him. What's the matter? Prince Ming said, I haven't finished what I was reading just now. What do you mean by His Majesty doesn't care about his birthday anymore? Crown Prince Han looked ahead with deep eyes and said, either he has forgiven the Crown Princess, or he has completely cut off his father-daughter relationship with the Crown Princess. From the current situation, the latter is more likely. Prince Ming muttered, then why didn't Imperial Grandfather abolish his title? When the Emperor abolished the Crown Princess and sent her to the Imperial Mausoleum, he didn't punish the Crown Princess. However, the Crown Princess insisted on following his mother. Hence, the Emperor said, if you dare to leave, I'll take it that I don't have a grandson like you. The Crown Princess left. Theoretically, this meant that the Crown Princess had cut off all ties with the Emperor. Since that day, the Emperor never mentioned the Crown Princess again. Hence, many people thought that the Emperor didn't recognize the Crown Princess anymore. However, the Emperor didn't issue an imperial edict to abolish the Crown Princess's title. So, was he still the Crown Princess? No one dared to question the monarch, and no one dared to guess his thoughts. After all, being called the Emperor's eldest grandson was an unlucky title. The Crown Prince ordered his subordinates to keep their mouths shut and not let them address Commander Prince Ming as His Highness' eldest grandson. Prince Ming snorted. I was born the Crown Princess's grandson. However, the Crown Princess brought back a child who was half a month older than me. He took away my identity as the Crown Princess's grandson. Even in his dreams, he wanted to be openly addressed as His Highness Zhongsun. Crown Prince Han said seriously, you don't have to think about him anymore. A verbal edict is also an imperial edict. If His Majesty said that he doesn't recognize him, then he won't recognize him. You are the Crown Princess of the Yan Kingdom. The entire Han family is your backing. That's right. The entire Han family was his backing. How could a bastard with an unknown father compete with him? Thinking of something, Commander Prince Ming asked mysteriously, cousin, do you think that the rumor is true? Crown Prince Han glanced at him and asked, "What rumor?" Prince Ming gestured to the brocade guards accompanying him. The brocade guards surrounded the carriage and didn't allow anyone to get close. Prince Ming then said softly, "He is a child that the Crown Princess brought back from outside. He is not the Crown Princess's flesh and blood." If this was true, then this fellow would have no chance of being the Crown Princess's grandson. Crown Prince Han frowned and said seriously, "Prince Ming, you better not say these things. This concerns the reputation of the royal family. If His Majesty blames you, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Prince Ming's scalp went numb when he thought of the temperamental and cruel His Majesty. Crown Prince Han pursed his thin lips. This cousin of his was good at everything. He was also talented in learning. However, he was spoiled and had a bad temper. "Prince Ming, how are your studies going?" he asked. Prince Ming said, "It's going well. The Grand Tutor just praised me and said that I wrote a good essay. However, I don't understand why Father doesn't allow me to show off my talents in front of Grandfather." This was the Emperor's quirk. He didn't like people who were too smart. Crown Prince Han could only say, "Since His Highness the Crown Prince has given this order, he must have his reasons. Prince Ming, just follow his orders." In fact, Prince Ming wasn't the only son of the Crown Prince. However, he was the legitimate son. In addition, the Crown Princess was also from the Han family. Therefore, the Han family valued Prince Ming and didn't want him to make any mistakes. Prince Ming sighed. Crown Prince Han's words were always watertight. He couldn't get any information out of him even if he wanted to. Prince Ming didn't want to talk anymore. He was about to put down the curtain when suddenly, a familiar figure of a woman appeared on the street. He recognized her at a glance. It was the maid he sent to serve Miss Gu. The maid looked at him as if she had something to report. He couldn't let his cousin know that he was pursuing a female student from Kanglin Academy. His cousin would definitely report it to Father. If that happened, he would be in trouble. He coughed softly and said to Crown Prince Han, "Cousin, want to go to the washroom?" Crown Prince Han nodded. Prince Ming asked someone to stop the carriage. He walked towards the tea house that the maid had just entered. After making sure that Crown Prince Han couldn't see him, he called the maid to him. "Why did Miss Gu suddenly come to see me? What's the matter?" The maid said respectfully, "Miss Gu said that she wants to see you." Prince Ming's eyes lit up. "Is that true?" The maidservant smiled and said, "It's absolutely true." Originally, the event had already ended and Miss Gu had also left. However, she suddenly returned and said that she wanted to thank the County King for booking the arena for her. She had made a painting and wanted to personally give it to the County King. Royal Prince Ming laughed excitedly. "She's finally willing to see me. She even wants to give me a gift. It seems that I was right to reveal my identity." The maid said, "You are the Crown Prince's legitimate son and the eldest grandson of Dian's emperor. She is just a commoner. How would she dare to reject your pursuit?" Prince Ming's eyes darkened. "You are not allowed to disrespect her." The maid quickly lowered her head. It was a slip of the tongue. Prince Ming put his hands behind his back and looked at the endless stream of people. He smiled wantonly. "As long as she obeys me, I will give her an identity from Shangzhou. Yubin Pavilion, right?" The maid hesitated for a moment and advised, "Prince Han, Crown Prince Han is outside. Isn't it inappropriate for you to meet Miss Gu like this?" There was indeed some trouble with his cousin. However, Prince Ming had been pursuing the beauty for a long time. The beauty didn't even look at him. He was worried that if he missed today, the beauty would ignore him the next time. After a moment of hesitation, he finally forced himself to lie to Crown Prince Han. Cousin, I met a friend in the tea house. You don't have to send me off. I will go back to the residence later. After saying this, he suppressed the nervousness in his heart and tried to make himself look magnanimous and calm. Crown Prince Han didn't seem to notice anything amiss. He nodded. Then be careful. Prince Ming smiled. I will. There are so many brocade guards. After Crown Prince Han left, Prince Ming couldn't wait to go to the Yubin Pavilion nearby. Xiaoheng was waiting in a room on the second floor near the street. Prince Ming entered the room in high spirits. 6 brocade guards guarded the door vigilantly. These 6 guards were not to be underestimated. They were all top experts in the Crown Prince's residence. Otherwise, Xiaoheng wouldn't have thought of a way to lure them away from Crown Prince Han. However, even if Crown Prince Han was alone, he was still not easy to deal with. His martial arts were so high that even the Shadow Dragon guards were no match for him. Therefore, they had to use some auxiliary methods to weaken his strength. Crown Prince Han rode into the alley on his horse. He wasn't riding on the Black Wind King. The Black Wind King was too powerful. It would scare the other horses away on the street, causing unnecessary accidents and panic. He took a few steps and suddenly pulled on the reins. He tilted his head slightly and glanced behind him. Who's there? Come out. On the roof, Gu Jiao moved her fingertips and 3 Tanghua needles flew out. Crown Prince Han jumped up from his horse and flipped in the air. The 3 Tanghua needles were nailed to the wall beside him. What a powerful qigong! What an agile speed! Gu Jiao looked at him indifferently. Crown Prince Han didn't get back on his horse after dodging the Tanghua needles. Instead, he stood steadily on the ground. He looked in the direction where the Tanghua needles came from. Gu Jiao didn't give him a chance to see her clearly. She shot another Tanghua needle. This time, there were 10 needles. Crown Prince Han pulled out the sword at his waist and activated his internal energy. The sword flashed and blocked all the Tanghua needles. Gu Jiao didn't shoot Tanghua needles anymore. She changed to darts. The darts were made by Mistress Nan. They were more powerful than the Tanghua needles. However, they were all blocked by Crown Prince Han effortlessly. Mistress Nan was very fond of him. One could tell by looking at the hidden weapons. Gu Jiao shot more than 10 kinds of hidden weapons. Some were not poisonous, and some were poisonous. However, none of the hidden weapons successfully hurt Crown Prince Han. Crown Prince Han had more or less figured out his opponent's strength. He snorted disdainfully. He tapped his toes and swung his sword toward the roof. Gu Jiao's lips curved slightly. She moved her hands at the same time and shot out another round of hidden weapons. Crown Prince Han was fearless. He swung his sword and slashed. Bang! 6 black fire pearls exploded mercilessly. Crown Prince Han was stunned by the explosion. His body stopped in midair. He had already flown to the roof and saw the masked young man who had attacked him. The young man was only inches away from him. Now was the time. Gu Jiao raised her leg coldly and kicked him down. With a loud bang, Crown Prince Han fell to the ground like a small mountain. The hard bluestone floor cracked. His sword flew out of his hand and hit the corner of the street. It was stuck in a crack in the wall. Crown Prince Han was in great pain. He covered his chest and stood up with a fierce look in his eyes. Gu Jiao narrowed her eyes slightly. So many black fire pearls and double the effect of the knockout drug. You can still get up. Then I'll give you 6 more black fire pearls. What a waste of black fire pearls. Gu Jiao threw 6 more black fire pearls at him. After that, she used half a vial of neurotoxin to make him collapse. However, a tuft of his hair was still stubbornly sticking up. It was as if he had an unyielding will. Ha! Gu Jiao flattened his hair with a slap and put him into a gunny sack. Chapter 676. More than 1,000,000 novels are free to read. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. In a room of a tea house, 3 scholars were drinking tea and reciting poems. One of them suddenly put down the brush in his hand and said with a strange expression, "Did you hear a strange sound?" His companion opposite him said, "No." His companion beside him listened carefully and frowned. "Seems like there is." He hurriedly said, "Right? Did you hear it too?" The scholar who didn't hear it just now also opened his eyes wide. I heard it too." Soon, the 3 of them not only heard it, but also felt it thoroughly. The 3 of them sat on the cushion together. The floor shook, and the 4 treasures of the study on the table shook. Is someone hitting the ground with a hammer? Or is the earth dragon turning over? With a loud, duonged sound, the calligraphy on the table fell to the ground. The 3 of them hugged each other in fear. This punch was for Mu Chuan's arm. This punch was for Mu Qingchen's internal injury. This punch was for Zhao Wei and Yuan Zhao's hand injury. Han was actually conscious. It had to be said that his physique and skills were really strong. If she hadn't used some tricks, she wouldn't have been able to take him down. Gu Jiao really wanted to kill him. However, before she could draw her sword, the masters of the Han family came. Gu Jiao felt the breath of the men of sacrifice. There was more than one of them, and they were all stronger than Tian Lang. Well, she couldn't beat them. It was never too late for a gentleman to fight. Gu Jiao decisively put away the sack and ran away. Xiaoheng came out of the Yubin restaurant. His carriage was parked in the alley diagonally across the street. The coachman was a servant he bought after he came to Xingdu. He was loyal to him and could be trusted. As soon as he got into the carriage, Gu Jiao rushed in, panting. Phew! It was obvious how fast she ran just now. What's wrong? Xiaoheng asked, did something happen? Or did someone find out? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and shook her head. No, I didn't find anything. Did an expert from the Han clan come? Xiaoheng speculated. Gu Jiao twiddled her fingers and said seriously, it doesn't matter if he's an expert or not. The main thing is that we don't have enough sacks. Xiaoheng, I'll send you to the southern city gate, Xiaoheng said. No, I'll go by myself. Gu Jiao wasn't sure if Han would suspect her, and she didn't want Xiaoheng to be exposed. Xiaoheng understood her thoughts and said, don't worry. They won't suspect you. Although Gu Jiao and Han Che had a grudge against each other, it was impossible for Han Shizi to guess that it was Gu Jiao who did this. Gu Jiao was bold, but Han Shizi would never have expected her to be so bold. Gu Jiao was good at fighting, but Han Shizi would never have expected her to be so good. There were also 2 very important points, the Black Fire Pearl and her identity as a citizen. The Black Fire Pearl was something that only the royal family of the Yan Kingdom and the top aristocratic families had. Everyone knew that it would never appear in the hands of a citizen. The identity of a citizen was a double-edged sword. There were too many unfairness, but it was also a natural camouflage. How's Prince Ming? Gu Jiao asked. He's drunk and resting in the restaurant, Xiaoheng said. Prince Ming thought that he could take advantage of the beauty, but Xiaoheng poured him a cup of strong wine and made him drunk. He was the one who got drunk, so the brocade guards couldn't blame Xiaoheng. Xiao Heng casually left behind a small piece of useless graffiti and left in a dignified manner. Gu Jiao took off the mask on her face and took off the black clothes on her body. She changed back into Tianqiong Academy's uniform. Xiao Heng very gentlemanly turned his face away and looked elsewhere. After changing, Gu Jiao stared at him for 2 seconds and said, "Why is your face red again?" "I'm just changing my outer clothes." Xiao Heng cleared his throat and said seriously, "The weather is hot." Xiao Heng sent Gu Jiao all the way to the vicinity of the southern city gate. Gu Jiao didn't have a talisman for the inner city. Xiao Heng wanted to give her his talisman, but he didn't expect to see people from Tianqiong Academy. They were all waiting for her. It seemed that she had made a few true friends in the academy. Xiao Heng patted her head and said, "Go." "Okay." Gu Jiao got off the carriage and rode her horse to the tea stall near the city gate. Dinsen and the others were there. Seeing Gu Jiao come over, Dinsen's heart settled down. Earlier, his eyelids had been twitching. He was afraid that this brat had gone out and caused trouble again. He couldn't be blamed for being so worried. In the history of Tianqiong Academy, this brat was the only one who had gotten 2 demerits in the first 10 days of school. "Are you done?" Dinsen didn't ask what Gu Jiao had done. Students could have their own privacy as long as they didn't break the law. Gu Jiao, who had just returned from breaking the law, said calmly, "I'm done. Let's eat something before going back." Dinsen wanted to eat back at the academy. The cafeteria was cheaper than outside, so he could save some money. However, everyone seemed to be starving. "Forget it, let's eat first." The group found a nearby noodle restaurant and had lunch. No one came to seal the city. It seemed that the Han family hadn't guessed that it was her. Gu Jiao happily got on her horse. Yuan Shao glanced at her and said, "Lu Lang, I feel that you are particularly refreshed. Did you just do that?" Gu Jiao didn't understand. "What?" Yuan Shao looked around and said in a low voice, that. "What?" Gu Jiao still didn't understand. Zhao Wei said bluntly, "Going to the brothel to look for girls. Men are like that after having fun." Gu Jiao thought for a moment. Oh, it was quite fun. Yuan Shao was just casually asking. He didn't expect Gu Jiao to admit it. His body trembled. "So you really went to the brothel? How could you do that? You didn't even bring us along to look for girls. You're too disloyal. Aren't we all good brothers?" Yuan Shao clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "Bring me along next time." Zhao Wei coughed. "Bring me along too." Gu Yan and Gu Shaoshun didn't go to watch the game today. It wasn't because they didn't want to go, nor was it because Gu Yan's body didn't allow it. It was because Mistress Nand poisoned herself again. Master Lu went to fight with the Horse King and successfully crippled herself again. It was a bit serious. The 2 brothers stayed to take care of them. Gu Shaoshun mainly took care of them. Gu Yan was responsible for basking in the sun and drinking tea with Meng Lao. Of course, he occasionally played a game of chess with Meng Lao. Gu Yan liked to play chess. But his chess skills were far worse than Gu Jiao's. Meng Lao was badly battered. But Gu Jiao said that if Meng Lao played a game of chess with Gu Yan, Gu Jiao would play a game with Meng Lao when she came back. In order to play chess with Gu Jiao, Meng Lao was really going all out. Gu Yan's chess skills were terrible from head to toe. Meng Lao finally couldn't take it anymore. He broke down and said, "Why did you play here again? Didn't I teach you a few times that you should play 16th out of 7ths? Your chess skills are so terrible. It's almost on par with that Xianyuan Cheng." Gu Yan had heard this name many times. Every time the old man disliked his chess skills, he would drag this person out and torture him. "Who is Enchanting?" he asked. Meng Lao waved his hand. "Someone who shouldn't be mentioned." Gu Yan raised his eyebrows. "Then why do you keep mentioning it?" Meng Lao choked. "Didn't I make you angry and confused?" Gu Yan was at the rebellious age. The more he wasn't allowed to mention it, the more curious he became. He asked, "Does that Xianyuan guy know how to play chess like me?" "Kid, do you have some misunderstanding about the 3 words know how to play chess?" Sigh. Meng Lao actually had a lot to say in his heart. In Xingdu, he couldn't mention it to anyone else. The funny thing was that this place where he met by chance became the only place where he could speak freely. He said, "I taught that kid for a few days. I almost died of anger. He's even more stupid than you." Gu Yan's face darkened. "I'll tell my sister." "You said I'm stupid." "Meng Lao, don't tell her. That girl will deduct the chess pieces." Meng Lao endured the humiliation and said, He's stupid. You're smart." Gu Yan was satisfied. He asked again, "Which one is he? The rest or the blooming Xing?" "Neither." Meng Lao dipped his fingertip in water and wrote on the stone table. "It's this Xing." Gu Yan, "Oh." Meng Lao said, "It wasn't this name in the early years. It was Xianyuan Hao. He fell into the water several times when he was young. He went to the Grand Master Hall for divination. The Grand Master Hall said that he was incompatible with the water and asked him to change his name to Xing. So he was called Xianyuan Qing." Meng Lao's eyes were a little more melancholy as he recalled the past. But it didn't take long for the Horse King to come over with the reins in its mouth. The Horse King threw the reins to Meng Lao in disdain. "It's time for the old man to leave again." Chapter 677. In a room in the guest house, Prince Ming suddenly woke up from his drunken dream. He opened his eyes and moved his body. He realized that he was lying on the table. Had he fallen asleep just like that? It was already dark outside and the beauty in the room was gone. He stood up but his legs were numb and he fell to the ground with a thud. The embroidered uniform guards outside heard the commotion in the room and quickly rushed in. "Your Highness." They bowed in unison. The leader of the group walked forward and helped Commandery Prince Ming up. Prince Ming was in great pain from the fall and his head felt like it was about to explode. "What's wrong with me?" He held his forehead and asked angrily. The embroidered uniform guards helped him back to the stool. No, my butt hurts." He had been sitting on a wooden stool for an entire afternoon. Even an iron butt would not be able to withstand the pain. There was no bed for him to lie on. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards had no choice but to ask his companions to help him sit on each side. Although this was not comfortable, at least his butt would not suffer. Where is Miss Gu?" Prince Ming asked as he held his head that was about to explode. The leader of the embroidered uniform guards replied, "After you got drunk, Miss Gu left." "What? You let her leave just like that?" "Your Highness, you did not ask us to keep her." "Wasn't it because I thought she would leave?" "Are your brains made of wood?" Prince Ming choked. Seriously, he had gotten drunk at such a good time. Prince Ming wanted to blame the beauty but when he thought of her cold personality, he felt that he had left her in a fit of anger because he was drunk. "Didn't you say you would give me a painting?" "Your Highness, is this it?" One of the embroidered uniform guards picked up a piece of paper on the table. Normally, a painting given to someone of Commandery Prince Ming's status would be framed in a scroll. However, this was only a piece of paper and it was slightly wrinkled. She did not know what had happened. Prince Ming asked someone to bring the painting over. He took a closer look and his mouth could not close. What's all this nonsense about? Was this the standard of a beauty's painting? How did he manage to do that? This was too, forget it, he didn't like her because she could draw. Her beauty was what truly moved him. If she didn't know how to draw, then so be it. At most, he would teach her in the future. Yes, that's right, he could use the opportunity of teaching the beauty to invite her again. He believed that she wouldn't refuse. As this thought flashed through his mind, the haze in Prince Ming's heart was swept away and he instantly felt refreshed. Just as Royal Prince Ming was happily putting away the beauty's painting, the coachman suddenly came up and reported at the door, "Royal Prince, something has happened to Heir Han." In a quiet courtyard of the Han family, servant girls came out of the main room with basins of bloody water. Han Shizi's injuries were too horrible to look at. The doctor spent almost an hour just cleaning his wounds. Fortunately, his internal energy was profound and his foundation was not damaged. However, it was still very humiliating. He sat on the chair with a cold expression, while Han Yong sighed and stood by his side. "I want you to lie on the bed for a while," Han Yong said. "No need." Han Shizi was bare-chested. He covered his chest and gritted his teeth. Han Yong sighed, "Why are you so stubborn? If you're injured, you have to lie down." Han Shizi's eyes were cold. "I said no need." Second uncle didn't argue with him on this topic. Instead, he asked, "Who did this? How could they injure you like this?" Han Shizi's martial arts were absolutely unbeatable among his peers in Xingdu. Those who were older than him wouldn't easily attack a junior. Han Shizi recalled the masked teenager he saw on the roof. He also felt that he was unfamiliar. If there was such a young master in Xingdu, it was impossible for him not to have heard of him. However, the opponent didn't rely on martial arts to defeat him. It was a scheme and gunpowder. First, he used countless hidden weapons to make Han Shizi think that Han Shizi was carrying hidden weapons. This caused him to choose not to dodge when the opponent threw the gunpowder. Han Shizi recalled, he used gunpowder. Han Yong suddenly understood, so it was gunpowder. No wonder it could hurt you. Wait, gunpowder. Isn't gunpowder something that only the State Preceptor Hall has? Han Shizi shook his head. It's true that gunpowder was invented by the State Preceptor Hall, but it's already used in the military. The aristocratic families can also get their hands on it. Han Yong pondered for a moment and said, "The control of gunpowder is very strict. It's not easy to get it." Han Shizi didn't deny this point. The gunpowder was mixed with knockout drugs. Also, he used something on me in the end. It wasn't knockout drugs, but it made me unable to move. Han Yong pondered, gunpowder, unknown poison. Was it really done by the State Preceptor Hall? Han Shizi said, "I have no enmity with the State Preceptor Hall. Why would they do this to me?" Han Yong nodded, "That's true. The State Preceptor Hall didn't collude with any forces, nor did they have conflicts with any forces. To be exact, no aristocratic family dared to have conflicts with the State Preceptor Hall. Naturally, the State Preceptor Hall didn't bother to make things difficult for any aristocratic family. Han Shizi asked the servant at the door, "Where's the Commandery Prince? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Just as he finished speaking, Commandery Prince Ming arrived. Han Yong saluted Commandery Prince Ming. Han Yong was the son of a concubine in the Han family. In terms of status, he couldn't be compared to the direct descendants. Commandery Prince Ming nodded slightly. His attitude towards Han Yong was naturally different from his attitude towards Han Shitzi. All of you may leave. Second uncle, you stay. The servants left one by one and closed the door. Only the three of them were left in the room. Commandery Prince Ming looked at Han Shitzi, who was covered in wounds. Although he had heard that Han Shitzi was injured on the way here, he was still shocked when he saw him in person. Cousin, who injured you like this? Han Shitzi didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, let me ask you, who did you meet today? Ha! Commandery Prince Ming was stunned. Han Shitzi said sternly, are you going to tell me honestly, or do you want me to capture your maidservant? Commandery Prince Ming's pupils contracted. Cousin actually saw that maidservant. Han Shitzi snorted coldly, or, I can report this to the Crown Prince and let him ask you personally. Commandery Prince Ming pleaded, cousin. Please don't tell my father. If my father finds out, he will kill me. The Crown Prince was very strict with Commandery Prince Ming. He didn't allow him to do anything that would disgrace his reputation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hidden his identity from the beauty for so long. Han Shitzi said, if you don't want me to find the Crown Prince, tell me honestly. Who did you meet today? What did you do? Commandery Prince Ming had no choice but to tell Han Shitzi everything that happened. Cousin, you promised me that you can't let my father find out. Han Shitzi said indifferently, men, send Commandery Prince Ming back to his residence. Yes. After Commandery Prince Ming left, Han Shitzi closed his eyes in frustration and asked, Second uncle, what do you think? Han Yong said, that student from the Kanglan Women's Academy must have something to do with this. She purposely lured Commandery Prince Ming and the 6 embroidered uniform guards away. Han Shitzi's eyes were deep as he said, since second uncle thinks so, then we have to investigate this person. It was a dark and windy night. Little Jing Kong had already fallen asleep on the soft bed in one of the bedrooms of the Kanglan Women's Academy's Linglong Pavilion. He opened his little mouth and snored evenly. Xiaoheng called Little Nine and asked it to guard Little Jing Kong. Then, he went to the gatehouse and gave the gatekeeper 1 tael of silver to let her sit in his room. Little Jing Kong usually didn't wake up. However, if he woke up halfway, it was always good to have someone around. Whether something happened to him or not was one thing, but whether he was scared or not was another. After doing all this, Xiaoheng put on his cloak, hat, and veil. Then, he sneaked out of the academy. On a big tree, a man in black gave his companion a look and said, "Let's go. Follow me." Xiaoheng's carriage stopped in front of a pawn shop on Huayang Street. Xiaoheng got out of the carriage. The clerk of the pawn shop was closing the door and said, "We are closing now. Come back tomorrow." Xiaoheng took out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "I want to see your shopkeeper." The clerk was slightly stunned when he saw this sentence. Then, he looked at him carefully. Xiaoheng was wearing a veil, but it didn't affect his unique beauty. Some people could charm everyone with just a pair of eyes. The clerk swallowed his saliva. Then, he saw that Xiaoheng's black cloak revealed a bit of the Kanglan Women's Academy's uniform. He said in a daze, "Please, wait a moment." The clerk rushed in. He could hear the conversation between him and the shopkeeper. "Who is it? It's so late." A girl. She wants to see you. She seems to be very powerful. Her aura is very strong." The clerk ran out with a smile and said to Xiaoheng, "Please." Han had his own intelligence network. Naturally, the people he sent wouldn't be bad. Except for the time when they followed Gu Jiao, they all completed their tasks perfectly. Sun Feng and Jing Hai are back. The guard outside the door reported. Let them in. Han said. Han Yong took a sip of tea. The two of them entered. Sun Feng reported, this subordinate has inquired. That student surnamed Gu is from Zhao Kingdom. Han Yong was surprised. He laughed and said, Zhao Kingdom again. That Xiao Lulang is also from Zhao Kingdom, right? Do they have any relationship? It's hard to say. Han continued to ask Sun Feng and Jinghai, what else? Sun Feng replied, also, we followed her and found that she went to a pawn shop in Flower Sunday. Han asked, there are several pawn shops in Flower Sun Street. Which one did she go to? Sun Feng hurriedly said, Guiren Hall. Han Yong weakly inhaled a breath of cold air. He touched his chin and asked, the one that used to be a pharmacy and later became a pawn shop? Han's eyes narrowed. That's right. Han Yong didn't understand and said, wait, we investigated that shop before. What was the shopkeeper's name again? Wang Fugue. Yes, that's the name. Isn't he the crown prince's spy? Han said, he's also the Nangong family's spy. Guiren Hall is a contact point for the Nangong family to collect information. Han Yong laughed sarcastically. This Wang Fugue wants to eat from both sides. He's both the crown prince's man and the Nangong family's man. Isn't he afraid of being overthrown? Although the Nangong family was on the crown prince's side, the crown prince probably wouldn't like it if the Nangong family bribed his men to be spies. Since you knew, why didn't you tell the crown prince? Han Yong asked his nephew. Han said, so what if I told him? Instead of letting the Nangong family bribe someone else, it's better to use this Wang Fugue. At least I have my eyes on him. Han Yong laughed. That's reasonable. Han looked at Sun Feng. Did she go to the pawn shop to find Wang Fugue? Sun Feng respectfully replied, yes, she waited until the pawn shop was about to close before going to see Wang Fugue directly. I didn't hear what they talked about. She's mute. She wrote it all in words. They had followed so many people, and this was the first time they couldn't hear anything. As for Wang Fugue, he also wrote it in words. Han Yong said, it's suspicious that she chose to go when the pawn shop was closed. It seems that the Nangong family is involved in this matter. Although the Nangong family and the Han family both belonged to the crown prince's side, the aristocratic families were never harmonious. Everyone wanted to be the crown prince's most outstanding subordinate. The Han family had the advantage of blood relations, while the Nangong family had the advantage of military power. Both sides had been fighting openly and covertly for a long time. Han Yong said, not only did they humiliate you, but they also set their sights on Commandery Prince Ming. If Commandery Prince Ming was really bewitched by that woman from a lower country, they would have a chance to surpass the Han family. Han frowned. Second uncle's words make sense, but I still feel that something is wrong. Han Yong said, don't think too much. Believe me. Other than the Nangong family, there's no one else. When Xiao Heng came out of the pawn shop, it was drizzling. The coachman handed him an umbrella. Xiao Heng didn't get into the carriage immediately. Instead, he went to a shop diagonally across the street to buy candied hawthorns. He held an oil paper umbrella and walked in the quiet rain. From time to time, people passed by him in a hurry. His veil was gently blown up by the night wind, revealing a heaven-shaking face. In a tea house by the street, two people sat near the window. One was a young man in white with a folding fan, and the other was a guard in gray with a sword. If Gu Jiao was here, she would definitely recognize them as the people who bought Little Jing Kong's golden abacus. Little Jing Kong sold his favorite golden abacus to buy Gu Jiao a wedding dress. The guard in gray was surprised. Young master, isn't he the top scholar of the Zhao kingdom? Look at his face. Young master Mingyu waved the folding fan in his hand and said with a faint smile, so what if he is and so what if he isn't? The guard in gray thought for a while and said, he deliberately let those two people follow him. What does he want to do? Young master Mingyu smiled and said, what he wants to do has nothing to do with us. We just need to keep an eye on the little monk beside him. The guard in gray was puzzled. We have been watching for half a year, but we haven't seen that person appear. Does he not want his disciple anymore? He doesn't want his disciple anymore. Young master Mingyu looked at Xiaoheng, who was holding an umbrella in the rain. He sneered and said, then who do you think gave them the admission papers? The guard in gray scratched his head. Who? Do you mean, it was that person who gave them? Young master Mingyu smiled and said, I'm really curious now. What does he want to do by bringing this group of people to the Yen kingdom? After a few hot days, it finally rained. Royal Prince Ming braved the pitter-patter of rain to return to his manor. As usual, he went to pay his respects to his father. Although it was getting late, he had come from the Han family. As long as he said that he had been with his cousin the entire time, Imperial Father would not blame him. He was stopped by the guard when he arrived at the door of the Crown Prince's study. Prince Mingyu, the Crown Prince is discussing something important with someone. Please come back tomorrow. Then remember to tell my father that I have come to pay my respects to him. I will. Prince Mingyu did not dare to eavesdrop on his father and left with an umbrella. In the study, the Crown Prince sat on a chair with an official's hat behind the desk. In front of him was a high-ranking embroidered uniform guard. The embroidered uniform guard had just reported the news he had gathered. The Crown Prince clenched his hand on the armrest and said in a low voice, what did you say? The Crown Princess is coming back. The embroidered uniform guard said, yes, the Emperor's verbal order has been sent to the Imperial Mausoleum. The Crown Prince said thoughtfully, has he finally decided to execute her or pardon her? The embroidered uniform guard said, I don't know. The verbal order did not mention this. The Crown Prince loosened his fist and rubbed the armrest of the chair. We can't let the Crown Princess come back. The embroidered uniform guard looked at the Crown Prince hesitantly. Your Highness, you mean, the Crown Prince said coldly, kill the Crown Princess. Xiaoheng bought the last stick of candied haws in the shop. His luck was not bad. It seemed that after using Gu Jiao's identity, his bad luck had decreased a lot. He could pick up money on the streets and avoid bad things when he encountered them. But why did his mood suddenly become strange? Xiaoheng held the umbrella and looked up at the sky full of rain. Was it because of the rain? He suddenly felt a little melancholy. Chapter 678. Gu Jiao went to Tianxiang Pavilion in the afternoon after returning to the outer city. She changed Gu Qingfeng's dressing and got home late. She saw the Horse King and Old Master Meng as soon as she walked to the intersection of the alley. The Horse King was different from the other horse in the house. It had to come out for a walk every day, otherwise it would bully the other horse in the backyard. The Horse King saw Gu Jiao and decided not to run away. It bit the reins and ran to Gu Jiao. Then it handed the reins to Gu Jiao. It wanted to run away from Gu Jiao. The rain in the outer city came earlier and was heavier than in the inner city. Gu Jiao and Old Master Meng found a restaurant with a stable to take shelter from the rain. They stayed there for more than 2 hours. It was already dark. The rain stopped, Gu Jiao said as she looked out of the window. Old Master Meng stood up. Let's go back. It won't rain again. Gu Jiao said, I'll get the horse. The stable was next to the backyard of the restaurant. Gu Jiao led the horse king out. The sound of horse hooves came from the street. Gu Jiao didn't care. The road was wide and she didn't need to give way to anyone. But when Gu Jiao led the horse king to the entrance of the restaurant, a child suddenly ran out. Seeing that he was about to run under the horse's hooves, Gu Jiao jumped and rolled to the other side of the street with the child in her arms. The horse's hooves fell heavily on the place where Gu Jiao took the child. Water splashed everywhere. The man obviously saw the child running out. He pulled the reins as hard as he could, but he ran too fast. If Gu Jiao didn't jump, the child would have died under the horse's hooves. He looked coldly at the drenched youth and child and said fiercely, "Don't court death next time." His companions caught up, and one of them said, "All right, let's go quickly. Don't delay things." Humph. He grabbed the reins and whipped the horse, causing it to gallop away. Son! Son! A middle-aged woman from the restaurant stumbled as she ran over. Gu Jiao handed the child to her. Gu Jiao used her body to protect him when he was rolling in the water. Other than his clothes being a little wet, he was fine. "Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master." The woman held the child and thanked him repeatedly. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She walked across the street and stopped in front of Mr. Mang. "Let's go." Old Master Mang looked strangely at the figures disappearing at the end of the street. Strange. It's so late. What are the people from the Crown Prince's mansion doing? Isn't that the south gate of the outer city? Are they leaving Xingdu? Gu Jiao said, "Are those people from the Crown Prince's mansion?" Old Master Mang nodded. "They are the brocade guards from the Crown Prince's mansion." Although they weren't wearing the uniform of the brocade guards, he had seen one of them in the Crown Prince's mansion. Gu Jiao paused and said, "There is a murderous look in their eyes. They are going to kill someone." She was an assassin in her previous life, so she was familiar with this kind of situation. Kill someone. Old Master Meng frowned and looked in the direction they left. They were so fast that they had already disappeared from the street. That direction seems to be the Imperial Mausoleum. The next day, the sky was clear. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun went to the academy for class. After winning another game, Gu Jiao deeply felt the enthusiasm of the students of the academy. From the moment she entered the academy, she felt like she was walking on a flower path. Lulang. Lulang. Lulang, Lulang. You are so handsome. Gu Jiao looked at the people who were lining the streets to welcome them. That was not necessary. Wu Fuzi sympathized with them for their hard work in the competition, so he didn't let them stay for training today. Gu Jiao and Gu Shaoshun went home early. As soon as they arrived at the door, a squishy little ball rushed over. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao caught him with one hand. Jing Kong. Hey, you are faster. Little Jing Kong looked up and said cutely, "That's because I have been practicing hard every day." Then he greeted Gu Shaoshun. "Brother Shaoshun." Gu Shaoshun pinched his face. Gu Jiao held his little hand and walked inside, looking at the central room as they walked. "Don't look. Xiao Heng is not here." Along with a familiar voice, Gu Qingfeng swaggered out from inside. He looked at little Jing Kong, who was being led by Gu Jiao, and said, "I went to the inner city to pick him up." Little Jing Kong immediately said solemnly, "Jiao Jiao, I don't have class today. I am not playing truant." "Okay." Gu Jiao nodded. "With Xiao Heng around, he won't let you skip school. Have you recovered?" Gu Jiao asked Gu Qingfeng. "Jiao Jiao, I am going to find little Shi." Little Jing Kong tilted his head and said. Gu Jiao touched his little head. Go ahead. Little Jing Kong waved his little hands and ran over. Little Shi. I am coming. Horse King, who was eating grass in the backyard, felt its mane stand up and its body tremble. It immediately went to the millstone and put on a condom. It wanted to grind. The two continued their conversation. Gu Qingfeng raised his eyebrows and said, My injury has healed a long time ago. Didn't you see it yesterday? Indeed, when Gu Jiao went to change Gu Qingfeng's dressing yesterday, she found that he had almost recovered. Gu Jiao said, You came at the right time. Remove the stitches on the wound later. Gu Qingfeng was speechless. Gu Qingfeng was pushed into the house and was removed by Gu Jiao without any resistance. This year, his martial arts had improved a lot, but compared to this girl's speed of improvement, it was not enough. What was wrong with this girl? Her skills were improving day by day. Gu Jiao put down the scissors and started to pack up. Gu Qingfeng tried to regain his dignity and said, Aren't you going to ask me how I got into the inner city? Quick, praise me for being capable, praise me. Gu Jiao said, Oh, the number one thief in the capital, Fei Shuang. Stealing a child is not a problem. Gu Qingfeng, what do you mean by stealing a child? Was he that kind of person? But to be honest, entering the Yen Kingdom was the most difficult. It was almost impossible to sneak in. The checkpoints in the outer city of Xingdu were also strict, but it seemed that once you entered, you would not be questioned all the time. After all, everything that should be blocked was blocked outside. Gu Qingfeng felt that using words with Gu Jiao did not give him any sense of accomplishment. Because Gu Jiao would never accept a joke. She was the king of awkward silence, the terminator of conversations. Su Fengxian gave me a new identity and an inner city talisman, Gu Qingfeng said. Gu Jiao was confused. Even Gu Qingfeng had an inner city talisman. I want one too, she said. Do you know how to sing? Nope. Do you know how to tell stories? Nope. Or do you know how to play music? She knew this. Facing a group of perverted stinky men, you are not allowed to beat them up. Gu Jiao was speechless. She wanted to beat them up. Gu Qingfeng knew it would be like this. He waved his hand and said, Okay, I have something important to talk to you about today. Speak. Gu Jiao put the used cotton swabs into a special basket. Gu Qingfeng said casually, In the past few days in Tianxiang Pavilion, I accidentally found out some information. Saying that he accidentally was being modest. He was clearly racking his brains, using all his skills and risking his life to find out information. I'm listening. Gu Jiao put the used gauze into the same basket. These things would be burned later. Gu Qingfeng said, Last time, the people who went to Zhao country to assassinate Xiao Heng were from the Nangong family, right? Yes, didn't you know? Gu Jiao did not hide this matter from him. Gu Qingfeng continued, But did you know that the Nangong family and the Crown Prince's residence are very close? Nangong Li is the Crown Prince's confidant. Gu Jiao's mind flashed back to the conversation between Nangong Li and the shopkeeper at the pawn shop that day. His Highness was very angry and asked why he couldn't even handle such a small matter. This is not a small matter. One of my arms is gone. So, the Highness that the shopkeeper was talking about was the Crown Prince of the Yen Kingdom? The Crown Prince of the Yen Kingdom wanted Xiao Heng's life. Why did the Crown Prince of the Yen Kingdom do this? What was the relationship between Xiao Heng and the royal family of the Yen Kingdom? Gu Qingfeng said, The Nangong family and the Han family are both on the Crown Prince's side, but the two families don't seem to have a good relationship. He suffered a lot at the hands of the Han family, so when he asked for information, he inevitably asked about the Han family as well. He continued, I heard that the two sons of the Han family were beaten up one after another. Could it be the Nangong family? Gu Jiao said, no. Gu Qingfeng asked strangely, how can you be sure that it wasn't the Nangong family? Gu Jiao thought for a moment and said honestly, because, I did it. The corner of Gu Qingfeng's mouth twitched. As expected, this girl's courage was still so big. Is there any other news? Gu Jiao asked. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment and shook his head. There doesn't seem to be any useful news for now. He had heard a lot of news at Tianxiang Pavilion, but most of it was the gossip of the aristocratic families. It was enough to be a topic of conversation before and after tea, but it wasn't of much value. Oh, wait. He suddenly thought of something and said thoughtfully, there is another big matter. The crown princess is coming back. It is said that the monarch allowed her to come back. The monarch, the crown princess. Gu Jiao's hand that was tidying up the medicine box paused. Gu Qingfeng saw her pause and couldn't help but ask, what's wrong? Gu Jiao said, the crown princess might not come back so easily. Gu Qingfeng asked, why? Gu Jiao looked at the medicine in the medicine box and said, last night, I met the assassins from the crown prince's residence. If the crown princess is coming back, then, it should be to kill her. Chapter 679. Gu Qingfeng was furious. Are you serious? Who is this crown prince? How can he kill his own sister? Sister. Gu Jiao was just confused. Gu Qingfeng thought for a moment. Oh, no, I think it's an older sister. The crown princess is the third princess of the king. There are two concubine princesses above her. Before she was born, there were no princes. As he spoke, he subconsciously touched his chin. This was Gu Jiao's usual little action, but after being together for a long time, they would be influenced by each other's habits. Even he didn't notice it. He said suspiciously, the crown prince wants to kill Xiaoheng and the crown princess. What's the relationship between the three of them? I don't know. Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng asked curiously, did they send many killers? Gu Jiao said, 6. Regardless of what kind of person the crown princess was, the crown prince wanted to kill Xiaoheng. So in all fairness, Gu Qingfeng didn't want the crown prince to succeed. Can we report it to the officials, and let them get him back? As soon as he said this, Gu Qingfeng was shocked. Was it because he had been with this girl for a long time that he became bold? The Yan kingdom was a superior country. How could small people like them get involved in the internal strife of a superior country's royal family? One mistake and they would be doomed eternally. They wouldn't even know how they died. Moreover, the crown princess was not related to them. Just because they didn't like the crown prince, they risked their lives to save the crown princess. Wasn't the price too high? Gu Jiao closed the small medicine box with a click. Gu Qingfeng was startled by the sudden sound. Gu Jiao picked up the small basket and started to pack the hidden weapons. Send Jing Kong back later. Of course I will send him back. Gu Qingfeng said without hesitation. I brought him here. If I don't send him back, who will? As he spoke, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, why did you tell me? What do you want to do? Gu Jiao put her hand on her belt. Hey! Gu Qingfeng covered his eyes and turned around. Even if I'm your biological brother, you can't do this. You should be more careful between men and women. Oh. Gu Jiao said, I forgot that you're a man. Gu Qingfeng. What a heart-wrenching sister. Gu Qingfeng ran out of the house. Gu Jiao changed into a set of night clothes, put on a mask, and carried the red-tasseled spear to the backyard to get the horse. Old Master Meng and Gu Yan were playing chess in the backyard. Seeing her dressed like this, Mr. Meng looked puzzled. Why are you dressed like this? Madame Nan's body was fine now. She went to the kitchen to start the fire, intending to make some food for little Jing Kong. She saw Gu Jiao when she came out to fetch some water. She was slightly stunned. You're going out? Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, I'm going out. Madame Nan, please take care of Ah Yen for the time being. It was her duty to take care of Gu Yen. After all, he was her husband's disciple. But how long would she be out for? She even asked for his help. Gu Yan looked down and squeezed the chess piece in his hand. Gu Shaoshun accompanied little Jing Kong to play with little Shi. Gu Jiao asked Gu Yan to tell Gu Shaoshun to take a few days off for her. Okay. Gu Yan responded in a low voice. Gu Jiao led the horse to the door. Gu Qingfeng chased after her. Hey! Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? What does the internal strife of the Yan Kingdom's royal family have to do with us? Gu Jiao straightened the saddle and fastened the buckle. The crown prince wants to kill Xiaohang. Gu Qingfeng asked, so? Gu Jiao muttered, there's something I need to verify personally. Gu Qingfeng was anxious. What's the matter? Gu Jiao got on the horse. I'll tell you when I'm back. Gu Qingfeng looked at the departing figure. He was so angry that he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Hey! You brat! Stop right there. Come back here. They've been walking for a day and a night. You can't catch up with them. Gu Jiao went far away. Gu Qingfeng wanted to kill someone. How did this brat grow up? Did she eat bear's heart and leopard's guts? They were from the Crown Prince's residence. The Crown Prince's residence. Run if you can't beat them. You're not allowed to take off the protective talisman. The imperial mausoleum of the Zhao Kingdom was built near the capital. The Yan Kingdom's imperial mausoleum was 100 miles away on Mount Guan. It was said that Emperor Taizu had asked someone to check the feng shui. The mountain range of Mount Guan was shaped like a dragon. It was beautiful and could be called another dragon's vein. Building the imperial mausoleum here could ensure the inheritance of the Yan Kingdom's imperial aura and prosperity of the country. If it was only 100 miles, one day and a night would be enough to cover it if the horses didn't stop. However, it rained in Chengdu last night. It was hard to guarantee that the other places on the road didn't experience heavy rain, which would slow down their speed. As for how much, it would depend on the specific situation at the time. Moreover, they couldn't not rest at all. It would easily affect their fighting ability. Gu Jiao felt that she still had hope of catching up with them, even if the hope was very slim. But even if it was slim, she had to try. She wanted to know the answer. The sun was setting. In a post station near Mount Guan, 6 men in cloaks led the horses in and gave them to the workers of the post station to feed the horses. They also ordered a table full of dishes. We'll enter Mount Guan soon, the leader said. Don't make any mistakes in this operation. The man beside him said, Don't worry, big brother. Don't you know our strength? The Crown Princess's martial arts have been destroyed. How can the guards in the Imperial Mausoleum be our match? The leader said, Do it cleanly. Don't let people find out that it's Her Highness. Of course. Besides, we only want to kill the Crown Princess. The guards in the Imperial Mausoleum should avoid them if possible. If they can't, we'll kill them to avoid new problems. Got it, big brother. They finished the dishes on the table. The leader left a silver coin on the table and led a few people to the stable to lead the horses out of the post station. The sky was gloomy and the mountain was stuffy. A man in black said, "Big brother, it's going to rain again." The leader looked at the Imperial Mausoleum not far away and said with cold eyes, "The heavy rain will cover the breath. It's a good time to kill." As he spoke, he covered his face with the black cloth around his neck. The others also covered their faces with cloth. He ordered, "Let's go." They gripped the reins and pulled out the swords at their waists. With murderous intent, they galloped toward the Imperial Mausoleum in the night. To reach the Imperial Mausoleum, they had to cross a cable bridge. Just as they were about to step onto the bridge, an arrow suddenly flew from behind them. It carried a biting cold murderous intent and an extremely sharp sound as it tore through the air. It seemed to tear a hole in the dark night. The leader instantly became alert and cut the arrow in half with his sword. "Who goes there?" He pulled on the reins and stopped at the entrance of the cable bridge. When he stopped, the 5 men in black behind him also stopped. They all lined up. The leader turned his horse around and stood at the front of the group. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the youth who was riding toward them in the dark night. Moonlight chased after the youth. He held the bow in one hand and the reins in the other. His entire body exuded the powerful aura of a purgatory azura. Everyone was shocked. The leader looked deeply at the youth who had suddenly appeared. He narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Who are you?" Gu Jiao pulled out 3 arrows from behind her and placed them on the bowstring. She aimed at the other party, "The person who wants your lives." After she said this, she let go of the bowstring and the arrows left the bowstring. It was clearly 3 arrows, but she was still skillful. The 3 arrows were not aimed at anyone, but they shot under the hooves of their horses. The horses were frightened. They raised their front hooves and almost stood up straight. They let out a frightened neigh. The several people quickly dismounted and with a few nimble rolls, they steadied themselves in front of the cable bridge. The leader coldly said, "Little brat, good archery." "Which archery camp were you from?" "Archery camp." When the other 5 people heard this, they couldn't help being stunned. There were many people who knew archery, but the archers of the military camp were different from the experts of the common people. This little brat was actually an archer from the military camp. No wonder he was able to force the 6 of them off their horses. Gu Jiao still didn't talk nonsense with them. She once again pulled the bowstring. The leader disdainfully snorted, "Little brat, do you really think you can hurt us like this? You guys cross the bridge first, I will deal with him." They were forced off their horses not because their martial arts were not good, but because their horses were not good enough. In fact, they were the real experts after they got off their horses. Gu Jiao fired 3 arrows at the same time again. Only 1 arrow was aimed at the leader's heart. The other 2 arrows were off target. The leader almost laughed, "I thought you had some skills, but it turns out you are only a so-so." He raised his sword and effortlessly slashed apart the arrow that was flying towards him. "Big brother!" Behind him, a black-clothed man shouted. He turned his head to take a look and saw that the 2 arrows that he thought had missed were actually nailed accurately to the rope at the other end of the suspension bridge. The strength and accuracy of the arrows were so great that they actually broke the rope. Such a long distance. Such a thin rope. How did he do it? When did such a young and promising archer appear in Chengdu? The leader shouted, "Little brat! Where did you learn your archery skills?" Unfortunately, Gu Jiao still didn't intend to pay attention to him. The bridge fell with a bang. Big brother. The bridge is broken. The leader's eyes were completely cold. Little brat. You are courting death. Chapter 680. A mere archer dared to challenge the imperial guards of the crown prince's residence. She was overestimating herself. The leader jumped up and swung the sword in his hand. Above Gu Jiao's head, he viciously chopped down at Gu Jiao's head. Let's see how you can shoot at such a close distance. Gu Jiao didn't choose to dodge and let the horse take the hit. But if he thought that Gu Jiao only knew how to shoot arrows, he was gravely mistaken. Gu Jiao calmly looked at him. He was about to be chopped in half. Why was this kid still so calm? Gu Jiao's calmness wasn't because she underestimated the enemy. In fact, these people's martial arts weren't weak. They were all close to the strength of Sirius. She had never tried to deal with 6 Sirius at once. But she wouldn't let herself panic. If she needed to fight, she would fight. If she needed to kill, she would kill. If she needed to fight, she would fight seriously. If she wasn't, she would fight half-heartedly. Anyway, there was no way out. The sword energy came. Her long hair and the corners of her clothes flew backwards. She pulled out the red tasseled spear from behind her back and blocked the opponent's attack. The sword energy shattered the white cloth wrapped around the red tasseled spear, revealing the small braids at the tip of the spear and the large red flowers all over the spear. The leader's eyes were almost blinded. His breathing stopped for a moment. What the fuck is this? Gu Jiao swung her spear and hit his waist. Shit! He was directly sent flying. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge or catch it. It was just that the red tasseled spear was too ugly. He had been practicing martial arts for so many years, but he had never seen such an ugly weapon in his life. Before he fell to the ground, he touched the ground with his sword and flipped over to stabilize his body. Big brother. The rest of the people gathered around. The leader looked coldly at Gu Jiao and said, "You guys think of a way to get over. Even if you have to swim, you have to swim over. I can deal with this kid." Yes, big brother. Everyone agreed in unison. In fact, they could tell that this kid only had the strength and tenacity of his body. He did not have the slightest bit of internal energy. No matter how strong his moves were, he would not be able to last more than 10 moves in the hands of any one of them. Big brother is more than enough to deal with her. The few of them stepped forward. Gu Jiao urged her horse to gallop in front of them. She propped her red tasseled spear on the ground and used the momentum to flip around and land in front of them. She held the red tasseled spear in her hand, holding back 10,000 men. Today, no one will be able to pass. An embroidered uniform guard said, "You sure talk big. Take this." He swung his sword at Gu Jiao. Just now, the few of them were indeed shocked by Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, but at this moment, they also recovered from their shock. He used 50% of his power. This was considered giving this kid face. For a person without internal energy, even 10% of his power was too much. As for the other 40%, he was venting his anger. He wanted to chop this brat into mincemeat. However, who would have thought that something unexpected happened? This brat was clearly in front of him, but the moment his sword fell, he suddenly dodged. What a fast movement! After Gu Jiao dodged, she attacked him with her spear. However, Sky Wolf was Sky Wolf. How could he be so easily hurt by Gu Jiao? He also dodged easily. He was ranked 5th among the 6 people. He smiled coldly. You do have some skills, but this is the end. Die. He concentrated his chi in his dantian and used 70% of his power. Gu Jiao felt a familiar aura. It turned out that they were also men of sacrifice. However, they were not ordinary men of sacrifice. They seemed to have practiced some kind of skill that could hide their aura. At first glance, they looked like ordinary masters. Gu Jiao exchanged a few moves with him. She had to admit that the other party's strength was very strong. She did not have time to make a detonator. The black gunpowder in her hand was also used up when she was dealing with Air Han. Lu Dong, can you do it? Another embroidered uniform guard asked. The embroidered uniform guard called Lu Dong had a serious expression. This brat was a bit difficult to deal with. He had to use all his strength. It would be a joke if word got out that the embroidered uniform guard of the Crown Prince's residence was forced to use all his strength by a brat without any internal energy. He attacked Gu Jiao with a fatal blow. His companions did not help him because they felt that it was unnecessary. It was just a brat. Why would they need to work together? Pucci, the sharp blade pierced through the body. Everyone was stunned. The leader's pupils shrank. How could Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear pierce through the embroidered uniform guard's heart? She kicked him away. The moment the red tasseled spear left his body, blood splattered on her mask. Thanks to the Shaolin martial monks, she had recovered 40% of her strength from her previous life. Therefore, even if she did not have any supplementary skills, she could still kill a sky wolf. But there were 5 more left. Gu Jiao panted slightly. Who's next? She did not say that if they came together, there was a need to consider the situation. I'll deal with you. Another embroidered uniform guard walked out. Fortunately, these people were not like Marquis Xian Ping. Otherwise, if they ganged up on her, she would be dead in a matter of minutes. Gu Jiao withstood 30 moves from this person. Finally, her spear pierced his vital point. At this time, Gu Jiao was also injured. Her breathing was gradually becoming disordered. Damn it! Attack together! A square-faced embroidered uniform guard said. Gu Jiao wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Hey, do you have any shame? So many people attacking me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? The leader said coldly, no one will laugh at us if we kill you. He said to his companions. Kill him. Kick him into the water. Leave his red tasseled spear. It looked ugly, but it was very useful. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear in her hand. As expected, no one could escape from the red tasseled spear. Unfortunately, this red tasseled spear was her brother's. She could not give it to him. The 4 people joined forces to kill Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao and the 4 people exchanged more than 100 moves. Her body was already stained with blood. The opponents had the advantage in martial arts and numbers, so their injuries were not as serious as Gu Jiao's. It seemed that the 4 people had the upper hand. In fact, the 4 of them were very surprised. Where did this kid come from? How could he still fight? They said that he was like an archer from the barracks, but he could also use the red tasseled spear so well. They did not remember which barracks in Xingdu had such a powerful youth. More importantly, every time they thought that he was about to die, he could stand up again. Big brother, how can he still have the strength? A embroidered uniform guard whispered. Another embroidered uniform guard said, yes, big brother. He suffered so much sword chi from us. He should have died long ago, right? The leader looked at the youth whose clothes were already soaked in blood with a complicated expression. The youth's mask had fallen off during the fight, but he could not see the youth's face because it was covered in blood. The leader suddenly felt reluctant to kill him. Boy, I don't care who sent you. That person is not a good person. You are not a match for us, but he sent you alone. It is clear that he wants you to die. If you are willing to rely on our master, I can spare your life and cultivate you in the future. Big brother. The other three people's faces changed at the same time. He killed Lu Dong and Zhang Chang. A embroidered uniform guard rebuked. The leader did not answer. Instead, he stared at the youth who had already exhausted all his strength but still refused to surrender like a blood wolf. Either you die or surrender. You choose. I choose. Gu Jiao looked at them coldly through her blurred vision. Kill you. The leader gritted his teeth and said, It seems that there is no need to be merciful. Kill him. The three people rushed toward Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao raised her hand and grabbed the protective talisman around her neck. If you can't beat me, then run. You are not allowed to take off the protective talisman, do you understand? Gu Jiao slowly lowered her hand. Her eyes were like torches as she looked at the three people rushing toward her. She raised the red tasseled spear in her hand and met them head-on in a suicidal manner. The three people's eyes were wide open. This boy. Gu Jiao's spear pierced through the embroidered uniform guard on the right. The embroidered uniform guard on the left was separated by one person, so he did not cause any harm to her. However, the one in the middle cut her leg with his sword. She kicked him and used the force to pull out the red tasseled spear. She flipped back 7 feet. This was a scene that no one had expected. She was clearly struggling at death's door, but she killed another one. The leader's killing intent surged. Among the young people, the strongest person I have seen is the Han family's heir. Your current martial arts may not be as good as his, but your talent is definitely above his. It is a pity that we have to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, he held his sword and fiercely slashed at Gu Jiao. She couldn't block this sword. She could not take off her safety talisman. Her entire body was numb. Xiaoheng, I still haven't found out about your past. She fell face down with her eyes wide open. She fell to the ground in a daze. Die, the leader's sword slashed at Gu Jiao's neck. Clang! The sword was suddenly blocked by something and flew out of his hand. It was nailed to a tree not far away. The sword's hilt shook. It could be seen how strong the attack was. Who is it? He turned around and shouted. TSK, a group of grown men ganging up to bully a little girl. Are the embroidered uniform guards from the Crown Prince's palace this shameless? Under the moonlight, a monk wearing a gray robe walked towards them step by step. He had a string of prayer beads hanging from his hand. This monk was very handsome. He was clearly a monk, but he had a pair of charming peach blossom eyes. There was also an unforgettable mole under his right eye. Chapter 681. The monk's appearance was too impactful. It took the two embroidered uniform guards a long time to recover from their shock. Then the two of them turned pale with fright. What did he say? The youth who fought with him for so long and killed 4 of them was actually a girl. Also, how did he know that they were the embroidered uniform guards from the Crown Prince's residence? Where did he come from? Did he follow them or was he just passing by? Who are you? The leader gripped his sword tightly. He couldn't sense the other party's aura at all. Either he didn't know martial arts or his martial arts had reached the realm of returning to the origin. He looked at the sword that was nailed to the tree. There was a hole in the sword. He looked at the surrounding empty space and found a green leaf inserted into the soil. The leader's pupils constricted. Could it be that the monk used a leaf to knock away his sword? And even crippled it? How terrifying was his inner strength! The monk smiled and said, "I'm a monk. My name is not worth mentioning." Under the moonlight, his smile gave off an inexplicably eerie feeling. The two embroidered uniform guards' hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Bullshit monk. They had never seen such a demonic monk. The leader's heart unconsciously filled with fear. He gripped the hilt of his sword and calmed his mind. He threatened in a cold voice, "Monk. This has nothing to do with you. If you know what's good for you, then scram." Sigh. The monk's thin lips parted slightly and sighed faintly. He said, "Monks are merciful. Why do you two benefactors have to fight and kill? Can't we talk things out?" The other embroidered uniform guard pointed his sword and roared, "Who the hell wants to talk things out with you? Either you scram, or you bald donkey will be killed as well." "Oh." The monk smiled faintly. Then he raised the hand with the string of Buddhist beads. His slender fingertips touched his delicate chin as if he was deep in thought. "You want to kill?" When the leader heard this, he didn't know why, but the uneasy feeling in his heart grew stronger. He could not see through this monk's strength at all. The embroidered uniform guard said disdainfully, "Big brother, don't waste your breath with him. Leave this kind of guy to me. In any case, he already knows our identities, so we have to silence him." As he spoke, he looked at the monk who was so beautiful that he didn't look like a mortal under the moonlight and said fiercely, "Remember not to meddle in other people's business in your next life. Die." He sprinted towards the monk. When he was about 10 steps away from the monk, he suddenly leaped into the air and grabbed the hilt of his sword with both hands before slashing down at the monk. It was as if he was going to cleave the monk in half. "Stop!" The leader reached out in order to stop him, but it was too late. His sword slashed down. The monk looked up at the embroidered uniform guards who were attacking him from the sky. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He raised his left hand that was not holding the prayer beads and gently moved them with his fingertips. "What's the situation?" "My sword." The embroidered uniform guards only felt a majestic force hit his sword. Half of his body was instantly paralyzed and he was sent flying by that terrifying force. He fell heavily on the ground and slid out a large pit that was a foot deep and 10 feet long. He only stopped when he reached the feet of the leader. Not half an inch more, not half an inch less. Everything was under control just right. Big brother." He spat out a mouthful of blood and stopped breathing on the spot. The leader looked at the embroidered uniform guards who had been killed in one move in disbelief. His eyes widened in horror. Not all the embroidered uniform guards were death warriors, but all 6 of them were. Death warriors were braver and more fearless than ordinary people. They never cowered in battle. However, for the first time in his life, he had the thought of retreating. Damn it! Where did this monk come from? First, there was an unkillable brat. Why was there such an abnormal expert? His eyes flashed and he resisted the trembling that seemed to come from his soul. "I don't want to fight anymore. Let me go." The monk smiled. "Okay." The leader of the group turned around and ran away. The monk chuckled and pointed his finger at his departing figure. A powerful inner force penetrated his chest as if it had materialized. There was a sharp pain in his chest and blood splashed in front of his eyes. He opened his mouth in disbelief and fell forward. He ground a large piece of grass before he stopped. Then his whole body trembled and the breath in his dantian dissipated rapidly. Why, didn't you agree to let me go?" the monk walked over casually and looked down at him. I agreed to let you go, but I didn't say that I would let you go alive. You, damn. The leader breathed his last. The monk raised his eyebrows and came to Gu Jiao's side. Gu Jiao fainted. Her face was buried in the grass and she lay on the ground like a sad little frog. The monk said with emotion, to be able to kill 4, that's not bad. Gu Jiao was awakened by the crackling sound of firewood. She opened her eyes and found herself lying in a rundown temple. There were spider webs hanging on the Buddha statue and the beams. She didn't know how long it had been since someone came here. She smelled the delicious aroma of meat that made her want to eat heartily. Someone was roasting meat. The sound just now came from the pile of firewood. Awake? A lazy man's voice came from behind the firewood. The voice was a little familiar, as if she had heard it before. Gu Jiao's first reaction was to sit up and restore her alertness. Then she saw the monk behind the firewood. It's you. Wasn't this the beautiful monk she met in the countryside? She went up the mountain to find the abbot and met a monk who fell into a trap on the way. Her deepest impression was that the monk was really good-looking, and the second deepest impression was that the monk was really weird. The monk was bitten by a poisonous snake and then he killed it. Gu Jiao blinked and looked at him without blinking. Why did you come to the Yen kingdom? The monk roasted the meat and said, how can you be sure that this is the Yen kingdom? Ah. Gu Jiao was stunned. I went back to the Zhao kingdom. Ha ha ha. The monk suddenly laughed. Gu Jiao did not find it funny. She stood up and checked her own condition. The wounds on her body had been applied with the golden sore medicine, and they had healed well. She looked around and found that she was sleeping on a pile of hay. Her small basket and red tasseled spear were lying at her feet. She clearly remembered that the red tasseled spear had 8 small braids, but now it had become 10. Could it be that the monk did it? Do all monks have a hobby of braiding their hair? Those 2 people, are they dead? Gu Jiao remembered that there were 2 embroidered uniform guards left before she fainted. They are dead. The monk said. Oh, okay. Gu Jiao didn't ask how they died. The monk didn't take the initiative to say. Gu Jiao asked again, where is this? How long have I been sleeping? The monk said, near the place where you fainted. You have been sleeping for 5 days. Gu Jiao said strangely, why did I sleep for so long? She shouldn't have slept for so many days because of her injuries, right? The monk spread out his hands. How would I know? Gu Jiao took out the first aid kit from the small medicine box and counted the medicine. The corner of her mouth twitched. You gave me a whole bottle of tranquilizers? The monk suddenly realized, is that a tranquilizer? Ah, you didn't label it on the bottle. You had a high fever, so I applied your golden sore ointment on you, but you were still as hot as a small stove. I had to find some medicine for you, and it seems that it was indeed medicine. I was worried that I had made a mistake. Gu Jiao's face darkened. You didn't even know whether the bottle was filled with medicine or not, but you gave me dozens of pills. Can you be more unreliable? The monk turned the rabbit on the shelf around and took out a small bamboo tube from his wide sleeve. He removed the lid and sprinkled some salt on the rabbit meat. Look, I didn't forget to add salt this time. If he didn't mention this, Gu Jiao would have almost forgotten that the monk had fallen into her trap because of a rabbit. She thought that he, a monk, wanted to save the rabbit. Who would have thought that he killed the rabbit and roasted it without saying a word? She once suspected that he was a fake monk, and she still suspected so. Gu Jiao looked around. She was a little thirsty. Is there water? The monk threw her a water bag. Gu Jiao caught it in her hand. It was empty. The monk said, "There is a small stream outside the back door of the temple. Take this to get water." Gu Jiao said, "Then I can drink without a water bag." The monk looked at Gu Jiao and said confidently, "I'm asking you to get some water for me." Gu Jiao was speechless. What kind of monk was this? Gu Jiao took the water bag to the backyard to get water. The monk looked at her walking as if she was flying. He narrowed his charming peach blossom eyes. "You recover so quickly." Gu Jiao came back after drinking the water and threw the water bag to him. He raised his hand to take it and smiled, "Thank you." He was born beautiful. With such a bright smile, all living beings wanted to fall for him. If the monk saved all living beings with this appearance, all living beings would be possessed by the devil. Gu Jiao squatted down in front of the monk. She grabbed a small branch and drew circles on the ground while waiting to roast the rabbit. She asked the monk several questions. Except for the question of how he came to the Yen Kingdom, he answered all the other questions. There were only two ways to come to the Yen Kingdom. One was to have an official travel permit, and the other was to be marked as a slave. She didn't know which type the monk belonged to. "Are you from the Zhao Kingdom or the Yen Kingdom?" Gu Jiao asked. "Does it matter?" The monk asked with a smile. Gu Jiao thought seriously, "Oh, no." She continued to draw circles. The monk continued to roast the meat. The meat was delicious. Gu Jiao was really hungry. Chapter 682. The monk's skills in roasting the rabbit weren't bad. The rabbit fat on the surface was all roasted, and small bubbles came out with hissing sounds. He crushed the salt and sprinkled a few grains from time to time. The temple was instantly filled with the crisp fragrance of salt and pepper. Gu Jiao swallowed her saliva. She gradually changed from drawing circles to drawing rabbit, roasting rabbit, braising rabbit, spicy rabbit head, cold eating rabbit meat. In fact, other than roasted rabbit, there were also a few roasted mushrooms on the rack. But Gu Jiao only wanted to eat rabbit. Finally, the rabbit meat was roasted. The monk took out a sharp knife from his wide sleeve and was about to cut off a rabbit leg when a murderous aura suddenly came from outside the temple. Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold and she stood up. It wasn't late yet, but the sky was overcast, giving people an ominous premonition. The murderous aura quickly approached, and the sound of something sweeping through the branches and leaves came from the forest. It was Qinggong. It was even faster than Gu Qingfeng's Qinggong. It must be known that Gu Qingfeng's Qinggong could even shake off the dragon's shadow guards. The commotion stopped in the open space outside the temple. Gu Jiao sensed 3 auras. They were all real sky wolves. And one of the auras was faintly above sky wolves. "The people inside, get out." Among the 3 people, one of them coldly spoke. Gu Jiao had already seen through the crack in the door. Although the 3 people were disguised, the swords at their waists were the same as the 6 embroidered uniform guards from that day. They were people from the Crown Prince's residence. The monk sat cross-legged on the ground, calmly roasting the meat on the ground as if he didn't hear anything. "Stop hiding. You have the guts to kill people, but don't have the guts to admit it." Gu Jiao grabbed the red tasseled spear on the ground and walked out with a strong aura. The red tasseled spear in her hand landed heavily on the ground, and the powerful force seemed to shake the ground. A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the 3 people at the same time. They did not expect that the person they were looking for was actually such a young boy. The strongest man wore a purple cloak while the other 2 wore black cloaks. The purple-cloaked man coldly said, "You're the one who killed the Crown Prince's imperial bodyguards?" Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, "So what if it's me?" However, are you not even planning to hide it? The purple-cloaked man said disdainfully, what's there to hide from a dead man? Gu Jiao looked at him and said, how arrogant. The embroidered uniform guard on the left said, you're the arrogant one, brat. You even dared to kill people from the Crown Prince's residence. Brat, who sent you here? The brocade guard on the right also opened his mouth. Swear, did we make a mistake? This brat doesn't look like someone who can kill 6 embroidered uniform guards. The boy in front of them was too young and too immature. Although his aura was very strong, it was impossible for him to kill 6 embroidered uniform guards in one breath. The purple-cloaked man narrowed his eyes dangerously. Brat, do you have an accomplice? Gu Jiao said, so what if I do? So what if I don't? What does it have to do with you? The purple-cloaked man said, we spent 5 days to track you down. I have to say, you do have some ability. But it's all over now. Today is the day you die. I don't know the day of my death, but I know the day of your death. Gu Jiao looked at the 3 people without fear and said arrogantly, do you want to come one by one, or the 3 of you together? Their hatred reached the peak in an instant. The purple-cloaked man said with murderous intent, brat, if you want to die early, we'll help you. Come together. Gu Jiao raised her other hand that wasn't holding the red-tasseled spear and made a stop sign. Wait, I didn't say I wanted to fight with you. The 3 people were stunned. Gu Jiao flashed back into the temple and stood behind the monk. She stuck her head out and pointed at the monk. You guys, fight with him. The monk. The 3 people, the temple was barbecued meat and roasted mushrooms. The monk didn't want to ruin the results of his 2 hours of hard work, so he got up and walked out. The purple-cloaked man snorted, you're actually a monk. What's your relationship with that brat? The monk sighed impatiently, if you want to fight, then fight. If not, then get lost. This poor monk doesn't like to talk nonsense. The embroidered uniform guard on the right sneered, each one is more arrogant than the last. Take this. He took the lead and rushed toward the monk. As Gu Jiao chewed on the fragrant rabbit meat, she observed the fight on the spot. She had killed Sirius twice. One was with the help of an auxiliary method, and the other was with a safety talisman. She was seriously injured each time. This was the first time she observed Sirius from the perspective of a bystander. He was so fast. The 6 embroidered uniform guards couldn't compare to him. His fist arrived in front of the monk in the blink of an eye. Was the monk too late to dodge? Why wasn't he moving? This punch would give the monk a concussion, right? The wind from the fist blew the monk's robe back. The monk stared at him without blinking. When his fist was about to break the monk's nose, he suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the man's wrist. You guys shouldn't have disturbed this poor monk's meal. He didn't use any fancy moves and just threw the man out. The dignified Sirius couldn't even fight back in the hands of the monk. The moment the man fell to the ground, he spat out a mouthful of blood and didn't get up again. Gu Jiao, so powerful. The purple-cloaked man saw this and a strong sense of surprise flashed across his eyes. Then, a murderous aura surged, very good. I didn't expect that the first time I used my full strength would be against a monk. He raised his internal force to the extreme. A force that was far more terrifying than Sirius swept through the whole world. He was like a lion that had just woken up and finally bared his fierce fangs. Take this. He rushed toward the monk with the force of a landslide and a tsunami. Slap. The monk grabbed his forehead with one hand. The purple-cloaked man, Gu Jiao, counted the moves. He used 1 move and 3 moves to deal with the 2 Sirius. He used 7 moves to deal with the super serious. Gu Jiao recalled how many moves he used to fight the 2 serious. Oh, he forgot to count. He would never admit that he didn't know how many moves he used. Gu Jiao basically ruled out the possibility that he entered the Yen Kingdom by being marked as a slave. Therefore, he had a proper travel permit from the Yen Kingdom. Then the question was, how did he get the Yen Kingdom travel permit? Or was he a citizen of the Yen Kingdom and had a travel permit? She spoke to him in the Zhao Nation language, but he spoke to the 3 embroidered uniform guards in the Yen Kingdom language. He spoke both languages very well. In fact, she had another question. Why did he appear in Mount Guan and happen to see her being chased by the Crown Prince's people? Was it a coincidence? Or, while she was thinking, the monk walked in calmly. His clothes were not messy at all, nor were they stained with blood. He was so clean that he looked like an outstanding monk. Who would have thought that this monk could kill people faster than the men of sacrifice? He brushed his wide sleeves and sat down in front of the fire. Gu Jiao asked, "What kind of martial arts did you use just now?" At first, she couldn't see the moves, but later, she saw that there was a pattern. It seemed to be specially used to deal with the powerful men of sacrifice. The monk smiled. "Why? Do you want to learn?" Gu Jiao nodded. "Yes." The monk said, "No." Gu Jiao, "Then don't ask." The monk began to eat the rabbit. He reached out his hand. Where was the rabbit meat? Why was there so little left? Gu Jiao burped. The monk gritted his teeth. He had roasted it for 2 hours. If he had known, he would have killed it faster. The monk tore off half of the rabbit's leg and took a wine bag from his waist. He pulled out the cork and ate the meat one mouthful at a time. Gu Jiao planned to go back to the haystack and lie down. Unexpectedly, as soon as she got up, the monk, who was eating halfway, suddenly jumped up and jumped onto Gu Jiao's back. Yes, on her back. Not on her back. Gu Jiao, what's going on? What's wrong with you? Gu Jiao asked in confusion. The monk, who was lying on her back and holding the rabbit's leg and the wine bag, stuttered, "Snake, snake, snake, snake." Oh. Gu Jiao found the snake under the table. She walked over with him on her back, bent down and picked it up by its tail. She said calmly, "It's just a small cauliflower snake. It's not poisonous." The monk, who had killed 3 celestial wolves a second ago, was terrified now. He almost roared, "Take it away, take it away. Hurry up and take it away." Gu Jiao tilted her head. "Are you afraid of snakes?" The monk said, "I'm not afraid." Gu Jiao said, "Oh," and shook the small snake behind her. "Ah, ah, ah." The monk's hair stood on end. His body went soft. Without the strength to cling on to Gu Jiao's body, he fell to the ground. Gu Jiao suddenly remembered that he had been bitten by a snake. She was wondering why he had been bitten by a many-banded kite when his martial arts were so high that he could easily kill a celestial wolf. It turned out that when he saw a snake, his whole body would go soft and he would not be able to exert any strength. Gu Jiao smiled wickedly and walked towards him with the small cauliflower snake. "Ha ha." She laughed eerily and eerily. It was very exaggerated. The monk was speechless. The monk shouted, "Girl! You. What are you doing?" Gu Jiao bent down and handed the small cauliflower snake to him. She helplessly spread out her hands and said, "What bad intentions can the little snake have? It's nothing more than wanting to bite you. Who told you to be unwilling to teach the world's smartest Jiao some martial arts?" "Small cauliflower snake," the monk was speechless. Chapter 683. Dusk was everywhere, and the horizon was lit by a wisp of fire. Clouds curled around the mountains and rivers. In the ruined temple, a monk, a young man, and a small snake sat facing each other. The small snake tried to escape several times but was caught by the young man. The young man threw the small snake until it was dizzy. The small snake didn't run anymore and obediently curled up there. Sigh. The monk sighed, "It's not that I don't want to teach you, but you can't learn those moves at all. Even if you learn them, you can't use their power." Gu Jiao said, "You didn't even teach me and you know I can't learn them. Do you have internal strength?" "No." "Do you know Qigong?" "No." The monk laughed, "Isn't that enough? That set of fish techniques can only be unleashed by people with profound inner strength." Gu Jiao grabbed the small snake. The monk's expression changed and he stretched out his hand. "Wait. I haven't finished speaking." Gu Jiao's movements paused. The small snake hung upside down in the air and cooperatively stuck out its harmless tongue. The monk calmed down and glanced at the red-tasseled spear beside the straw mat. "Your weapon is a spear. I'll teach you a set of spear techniques." "Oh, the monk also knows spear techniques." Gu Jiao's current spear techniques were taught by the old marquis. There were only a few moves in total and there was only one move as a killing move. The old marquis chose that for her based on her situation at that time. In fact, with her strength recovered, that move was indeed not enough. The monk stood up and walked over to pick up the red-tasseled spear leaning against the wall. He walked to the open space outside the temple. "Watch carefully." He pointed the spear to the ground and his eyes turned cold. His breath instantly circulated, as if there were invisible wind blades sweeping through the world. Gu Jiao clearly felt that the monk's aura had changed. In fact, when she thought about it carefully, this monk had always changed a lot. She couldn't sense any trace of martial arts from him, so she didn't find it strange when he fell into her trap the first time. However, the terrifying power he displayed when he killed Sky Wolf made him look like a completely different person. Gu Jiao really couldn't describe it. Gu Jiao couldn't. Perhaps, he was like a Buddha who had fallen into the demonic path. But now, the Buddhist chi and demonic chi were gone. He danced with his long spear and stood in the heaven and earth. His body was full of righteousness, and even his pair of peach blossom eyes became especially serious. "What kind of spear art is this?" Gu Jiao muttered. After the monk finished his last move, he threw the spear to Gu Jiao and said, "All right, it's your turn." This spear was very heavy. Wasn't he afraid that she wouldn't be able to catch it if he threw it over like this? It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but the spear carried a trace of the monk's own strength. Gu Jiao almost couldn't catch it. She steadied herself and stabbed the spear heavily into the ground. Only then did she not fall to the ground. The monk slightly raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you caught it. So you did it on purpose. Let's see how well you've recovered. If you don't have enough strength, then I can't teach you the next few moves." He said, "Let's see how well you've recovered," not, "Let's see how well you've recovered." The difference between these few words was like heaven and earth. He knew what she was like before she was injured. Then, could she think that he was already there when she was fighting against the 6 imperial guards from the Crown Prince's mansion 5 days ago? He had been secretly observing her and only made a move when she couldn't take it anymore. "Why aren't you making a move? Did you not remember? Then I'll show you again." "No need." The spear art that the old duke taught Gu Jiao laid a very strong foundation for Gu Jiao. She could basically understand some of the complicated moves. The only problem was that her injuries had not healed. She was indeed lacking in strength, but she didn't need to kill people. It was enough for her to practice her spear. The monk stood at the door and looked at Gu Jiao without blinking. The first move. The first move was the simplest. It was not much different from the most important move that the old marquis had taught Gu Jiao. However, the spearhead was raised 2 inches higher, and the strength required to stab out increased by more than 20%. Gu Jiao took back the red tasseled spear and adjusted her breathing. She said to herself, "It looks simple, but I didn't expect it to consume so much strength." The monk took off his wine bag and drank a big mouthful. He looked at Gu Jiao calmly and said, "The second move." The strength of the second move was increased. Gu Jiao jumped up and stabbed the long spear from top to bottom. Her angle was exactly the same as the monk's. It was really surprising that she could imitate it to this extent after only seeing it once. After these 2 moves, Gu Jiao's strength was half gone. Her wounds began to hurt. The monk didn't intend to let Gu Jiao stop. "The third move," he said sternly. It seemed that ever since the monk started to play with the red tasseled spear and watched her practice, the monk's aura was different from what she had seen before. The third move was a Chinese style. It had a trick to confuse people. It had high requirements for speed and flexibility of the body. Gu Jiao hadn't stopped practicing since she came to this world. Otherwise, her waist would have been broken. After this move, Gu Jiao was slightly out of breath. The monk looked at Gu Jiao with surprise. "You still have strength." Gu Jiao finished all the moves in one go. Although it was said to be all, there were actually only 5 moves. However, the difficulty of each move after that was multiplied. The monk murmured, "This girl, I originally planned to let you finish it in 3 sessions. Gu Jiao's legs were weak. She could fall down at any time, but she supported herself with the red tasseled spear. She raised her hand and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She gasped, "Is there more?" The monk was stunned. "There is more." He paused as if he was hesitating. It was as if he had made a big decision. 3 moves. Gu Jiao was so tired that she was seeing stars. She didn't notice the hesitation in his eyes. She passed the red tasseled spear to him. "I'll take a few breaths. You can start." Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to see clearly. The monk stood in the open space with the red tasseled spear in his hand. The night wind blew and his robe fluttered. He stared at the sky. "I'm ready," Gu Jiao said. The monk didn't move. Gu Jiao tilted her head. "Monk?" The monk held the red tasseled spear tightly. "Since you want to learn, I'll teach you. But remember, you can't use this spear to do evil. You can't use it to hurt the innocent. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands." Gu Jiao sat on the threshold and looked at him. "You're suddenly so serious." "I'm not used to it." The difficulty of the last 3 moves couldn't be compared to the first 6 moves. Gu Jiao could see it, but she still couldn't perform it all. "Let's stop here today," the monk said. "Oh." Gu Jiao put away the red tasseled spear. The 2 of them practiced for the whole night and didn't have time to eat. The monk went to the stream behind the temple and caught 2 fish to roast. He also went to the vicinity to pick some wild fruits. When he came back with a pile of wild fruits, only bones were left of the 2 roasted fish. Gu Jiao's cheeks were bulging. Her small mouth moved quickly as she tried to eliminate the evidence. The monk was furious. "Why did you finish it again? Couldn't you leave some for me?" Gu Jiao's cheeks were bulging. She looked like a little fat squirrel that was eating. She said vaguely, "I used up too much energy. I was so hungry that I couldn't hold it in." The monk was speechless. The monk went to catch 2 more fish. This time, he didn't leave. He was determined to prevent someone from eating. The little snake was released by Gu Jiao. After all, it had nothing to do with it. The monk focused on roasting the fish. Gu Jiao sat on the hay. She took a cotton cloth from the small basket and carefully wiped the red tasseled spear as if she was wiping a treasure. The monk looked at her wiping the red tasseled spear and pursed his thin lips. Gu Jiao felt that he was sizing her up. When she looked at him, he had already looked away and continued to roast the fish. The monk had never asked her why she appeared in Zhao country, why she dressed as a man, and why she encountered the brocade guards from the crown prince's residence. Was he not curious about her at all, or had he already? The monk coldly snorted. "Stop looking. It's useless. I won't let you eat." Gu Jiao's thoughts were interrupted. She paused and decided to ask him. "What's your name?" The monk didn't have a name. She naturally asked for his Dharma name. For example, Jing Kong was a Dharma name. However, Jing Kong liked this name. Even after he returned to the secular world, he was still called Jing Kong. After asking, Gu Jiao secretly wondered what kind of Dharma name the monk would call her. In the end, she heard him say a word softly. Gu Jiao was stunned. "Steamed? What steamed? Steamed rabbit or steamed pork ribs?" The monk roared, "Can't you think of anything else other than food?" Gu Jiao, "No, I've been starving for the past few days." The monk sighed. He picked up a withered branch and wrote a word on the ground in Yen language. Sheng. This word, it seemed that it wasn't his Dharma name. It was his secular name. The monk ended the conversation. "It's late. Go to sleep." Gu Jiao, "I want to eat fish." The monk, after eating another fat and juicy grilled fish, Gu Jiao rubbed her round belly and fell asleep contentedly. At night, Gu Jiao had a dream. After coming to Xingdu, she had more dreams than before. However, the interesting thing was that she basically forgot everything after waking up. In the dream, all the memories seemed to be strung together. For example, after coming to the dream, she remembered the courtyard full of bellflowers and the graveyard without a tombstone. Tonight, it was neither a courtyard nor a graveyard. Instead, it was a battlefield that stretched as far as the eye could see. Shimmering spears, armored horses, and blood stained the yellow sand. There were endless battles, and soldiers constantly fell. A bloody mist filled the sky with the color of blood. Above the thousands of bones, a man in silver armor was riding on a similarly armored black wind horse. He held the reins tightly in one hand and a red tasseled spear in the other. His silver armor was already covered with blood, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He looked at the thousands of soldiers and horses in front of him and said word by word, "The sons of the Xianyuan family will never surrender even if we fight to the last man." The next second, the scene in the dream changed. It was still this man. He was wearing silver armor and standing in the camp. He looked at the officials opposite him and said coldly, "Rebel. So what if my Xianyuan family rebels? The heavens have wronged my Xianyuan family, so my Xianyuan family will go against the heavens." Yin. Yin, it was that man's voice. The scene changed again. His voice was especially gentle and doting in this scene. However, his appearance was too horrible to look at. He had been shot in the shoulder and 2 in the thigh. He lay on the ground with blood flowing like a river. He tried to support himself with both hands so that he could sit up. Beside him squatted a little girl who was only 2 years old. "Uncle, you're bleeding. You're bleeding a lot." He smiled as if nothing had happened and wiped the blood off his palm on his armor. Then, he raised his hand and touched the little girl's head. "Big Uncle isn't bleeding. Big Uncle was just playing with Eneen." The girl tilted her head as if she was trying to discern the truth in his words. Then, she asked, "Uncle, does it hurt?" He smiled and said, "It doesn't hurt at all. Eneen, let's play a game, okay?" "What game?" the girl asked. He raised his head with difficulty and endured the tearing pain all over his body. He pointed at the small house in front and said, "Do you see that small house in front?" The girl nodded and said in a childish voice, "Eneen sees it." He smiled weakly. "I'll count to 3. Run over there. Run very fast. Don't stop and don't look back. You should find a place to hide in the house. If you can make First Uncle unable to find you, First Uncle will buy you candy to eat." The girl hid in the darkness for a long time. It was so long that when she woke up, the sky was dark and then bright. She crawled out of the box with great difficulty and stumbled back with her short legs. The mountains of the past had become a sea of corpses. Her lonely little figure crawled over the corpses lying in pools of blood. "Uncle, where are you? Eneen doesn't want to play with you. Eneen doesn't want candy. Eneen wants Uncle." The girl raised her head and looked at the city wall. Gu Jiao said, "No." Gu Jiao's body shook and she opened her eyes. The monk sat cross-legged beside her and looked at her with a faint smile. "Did you have a nightmare?" It seemed like a nightmare, but when she woke up, she couldn't remember anything. There was only one scene: a man in silver armor was nailed to the city wall by a red tasseled spear. Gu Jiao rubbed her chest. The monk looked and took something out of his wide sleeve. He threw it to her. "Here." "What is it?" Gu Jiao asked. "Candy," the monk said. "I don't like candy." Gu Jiao returned the candy to him. "Oh." The monk raised his eyebrows in surprise. "How can there be someone who doesn't like candy? My little disciple loves it very much. Every time he's unhappy, I'll use candy to coax him. He'll definitely be happy." Gu Jiao asked him strangely, "You have a disciple? What kind of disciple can survive 3 days in your hands? How tenacious must his vitality be?" Gu Jiao didn't dream in the latter half of the night and slept until dawn. Her body was fine. Even if the people from the Crown Prince's residence came to kill her again, she could at least escape. It was time to go back. Where's the monk? Speak of the devil. The monk walked into the ruined temple with a pile of fresh wild fruits. "Just eat a little. We'll be on the road soon." Gu Jiao said, "You're leaving." The monk said, "You're not leaving." Gu Jiao said, "I'm leaving." The monk said, "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat." "Oh." Gu Jiao ate a few wild fruits. They were very sour. After filling her stomach, Gu Jiao packed her things. There wasn't much medicine left in the first aid kit. She had also thrown away the bow, but she could make another one. With Master Lu and Xiaoshun around, it wasn't difficult to make a bow. Gu Jiao carried the red tasseled spear and the small basket on her back. The monk stuffed the rest of the sour fruits into her small basket and said, "Eat them to satisfy your hunger on the way." Gu Jiao glanced at him. "You're too lazy to take them, so you gave them to me, right?" The monk held the prayer beads in one hand. "Amitabha. Shansai. This poor monk has good intentions." Gu Jiao, I'd be a fool if I believed you. The two of them left the ruined temple. In fact, Gu Jiao wanted to go to the imperial mausoleum to check on the crown princess. However, it had been 6 days since the crown prince sent out the first wave of brocade guards. Everything that should have happened had already happened. Either the crown princess was fast enough to find the bodies of the brocade guards behind the broken bridge and rushed back to Xingdu before the second wave of brocade guards arrived. Or, the crown princess had already been killed. I'm going back to Xingdu. Where are you going next? Gu Jiao asked the monk. The moment the monk opened his mouth, a murderous aura came from behind him. The monk quickly turned around and shielded Gu Jiao behind him. He struck out a palm to meet the opponent's attack. The collision caused a crack to appear on the road. The monk looked at the empty path and sneered. Ha, you dare to sneak attack me from so far away. You're really something. Girl, you go first. Gu Jiao stuck her head out from behind him and asked, can you beat him? If you can't beat him, I can stay and help you. If it was a guy who could be killed in one move, he would not have forced the monk to use his palm. The internal strength of that palm was much stronger than when he dealt with the 3 celestial wolves. The monk smiled carelessly and narrowed his peach blossom eyes. He's a bit tricky, but not impossible. I let you go first because I don't want that ox nose to see your face and think that you're with me. If he can't beat me, he'll find trouble with you in the future. Of course, if you have doubts, you can stay. Before he could finish his words, he turned his head and saw that Gu Jiao, who had wanted to help him a second ago, had already run away without a trace. The monk was speechless. Gu Jiao spent 2 days to rush back to Xingdu from Mount Guan. The people from the crown prince's residence did not know who killed the first wave of brocade guards. They found the ruined temple by following the clues at the scene. Before she and the monk left, they had erased all traces of the ruined temple. As long as she did not expose herself, she would not be discovered by the people from the crown prince's residence. Gu Jiao returned to the residence in the evening. Mistress Nan heard the sound of horse hooves outside the door. Without thinking, she walked over and opened the courtyard door. Jiao Jiao. These days, whenever there was the sound of horse hooves in the alley, Mistress Nan would come out to take a look. You're finally back. Mistress Nan looked around the alley and pulled Gu Jiao in. She closed the courtyard door and bolted it. She asked worriedly, are you okay? Why were you gone for so long? I'm fine. Gu Jiao said, is everything okay at home? Mistress Nan sighed. We're fine. It's just that Yen had a heart attack on the second night after you left. Fortunately, you left him some medicine. He had a fever for a night and was fine the next day. The second night after she left was when she was fighting with the brocade guards. She was injured, so Gu Yen was also uncomfortable. I'll go and see Gu Yen. Gu Jiao said. He just fell asleep. Mistress Nan and Gu Jiao went into Gu Yan's room together. On the bed, Gu Yan's breathing was shallow and even. His face was as pale as usual. Mistress Nan whispered, are you really okay? What happened? Gu Jiao looked at Gu Yan on the bed and said to Mistress Nan, I had a fight with the people from the crown prince's residence and encountered some trouble. I was delayed in the temple for a few days. The trouble has been solved. Mistress Nan, don't worry. Mistress Nan knew that she would only report the good news and not the bad. She asked, are you injured? Gu Jiao denied, I'm not. Even if you were, you would not admit it. Mistress Nan had no choice but to change the topic. She said, Lu Lang came several times. He just left this afternoon. She made her husband and little Jing Kong worried. Gu Jiao said, I'll go to the city to find them another day. Mistress Nan said, then you can ask Xiao Feng to take you there. He also comes to ask about you every day. Gu Jiao said, okay. By the way, where are Xiao Shun and Master Lu? Mistress Nan said, they went to buy firewood. Are you hungry? I'll make something for you to eat. Mistress Nan went out of the room. Gu Jiao came to the bed, bent down and touched Gu Yan's forehead. Gu Yan slowly opened his eyes. Gu Jiao smiled gently, I knew you were awake. Gu Yan's eyes flashed with tears. He looked at her without blinking, you're lying. Gu Jiao opened her mouth, Gu Yan said, you're injured. Gu Jiao knew that even if she could hide it from everyone in the world, she could not hide it from Gu Yan. Gu Yan pointed to the edge of the bed, sit down. Gu Jiao said, I'm dirty. Gu Yan did not say anything. He just looked at her stubbornly. Gu Jiao sighed and sat down by Gu Yan's bed. Gu Yan put his head on her lap and hugged her waist, sister. Yes. Don't go out for so long. Okay. Gu Jiao came out of Gu Yan's room. Mistress Nan had also finished cooking the noodles. Mistress Nan put a bowl of steaming noodles with preserved meat and dried bamboo shoots on the square table in the central room. She asked Gu Jiao, is Yen asleep? Gu Jiao nodded, yes, he's asleep. This time he was really angry. I had to coax him for a long time. Mistress Nan could not help but laugh, it's good that you can coax him. You've been gone for a few days. Gu Jiao picked up her chopsticks and asked, did anything big happen in Xing City during the days I was gone? Mistress Nan thought for a while and said, something big, there was indeed one. Gu Jiao stopped slurping the noodles. Mistress Nan said, the crown princess is back. Chapter 684. There are all the novels that you can't find online. At night, Master Lu and Gu Shaoshun returned to the house with a cart of firewood. What took you so long? Madame Nan walked to the door and helped them carry the firewood. Master Lu quickly stopped her and said, you leave it, I'll do it. It's just a few bundles of firewood. Madame Nan didn't care. But I can't let you carry it, right, Shaoshun? Master Lu knew that he couldn't persuade Madame Nan, so he pulled Gu Shaoshun to help him. Yes, madam. Gu Shaoshun jumped out of the carriage and took the firewood from Madame Nan. Madame Nan glared at Master Lu. Gu Shaoshun carried the firewood and glanced at the red-tasseled spear and small basket in the central room. His eyes lit up, Is my sister back? Madame Nan smiled, she's back, she's playing chess with old Master Meng in the backyard. Everyone in the family knew old Master Meng's surname, but no one connected him with the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms. After all, the chess sage of the Six Kingdoms was treated as a distinguished guest by the state preceptor hall. How could he be reduced to living under someone else's roof? Gu Shaoshun was so excited that he wanted to put 2 chicken feathers on his head immediately. He ran to the backyard with a bundle of firewood, sister. Gu Jiao had already washed up and changed into dry clothes. Her hair was half dry and half wet. Hearing Gu Shaoshun's voice, she raised her hand to push the disobedient hair behind her ear and turned to Gu Shaoshun, Shaoshun. Gu Shaoshun put down the firewood and looked at her from head to toe. Sister, why were you out for so long? We were so worried about you. Gu Jiao curved her lips, I was delayed by something. The academy took so many days off, did anything happen to you? Gu Shaoshun shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. I said you were sick and they wanted to come to see you, but I stopped them. Them? Gu Jiao was confused. Wu Fuzi, Mu Qingchen, Mu Chuan. Gu Shaoshan recited more than 20 names in a single breath. This was because he only knew these people, there were many he didn't know the names of. Gu Jiao, oh. Why was she so popular? Alright. Doll, wait a moment. I'll finish this game with your sister. Old Master Meng couldn't wait any longer. He had the account book in his hands. He had already played more than 20 rounds with Gu Yan. The little boy had to play all the rounds with him. Gu Shaoshan scratched his head and said, Sister, I'll come find you later. Gu Jiao, okay. Gu Jiao came back safely. The whole family was relieved. Madame Nan decided to cook something delicious tomorrow morning. However, she ran out of star anise and fennel. Madame Nan decided to go to the shop to buy some back. There was a shop that sold spices in the alley. It was only a few steps away. However, their shop was closed today, so Madame Nan had to go to the street to buy some. Master Lu was repairing the carriage at home. Halfway through, he frowned. Why isn't Nan Xiang back yet? Xiao Shun, you fix it. I'll go take a look. Okay. Gu Shaoshan took the tools from Master Lu's hand. Master Lu walked out quickly. At this time, Madame Nan had indeed encountered a bit of trouble. She had been blocked in another alley and had even been injured. Her veil was covered in blood. She covered her painful chest and raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. She shot out 3 Tanghua needles. The man smiled coldly and raised his hand to catch her hidden weapons. Madame Nan's face changed. The man looked at the Tanghua needle in his hand and sneered, it's actually dipped in poison. You've become much more ruthless than before. Unfortunately, you're no match for me now. At the end, his smile turned cold. He flicked his finger and shot the 3 Tanghua needles back at Madame Nan. Madame Nan's eyes widened. The speed was too fast. She couldn't dodge at all. Suddenly, a small figure dashed over from behind Mistress Nan. With a whoosh, he grabbed Mistress Nan and pulled her to the side. The 3 Tanghua needles were nailed to the ground. At the same time, Gu Jiao's spear touched the ground. She jumped up and stabbed the other person's heart. The other person tried to grab the red tasseled spear. Unexpectedly, this was a feint. The spear suddenly changed direction and swept towards his lower body. The other person's eyes trembled. He stepped on the ground and flew up to the roof. He steadied himself and looked at the young man in the alley with his black hair dancing. The young man was holding the red tasseled spear. He raised his head and looked at him coldly. His eyes were cold and untamed. That spear technique earlier. He frowned and muttered softly. Then he smiled faintly. Nan Xiang, this is the expert you've invited. I have to say that this little fellow is out of my expectations. But even so, he's not my opponent. Take this. Senior brother. Madame Nan hurriedly walked forward and stretched out her arm. She shielded Gu Jiao behind her. Don't hurt him. Senior brother. Gu Jiao looked at the man on the roof again. The sky was too dark. His figure was shrouded in the darkness. Gu Jiao couldn't see his skin color, but she could still make out his facial features. This person had a pair of malicious eyes. His appearance could be considered good, but when paired with his eyes, there was an inexplicable sense of evil. Madame Nan, stand back. Gu Jiao pressed down on Madame Nan's arm and fearlessly walked forward. She pointed her spear at him. Come down and fight with me. The other person was slightly stunned. He obviously didn't expect the young man to be so fearless. But very quickly, he laughed. Little junior sister, I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time. Since he calls you Madam Nan, then he can be considered as half a martial nephew. Forget it, I only heard that you came to Xing City, so I came over to say hello. I didn't want to do anything to you. You were too nervous and attacked me first. Madam Nan gritted her teeth. Shameless. Alright, I've said my greetings. I should go now. Goodbye, junior sister. After saying that, he smiled coldly and used his qigong to disappear into the night. Gu Jiao turned around and reached out to support her forearm. Madam Nan, you're injured. Madam Nan waved her hand. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after a few days. Why are you here? Gu Jiao said, you didn't come back, so we came out to look for you. Master Lu also went to look for you. He probably went in another direction. Madam Nan panted slightly. Let's go back. Gu Jiao held the red tasseled spear in one hand and supported Madam Nan with the other. The two walked out of the alley. Madam Nan smiled bitterly. I didn't tell you about me in detail before. Do you blame me? Gu Jiao shook her head. I didn't tell Madam Nan about me either. Madam Nan smiled. She didn't want to compare who had more secrets with her. The person just now was called Qi Xian. He was the direct disciple of the Tang sect. The Tang sect is a Jianghu force outside the 6 countries. I used to be a member of the Tang sect. Later, I was dissatisfied with the marriage arranged by the Tang sect for me. If I still had my martial arts, Qi Xian wouldn't have been able to hurt me today. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. I see. No wonder Madam Nan's poison and hidden weapons are so powerful. Madam Nan shook her head slightly again. These two things are actually the worst for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have destroyed my martial arts. I would have destroyed my own hands. When it comes to hidden weapons and poison, Qi Xian is far above me. Gu Jiao asked doubtfully, then Madam Nan said, my martial arts are more powerful. Back then, the Tang sect had a forbidden technique. Originally, the disciples were not allowed to practice it. But later, for some reason, the sect leader decided to let us direct disciples try it. In the end, I was the only one who learned it. Maybe because of this, I was forced to marry the sect leader's son. Speaking of this, she paused and smiled. These are all things in the past. My martial arts are gone, but it's not bad to be able to live a carefree life. Then why did he want to kill you just now? Gu Jiao didn't believe that he just came over to say hello. She could feel such a strong murderous aura. Madam Nan said, he wanted to force me to tell him the method to learn the forbidden technique. Sigh, how would I know the method? I just learned it and learned it. Who knows why they are so stupid? Gu Jiao, thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, he just said that he heard that Madam Nan came to Xingdu. Madam Nan sighed. Do you still remember the steward surnamed Liao from the State Preceptor Hall? The one we asked him to take you into the State Preceptor Hall through the back door. Gu Jiao had some impression of him. The one who was kicked out by the Horse King. Madam Nan said, that's him. He used to be an outer disciple of the Tang sect and knew us. I think he should be the one who leaked my whereabouts to Qi Xian. But I really didn't expect Qi Xian to come to Xingdu. This is against the rules of the Tang sect. Since the last sect leader, the Tang sect doesn't easily enter the world. Suddenly, Madam Nan thought of a possibility. Chapter 685. On the way back, Gu Jiao and Madame Nan, Master Lu, came looking for them. He saw Madame Nan being supported by Gu Jiao and her veil was stained with blood. His heart skipped a beat. "Ah, Xiang, what's wrong with you?" Nan Xiang looked at him angrily. "Don't make a fuss. You're scared out of your wits." Master Lu panicked. "No, you're vomiting blood. What the hell is going on? If you don't want to talk, let Jiao Jiao talk." Gu Jiao looked at Madame Nan. Madame Nan sighed. Okay, don't make things difficult for the child. I met Qi Xian." Master Lu was stunned. "Which Qi Xian?" "Your former senior brother." Madame Nan said, "That's him." Master Lu was shocked. "He came to Xingdu. Aren't the disciples of the Tang sect not allowed to leave the Tang fortress at will?" Madame Nan said, "His appearance is indeed against the rules of the Tang sect, but that's between him and the Tang sect. It has nothing to do with me." Master Lu asked, "He's not here to take you back?" Madame Nan shook her head slightly. "No, he's here to interrogate us about the forbidden technique. He could have continued to fight with Jiao Jiao just now, but he didn't. I guess he has more important things to do and can't stay with us all the time. He won't come in a short time." Master Lu looked doubtful. "You know him so well." Madame Nan smiled bitterly. "He's been my senior brother for many years. I know him well. Don't worry, let's go back." The three of them returned to the house. Madame Nan took some pills for internal injuries and went back to her room to rest. Gu Jiao also went back to her room. She lay on the bed and thought about the fight with Qi Xian just now. She could feel that Qi Xian was an out-and-out expert, and he was the type that she had never come into contact with before. First, it was the beautiful monk, then the troublesome ox-nose who dared to sneak attack the beautiful monk, and now Qi Xian. It was getting more and more lively. The trip to the Yen Kingdom is really not simple. "Sis, are you asleep?" Gu Xiaoshuan's voice came from outside the door. Gu Jiao sat up and opened the curtain. "Come in." Gu Xiaoshuan pushed the door open and went to Gu Jiao's bedside. She handed her something. Gu Jiao took it and looked at it. It was a wooden ball the size of a baby's fist. "This is mechanical ball, for you to protect yourself." Gu Xiaoshuan scratched his head and chuckled. "I've modified the mechanism that Master taught me to make. It's similar to how you use your black fire pearl. You just have to throw it out. The ball will trigger the mechanism and the poison needles inside will shoot out from every hole." Gu Jiao looked at the ball and said, "This ball is full of holes. It can attack from all angles." Gu Xiaoshuan, although he didn't understand what his sister was saying, it seemed like she was praising him. Gu Xiaoshuan opened his other hand and took out a small ball cover. "Just in case, if you accidentally drop it and hurt yourself, you'll be fine with this cover." Gu Jiao smiled and said sincerely, "Xiaoshuan is really good." Gu Xiaoshuan blushed. "This is just a basic mechanical ball. Sis, you can use it for now. If I can make better ones, I'll give them to you." Gu Jiao, "Okay." The next day, Gu Jiao, who had been absent for many days, finally went to the academy. As soon as she entered the classroom, a group of people surrounded her. Zhou Tong and Zhong Ding squeezed at the front. The two of them asked in unison, "Lu Lang, are you okay?" Gu Jiao was still not used to being surrounded like this, but looking at the pairs of small eyes full of concern, she did not push them away. She said, "I'm fine. I'm cured." Zhongding said, "Gu Xiaoshuan said that you were seriously ill and couldn't get out of bed for a few days." We were all scared and wanted to see you, but he said that you had acne and it was contagious. We'd better not go. Gu Shaoshan himself had acne, but he did not forget to use his experience to help her lie. Zhou Tong said with lingering fear, acne is very dangerous. You're lucky to be able to survive. Gu Jiao said, it's okay. Mu Qingchen did not come today, but Mu Chuan, Yuan Shao, and Zhao Wei heard that Gu Jiao was coming to class and hurried over from their own classrooms. The class had not started yet. The three of them came in through the back door of the classroom. Excuse me, bro, Yuan Shao said to Zhou Tong, who was sitting in front of Gu Jiao. Oh. Zhou Tong did not dare to provoke the people from Team Ju, so he quickly moved aside. Zhao Wei stared at the student next to him. We're still short of a seat, bro, that person hurriedly left with his bag. The two of them sat in front of Gu Jiao and turned to stare straight at Gu Jiao. Mu Chuan sat down on the seat that originally belonged to Mu Qingchen on Gu Jiao's left. The three of them stared at Gu Jiao with 6 eyes. Gu Jiao closed the book that she was halfway through. What's wrong? It's like you're looking at a monkey. You've lost weight, Mu Chuan said. Yeah, Gu Jiao said faintly. Mu Chuan whispered, do you really have acne? Gu Jiao said seriously, yes. Mu Chuan suddenly reached out and touched Gu Jiao's forehead. After that, he touched his own. It's not hot anymore. You've recovered quite quickly. My fourth brother had acne when he was young and was sick for more than 10 days. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression, I recover quickly. The three of them exchanged glances. Zhao Wei looked at Yuan Shao. Go ahead. Yuan Shao looked at Zhao Wei. Go ahead. Mu Chuan raised his hand. Forget it. Stop arguing. I'll do it. Zhao Wei and Yuan Shao were speechless. We're not arguing. Gu Jiao looked at the three of them strangely. Mu Chuan cleared his throat and said seriously, the three of us came to you not only to see you, but also to bring you 2 pieces of news. One is good news and the other is bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Gu Jiao said without hesitation, the bad news. The three of them felt awkward at the same time. Mu Chuan braced himself and said, well, while you were sick, we had a competition with Canaan Academy. Yuan Shao said hurriedly, what do you mean by, while you were sick? It was yesterday. Gu Jiao looked at the three of them and said, the bad news is, Mu Chuan said with shame, we lost. We failed to live up to your expectations. We didn't fail you at all. You're all heroes. I'm proud of you. Gu Jiao said with bright eyes, what's the good news? I got 10,000 taels, but there's still good news. Could it be that there's an additional 1,000 taels of gold? Mu Chuan straightened his back and said, the good news is that even though we lost, the people of Canaan Academy finally agreed to exchange rewards with us after my hard work in persuading them. We can go and see the king soon. Ha ha ha. Aren't I awesome? Gu Jiao threw a punch and Mu Chuan's head fell onto the table. Awesome my ass. Who the hell wants to see the king? Give me back my gold. For the whole day, the murderous aura in the back row was particularly strong. Gu Jiao sat in her seat with a dark face. The whole classroom became her small battlefield. The students of Clear Heart Hall collectively held their books and trembled. On the other hand, Xiaoheng had just sent little Jing Kong to Lingbo Academy. He had applied for leave from Tsanglan Academy. He had good grades and was the top student in every subject. He was the most promising student in the academy. Even if he applied for leave for several days, none of the teachers rejected him. He wanted to go to the outer city to see if Gu Jiao had returned. After sitting in his carriage, he changed back into his own clothes and said, "Let's go out of the city." The coachman was a servant he bought. He knew that Xiaoheng was a man and knew that he must be going out of the city through the southern gate. The coachman drove the carriage to the south. When they passed by an old shop, Xiaoheng said to the coachman, "Stop for a while. I'm going to buy something." "Yes." The coachman stopped the carriage by the roadside. The coachman wanted to say that he could buy something, but according to his observation, his young master would always choose the things he bought for the people around him. Xiaoheng was going to buy dried meat for Gu Jiao. The dried meat in this shop was very suitable for Gu Jiao's taste. There were not many people in the queue at this time. Xiaoheng ordered a bit of each of the two flavors. After the spicy flavor was sold out, the boss went to the back to get new ones. "Young master, please wait for a moment." "It will be ready soon." Xiaoheng waited patiently. A few people waiting for the dried meat came one after another. A young scholar said, "Hey, have you heard? The crown princess is back." His companion beside him said, "She's back. Why didn't I know?" A middle-aged man came over and said with a smile, "She didn't put up the crown princess's guard of honor. Of course you didn't know. Speaking of which, isn't she too feminine? Didn't the king depose her long ago? He even issued an imperial edict." The young scholar lowered his voice slightly. "But I heard that the king's original words were to bring the crown princess back." Mouth, cough. The middle-aged man covered his mouth. What he wanted to say was that the king probably had a loose tongue, right? The crown princess had been deposed to be a commoner. Now there was no crown princess in the Yan kingdom, only the crown prince. As they were talking, a carriage suddenly came slowly from the long street behind them. The carriage was wide and was pulled by 6 horses. There were 4 guards on each side of the carriage. There weren't many imperial bodyguards, but 6 horses was the standard of the imperial family. Xiaoheng heard the middle-aged man beside him gasp. "It's the crown princess." Perhaps he did not expect them to speak of the devil, or perhaps he was too surprised. Everyone around heard him call out the crown princess. Everyone rushed towards the carriage. There were too many people. Xiaoheng did not plan to join in the fun at this juncture. He took the dried meat from the boss and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the people who wanted to see the crown princess were so excited that they knocked him out. He was caught off guard and fell in front of the carriage. Chapter 686. Xiaoheng never expected that he would fall out of the crowd. How long has it been since he encountered such a thing? When he encountered robbers, the robbers would be smashed to death by a plaque. When he encountered thieves, the thieves would be knocked away by a passing carriage. Could it be that he would be unlucky again after changing back to men's clothes? If he was trampled by the horse's hooves, he wouldn't even know how he died. Fortunately, because the crowd flocked to see the crown princess, the road was narrow and the carriage was forced to slow down slightly. He still had time to get up and leave. Xiaoheng supported himself with his hands on the ground and endured the pain in his knees to stand up. But as soon as he took a step, he stepped on something and slipped, falling down with a thud. He fell flat on his face. This time, it was really, Oh no. The coachman really didn't expect that this person would fall down again after getting up. "I can't slow down even if I reduce the speed. Besides, who's to blame if I brake too fast and throw the crown princess out?" The guards lined up on horseback to protect the carriage on both sides, but they didn't have time to rein in their horses. At the critical moment, a blue figure jumped up from the front and flew over everyone's heads. The distance was very far, but he arrived in front of the carriage in the blink of an eye. He didn't stop. He quickly reached out his slender and powerful hand, grabbed Xiaoheng from the ground, and rushed forward with a whoosh. Because he was too fast to save people, he couldn't stop. Ah! He's going to hit the crown princess carriage. Oh no! The crowd didn't dare to watch. However, what they were worried about didn't happen. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed Xiaoheng, and flew over the roof of the crown princess carriage. The two of them landed on the street behind the carriage. In the crowd, someone recognized this person and exclaimed, "It's Taoish Qing Feng." It's really Taoish Qing Feng. Taoish Qing Feng came down the mountain. Taoish Qing Feng hasn't come down the mountain for 5 years, right? He's still the same as before. He hasn't changed at all. Taoish Qing Feng is so handsome. In the attic, a girl clutched her handkerchief and said infatuatedly. The other girl beside her snorted disapprovingly, "What's so handsome about a cow's nose?" There was no woman in his eyes at all. I think that the young master he saved is even more handsome. Of course not. Taoish Qing Feng is the most handsome. That young master is the most handsome. Xiaoheng steadied himself, and the other party let go of his hand. Then, Xiaoheng looked at the other party. When he heard someone call him Daoist, he thought it was an old Daoist, but unexpectedly, it was a young man in his 20s. The young man wore a blue Daoist robe and had a sage-like bearing. His appearance was like jade, and his gaze was chilly. His entire body seemed to emanate a Tao insight that was isolated from the world, causing all the clamorous noise of the mortal world to instantly become silent around him. Actually, it wasn't that the environment was quiet. It was just that being by his side made her feel at peace. Xiaoheng cupped his hands and thanked the young man. "Thank you for saving me, Taoist." The young man seemed to have a sage-like bearing and was unapproachable, but in fact, he didn't put on any airs. He cupped his hands and returned the greeting to Xiaoheng, "You're welcome." It was a voice that was otherworldly and otherworldly. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. It was as if he hadn't done anything remarkable. He went in the opposite direction of the crown princess's carriage. Well, he came from the east, so it was normal for him to go west now. Xiaoheng looked at his back, then turned and looked at the west end of the long street. The crown princess's carriage and guards had already left decisively, gradually disappearing into the long street. In contrast to Taoish Qing Feng's bravery, the crown princess's indifference aroused a burst of anger among the people. So many years have passed, but she's still as domineering as before. The person who spoke was the middle-aged man who had lined up in front of the meat shop. He was older, so he had heard more about what had happened in the past than the young people present. So a young man asked him, was the crown princess very domineering in the past? The middle-aged man clicked his tongue and said, in the early years, it wasn't rare for a carriage to hit someone and kill someone on the street. If she hadn't been born the crown princess and had the support of the empress and the Xianyuan family, she would have been deposed by the monarch many times. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. She killed a child on the street. That child was only 5 or 6 years old. He was only this tall. Come to me. Oh, what a sin. Why do you think she came back so quickly? The crowd's discussion didn't stop. Xiaoheng knew the power of rumors, but he couldn't tell whether they were true or false. The crowd didn't disperse so quickly, but it wasn't as lively as before. The people around him then hurried away, each going about their own business. Xiaoheng stood on the long street, looking in the direction where the crown princess's carriage had left. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the moment he fell in front of the carriage, he seemed to feel a gaze from the carriage that couldn't be ignored fall on him. The dried meat he had just bought was already dirty from the fall, so Xiaoheng went to buy new dried meat. He felt that there shouldn't be anything else to do, but something unexpected happened. The moment he turned around with the dried meat, he ran into Nan Gongli, who had come out of the iron shop across the street. Nan Gongli saw Xiaoheng with a glance. The carriage was only a few steps away from Xiaoheng, but Xiaoheng didn't get on the carriage. He walked back and entered the shop that sold dried meat. Nan Gongli's brows furrowed. "General, what's wrong?" "The carriage is ready," the guard on the side said. Nan Gongli looked deeply at the shop. "I saw someone. Have them wait for me here. Go around and block the back door of the shop that sells dried meat. Don't let anyone go out." "Yes." The guard quickly crossed the street and went around the alley to the back door of the shop. Nan Gongli walked into the shop. Nan Gongli's right sleeve was empty, so it was hard to avoid attracting attention as he walked. The owner of the dried meat came over and asked politely, "Sir, are you here to buy dried meat?" In fact, this shop wasn't opened by him. He only rented the space near the entrance. There was a restaurant inside the shop. Nan Gongli ignored him and walked towards the lobby. Nan Gongli looked fierce and had a cold aura. The owner of the dried meat didn't dare to pester him and continued to sell dried meat in front of the stall. Nan Gongli wandered around the lobby and didn't find Xiaoheng. He went to the back door and asked the guard, "Did anyone go out?" The guard shook his head, replying to the general, "No one went out after I guarded here." Nan Gongli searched the entire restaurant, even the kitchen and the toilet, but he didn't see Xiaoheng. Nan Gongli was sure that he didn't see wrongly. That person just now was Xiaoheng. "Have you come to the Yen Kingdom, Xiaoheng? There's a path to heaven, but you don't take it. There's no door to hell, but you barge in. If you hide in the Zhao Kingdom, I can't do anything to you. But you're in my territory, so don't blame me for settling old and new grudges with you." "General." The guard looked at Nan Gongli, who had a strange expression, puzzled. Nan Gongli said proudly, "Go and check which Zhao Kingdom people came to Xingdu recently. I'm going to the Crown Prince's mansion." The guard saluted and said, "Yes, General." Nan Gongli paused and thought of something. He smiled coldly, "Especially investigate these two names, Xiao Lulang and Gu Jiao." In Tiancheng Academy, all the students in the Clear Heart Hall had an indescribable day. After school, they didn't dare to stay for a moment and left the classroom like a swarm of bees. When Gu Xiaoshun came to find his sister, he found that the classroom was empty. He scratched his head, "Huh? Why is everyone eating so enthusiastically today?" Gu Jiao handed the bag of books to Gu Xiaoshun. "I'm going out. I won't go back to eat." "Going out again? What should I say if Gu Yan asks?" Gu Xiaoshun wasn't afraid of anything. He was only afraid that Gu Yan would ask him. Gu Jiao said, "Just say that I'm going to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and will be back tonight." When he heard that she was only going to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Gu Xiaoshun was relieved. Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion was where Gu Qingfeng was staying temporarily. It was very safe there. He agreed, "Okay. Sister, go early and come back early." Gu Jiao nodded, "Okay." Gu Jiao came out of Tiancheng Academy and hired a carriage to go to Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. She walked the rest of the way. Along the way, she was very vigilant. After making sure that no one was following her, she entered Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion from the back door. Su Fengxian was sitting in the backyard, scolding Gu Qingfeng. Humph. His temper is really bad every day. One moment this master comes, he won't see him. The next moment that master comes, he won't see him. Who does he think he is? Heavenly Emperor. Yinqing weakly pulled Su Fengxian's sleeve. Su Fengxian impatiently shook off her hand and continued to complain. What? Did I say something wrong? Don't I need money to open such a big theater? If he dares to embarrass the guests again tonight, I'll kick him out of here. Before she could finish the last word, Su Fengxian felt a shadow looming over her head. She looked up. Oh my God. She was so scared that she fell off the stool and sat on the ground. Yinqing braced herself and helped her up. She gritted her teeth and whispered, "Why didn't you remind me that he was coming?" Yinqing felt wronged. "I did remind you, but you didn't listen." Su Fengxian secretly cursed and forced out a flattering smile. "Oh, the young master is here. Please sit down. Please sit down. Yinqing. Serve tea to the young master." "Yes." Yinqing hurriedly went to check. Su Fengxian called out to her again, "Wait, you stay here. I'll go make tea." She would rather work than stay and suffer this young man's anger. Gu Jiao didn't seem to have any intention of denouncing her. She said, "I'll look for him," and went upstairs. Su Fengxian's body went soft and she sat down on the stool. She raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead and said with lingering fear, "Scared me to death, scared me to death. I didn't see anyone at the door just now. How did he grow out?" Gu Jiao went upstairs. Gu Qingfeng was doing very well in the theater now. Not only did he have his own luxurious room, he also had a few servants that he could order around. Su Fengxian was complaining, but she really couldn't bear to kick out Gu Qingfeng, this money tree. Gu Qingfeng was memorizing the script. These were all the scripts written in the old Chancellor's storybook. The story was also from the storybook, commonly known as the play within the play. One couldn't help but admit that the plays written by old Chancellor were indeed marvelous. They were twisted and bizarre, gripping the heartstrings of the audience. Most importantly, the ending of every play would be stuck in everyone's throat, making one's heart ache and unable to sleep. They couldn't wait to watch the next play. Just like that, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's business became better. With more customers coming, it was naturally easier for Gu Qingfeng to inquire about information. However, he didn't plan to inquire about information tonight. He wanted to see if that lass had returned. Who knew that just as he put down the booklet in his hand, Gu Jiao walked into the room. "You." Gu Qingfeng only came back to his senses after a while. He sized her up and hurriedly walked over to close the door. He sat down at the square table with Gu Jiao and asked in a deep voice, "When did you come back? Why were you gone for so long?" Gu Jiao said, "I came back yesterday. I ran into something and was delayed." "Something?" Gu Qingfeng grabbed her hand and rolled up her sleeves. Looking at the bruises on her arm, he said in a bad mood, "This is something." So many days had passed and there were still bruises. It could be seen how swollen it was when she was injured. Gu Jiao pulled her hand back. "Think of a way to contact Xiaoheng and tell him that I'm back safely." Gu Qingfeng snorted. "Did you come here just to tell that guy that you're safe?" "Not really," Gu Jiao said. Gu Qingfeng's eyes lit up. "Say it quickly and tell him that you're safe too. Also, I wanted to ask you what you've heard recently," Gu Jiao continued. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. Opera houses were popular in Qingdu. It was easier to survive in an opera house than a brothel. This was also the reason why Su Fengxian changed the brothel into an opera house. Those who went to the brothel were all men, but those who came to watch opera were all men and women. If the opera was good, even the eunuchs in the palace would come to support it. The inner city was very strict and it was easy to run into acquaintances. Over time, the outer city became the best choice for guests. These days, Gu Qingfeng really did find out a lot of information. Xingdu has been a lot livelier recently. The crown princess has returned. Some disciples and aides of aristocratic families who were traveling outside have also returned. I know of Daoist Qing Feng from the Feng family and Qi Xian, the master of Air Han from the Han family. Gu Jiao heard a familiar name. Qi Xian. The Qi Xian from the Tang sect. This time, it was Gu Qingfeng's turn to be surprised. How do you know? Oh, Gu Jiao replied. I've fought him before. Gu Qingfeng was shocked. You fought with him. You were injured by him. You're not disabled, are you? That guy is not to be trifled with. It's said that his martial arts are very high. Even the state preceptor hall has to be polite to him. It's all Qi Xian's credit that Air Han can become the #1 master of his generation in Xingdu. Gu Jiao shook her head. No, he didn't hurt me. He left after 2 moves. Gu Qingfeng asked in confusion, then how do you know he's Qi Xian? Gu Jiao said, Madame Nan said that she knows him. Gu Qingfeng had been in contact with Madame Nan so many times that he probably knew that the other party had a background. He curiously asked, who is Madame Nan? Qi Xian's former junior sister. Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Qingfeng's mouth suddenly opened wide. Qi Xian's former junior sister, didn't that mean she was also from the Tang sect? Girl, what kind of master and mistress did you find for Gu Yan? Gu Jiao hadn't been in contact with the Feng family for the time being, so she naturally didn't have much interest in Daoist Qing Feng. In contrast, she cared more about Qi Xian. Qi Xian is actually an aide of the Han family. That's good. They were jackals of the same tribe. It wouldn't be difficult to fight in the future. Thinking of the reason why Gu Jiao left Xingdu, Gu Qingfeng asked, last time you said you wanted to confirm something. Did you confirm it? No. She didn't see the crown princess. Gu Qingfeng, is it related to Xiaoheng? Gu Jiao, yes. He knew that this girl would risk her life for Xiaoheng. Gu Qingfeng sternly said, I don't care if you came back safely this time. Next time, don't do such a thankless thing. The crown princess can't deal with the crown prince. Do you know why the crown princess suddenly returned to Xingdu? Gu Jiao shook her head. Gu Qingfeng said, in fact, there are many rumors among the people. Some say that the Emperor of Yen wants to execute the crown princess. Some say that the Emperor of Yen wants to pardon the crown princess. There are even rumors that the Emperor himself called her the crown princess. They are all false. The crown princess wanted to come back herself. Can she come back just because she wants to? If Gu Jiao remembered correctly, the crown princess seemed to be imprisoned in Guanshan to guard the imperial mausoleum. Of course not. This is the inside information that I spent a lot of effort to find out. Gu Qingfeng said solemnly, the crown princess lost her memory. In the imperial palace of Yen Kingdom, on a secluded and messy path in the southwest corner, a little palace maid carrying a basket of wild fruits walked in the afterglow of the setting sun, gasping for breath as she walked toward a dilapidated bedchamber. This used to be the most crowded place in the imperial palace of Yen Kingdom. Now, it could not even be considered a place where sparrows could be seen. The little palace maid came to the door. Grand, She had just said one word when she realized that this address was not right. She changed her words and said, "Third Duke," it was still not right. In the imperial palace, the slightest carelessness could lead to death. The little palace maid thought for a moment and could only call out, "Master, I've brought back dinner." However, no one responded to her. The little palace maid bravely stepped over the threshold and came to the overgrown front yard. The weeds had not been trimmed for a long time and were already half the height of a person. From time to time, something darted through the grass. She did not know whether it was a stray cat or a mouse. The little palace maid's face turned pale with fright. She was a new palace maid this year. Because she did not show filial piety to her aunt, she was sent to this place to serve the former crown princess who had long been dethroned. It was said that the emperor had summoned the crown princess back. This was not wrong. However, the reason was not that the emperor had finally remembered the crown princess. It was that the crown princess had been attacked in the imperial mausoleum a few days ago. It was said that the group of assassins had cut down the bridge in order to not give the crown princess a chance to escape. The crown princess had escaped by falling into the lake. However, no one expected that the crown princess had lost her memory after being rescued. Not only that, the group of assassins was so vicious that they had destroyed the imperial mausoleum. If it was only the assassination of a dethroned crown princess, the emperor might not have mobilized so many people. However, destroying the imperial mausoleum was like shaking the dragon vein of Yen Kingdom. The emperor was furious. In order to investigate the truth of the incident, he summoned the crown princess back to Chengdu. All the servants around the crown princess had been interrogated. There was no one to serve her. That was why she, a new palace maid, was sent here. This was the bedchamber where the third princess had lived before she was conferred the title of crown princess. After the crown princess's crime of colluding with the Xianyuan clan was confirmed, everyone around her was executed. The little palace maid did not dare to get up in the middle of the night for fear of accidentally bumping into the souls of the deceased. "Master! Master, where have you been? Master!" The little palace maid could not find the crown princess. She was so anxious that she was sweating. Could something have happened to her? Although she is a dethroned crown princess, if something had happened to her, I would have to be buried with her. The crown princess that the little palace maid was anxiously looking for was sitting in a nearby pavilion. The pavilion was built on a low hillside. It was surrounded by railings on the east, west, and south sides. On the north side, there were more than 10 steps of stairs. The pavilion was a little high, so the view was broad and the wind was excellent. A man and a woman were sitting in the pavilion. The woman was wearing old and simple folk clothes. Her black hair was tied up diagonally behind her head with a wooden hairpin. Just by looking at her clothes, she was no different from a common woman. However, she was the former crown princess of the great Yen imperial family. "I heard that you came back. I should have come to visit you earlier, but I have been tied up with official business these days. Please forgive me." The one who spoke was the man sitting across from her. He was not even 40 years old. Although he called her sister, he did not look as young as her. "I heard that you are the crown prince," she said. The crown prince smiled. "Yes. After you were dethroned, father made me the crown prince." "Oh." She turned her head slightly and looked at the palaces and a lush orchard to the side. "When was there an orchard?" "I remember it was a lotus pond. I had people dig it." The crown prince said pleasantly, "Father ordered people to fill it in." "Oh," she said again. She lowered her eyes and said, "I like the lotuses there very much." The Crown Prince said, "Sister, you see, you still remember the past." She shook her head slightly and said softly, "I only remember things before I was 17. Is that so?" The Crown Prince picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. "Then what do you remember?" She looked into the distance. "I remember mother, uncle, eldest cousin, second cousin, third cousin, eldest cousin, younger cousin, and younger cousin." The Crown Prince looked deeply at her and said, "Mother has passed away." She nodded slightly, as if she was numb and resigned to her fate. "Yes, the new palace maid told me. Also, the Xianyuan family is gone. I am alone. Father does not favor me. I have to be careful in the palace. Otherwise, I may lose my life at any time." The Crown Prince did not miss any of her expressions. "Sister, don't say that. You still have father and me." She said softly, "Mother Han is very good to me. Second brother, you are also very good to me." The Crown Prince smiled. "It is what I should do." She did not reply and continued to admire the scenery in the palace. It was as if she had not seen enough after leaving for so long and suddenly returning. The wind brushed past her beautiful face. It made people jealous that time had not left any marks on her face. The Crown Prince dismissed the eunuchs and palace maids guarding the steps. "All of you, leave." "Yes." The palace maids retreated. The afterglow of the setting sun shone into her eyes. Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain a galaxy of stars. It was this pair of eyes. This pair of eyes was exactly the same as the bloodline of the Xianyuan family. Even if she was not angry, it made people feel an invisible pressure that seemed to come from the soul. "Sister." The Crown Prince called her. She did not look at the Crown Prince. She continued to admire the scenery. "You talk a bit too much today. I want to see the scenery." The Crown Prince looked at her without blinking. His smile disappeared. He said quietly, "Sister, did you really lose your memory?" She sighed. "I can't do anything if you don't believe me." The Crown Prince suddenly smiled. "It is not that I don't believe you. It is just that what happened to you is too inconceivable. Sister, there is no one else here. You don't have to hide anything from me." She said, "I am not hiding anything." The Crown Prince sneered. "Is that so?" Just now, when I asked Imperial older sister what she remembered, Imperial older sister mentioned her mother and her maternal family, but she did not mention her only flesh and blood. "Imperial elder sister, have you forgotten your own son?" She shook her head. "I have said that I have forgotten everything after I turned 17. The Crown Prince stood up and leaned toward her across the stone table. "Sister, if you have forgotten, why don't I, as your younger brother, help you remember? Sister, when you were 17, you suddenly disappeared from the Yen Kingdom. After that, you had a child with someone. That child was called. I remember now. His name was Huang Fuqing." She said with a smile. "No." The Crown Prince said word by word in her ear. "His name was Xiaoheng." She did not move. "It seems that sister really does not remember anything." The Crown Prince smiled and straightened up. "It is late. I will take my leave." After saying this, he turned and walked out of the pavilion. When he was about to step down the stairs, he suddenly stopped. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled carelessly. "I forgot to give you a gift." He walked back and took out a small paper bag. He opened it and put it on the table. It was a few pieces of dried meat that he picked up from the ground. They were the ones that Xiaoheng dropped. He smiled meaningfully. "Is royal sister satisfied with this greeting gift?" Wait. When the crown prince was about to leave the pavilion, she called out to him. The crown prince turned around and looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Sister, did you suddenly remember something? For example, what should I tell imperial father and what shouldn't? She smiled and shook her head. Neither. I just remembered that I also brought you a gift. After saying this, she slowly walked to the crown prince and smiled at him. The next second, she reached out and pushed the crown prince down the steep stairs. Chapter 687. The falling from such a high place, even if you don't die, you will be crippled. The crown prince has a secret guard around him. Of course, it's impossible to let the crown prince get hurt. The secret guard hiding nearby used his qigong to fly over and catch the crown prince. Then, he launched an instinctive attack on anyone who threatens the crown prince. He hit the crown princess with his palm. The crown prince's face suddenly changed. Stop. However, it was too late. The palm had already hit the crown princess. She first hit the stone table and then fell heavily to the ground. Even the corner of her mouth overflowed with blood. Master! Not far away, a palace maid exclaimed. It turned out that the palace maid couldn't find the crown princess in the bedroom. Worried that the crown princess would cause trouble, she hurriedly came out to find her. She also informed several nearby patrolling eunuchs, so there were a total of 5 people who came. The 5 people didn't see how the crown prince fell, but they saw the former crown princess vomiting blood after being hit by the secret guard around the crown prince. Everyone was shocked. What is the crown prince doing? Why did he let the secret guard hurt the former crown princess? He also dismissed all the palace people around. Does he want to secretly deal with the former crown princess? If they didn't come, would the former crown princess have been killed by the crown prince? They thought of the attack on the crown princess in the imperial tomb. Could it be you? The crown prince looked at her coldly. Shengwan Yan, you are ruthless. That's how it is. Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Jiao. The crown princess lost her memory. She can't even remember her son's name. Sometimes she calls him Zhang Qing, sometimes she calls him Li Qing. I don't know how she provoked the crown prince in the evening and made him attack her in the imperial palace. Originally, no useful clues were found about the attack on the crown princess. In other words, the crown prince's people did it too cleanly, not leaving a trace. But now that such a thing happened, the crown prince's suspicion suddenly increased. Is the crown prince such an impatient person? The king was sitting in the imperial palace. If the crown prince dared to come blatantly, why did he arrange an assassination? Did the crown prince think that he didn't expose himself? Gu Jiao felt that something was amiss. Who are you? Gu Jiao's eyes turned cold. It's me. Su Fengxian's voice sounded. Come in. Gu Jiao took back the crabapple needles in her hand. Su Fengxian awkwardly pushed open the door and entered with a plate of fresh iced melons and fruits. She smiled and said, I just cut them. She placed the fruit platter on the table. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Wait. Gu Jiao stopped her. Su Fengxian turned around and said with a flattering smile, What instructions does young lord have? Gu Jiao asked, What do you think of what happened just now? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Su Fengxian hurriedly waved her hand. What do you mean by that? I didn't hear a single word. Gu Jiao pulled out a small knife. Su Fengxian was so scared that her legs went soft. She used her hands to support herself on the table. I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Gu Jiao cut a piece of fruit and looked at her strangely. Su Fengxian looked at her small knife and then looked at the fruit that she had cut into thin slices. She was instantly stunned. You just want to cut the melon. I thought you were going to cut me. Since she was already exposed, there was no point in hiding it. Su Fengxian used a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat on her forehead. She laughed dryly and said, I didn't hear much. I only heard you talking about the crown princess and the crown prince. If you ask me what I think it was the crown prince who did it. Is the crown prince that stupid? Gu Jiao asked. Of course the crown prince isn't that stupid. But didn't the people in the palace see it? It was the crown prince's imperial bodyguard that injured the crown princess. Although Su Fengxian also felt that it didn't match the crown prince's usual calm temperament, facts spoke louder than words. How could it be false when they saw it with their own eyes? Gu Qingfeng touched his chin and said thoughtfully, could it be the crown princess's trick? For example, she deliberately attacked the crown prince and lured the crown prince's secret guards to defend her. He had read too many of the old chancellor's storybooks. He had almost memorized the 36 stratagems by heart. Su Fengxian shook her handkerchief. There's something you don't know. I'd rather believe that the crown prince couldn't keep his cool than the crown princess's trick. Because, when she said this, her expression suddenly became solemn. She's the proudest woman in the whole of Great Yen. The crown princess who didn't even beg for mercy when she was executed in public. Countless whips fell on her body. She was beaten until her skin and flesh were torn open in the throne room. She was watched by all the civil and military officials and suffered a death of 1,000 cuts in her spirit. Under the double destruction of her body and soul, she didn't shed a single tear. She didn't cry out that she was wronged or say that she was wronged, Father Emperor. If she was willing to bend her lofty and unyielding character and kneel down to beg the monarch to forgive her, how could she end up in such a miserable state? If she couldn't be the crown princess, she could at least be a princess. But she would rather be demoted to a commoner and be imprisoned forever than bow her head and show weakness. This was the crown princess. Su Fengxian sighed. How could such a crown princess use the trick of injuring herself to gain sympathy? This is a trick that she disdains to use. To let her break her lofty and unyielding character, it's more painful than killing her. Maybe you can't understand what I'm saying. Alas, I don't know what to say. In short, if she really did this, then she must have something that she wants to protect very much. It's more important than her life and dignity. Imperial Palace, in the pavilion at the southwest corner. Shangguan Yan didn't leave. She just sat on the stone bench. The little palace maid anxiously waited on her and earnestly advised her. Master, let's go back. You're injured, at least go back and lie down. In a while, someone will come to you to investigate the situation. Shangguan Yan didn't speak. The little palace maid was anxious. Then go back and eat first, okay? Shangguan Yan still didn't speak. The little palace maid scratched her ears and scratched her cheeks. She didn't know what to do. Okay, I'll go and bring the food. Master, wait here for a while. The little palace maid went back to the bedroom to get the food. Shangguan Yan sat quietly in the pavilion, looking at the direction of Feng Qi Palace and also the direction of the Shenyuan family. The night wind brought a hint of coolness, blowing her hair. Suddenly, a small figure carved from jade climbed the steps on both hands and feet and came to the pavilion. She poked out her cute little head from behind the pillar. Ha! Who are you? When Shengwan Yen heard the child's tender little voice, she regained her consciousness and turned her head to look at the other party. Seeing a beautiful little girl wearing a palace dress, she smiled slightly. I am Shengwan Yen, who are you? Oh. Children have an instinct to distinguish malicious intentions. The young princess felt goodwill from her, so she came out from behind the pillar. I am Shengwan Shui, they all call me young princess. Little Junju. Shengwan Yen also called out. The young princess went to climb the stool. But the stool was too high, she couldn't climb up. Shengwan Yen helped to carry her up. After she sat down, she said seriously like a little adult, thank you. By the way, your surname is Shengwan. Are you a princess? Or are you a princess like me? If she was outside, she might not ask this. But in the palace, the Shengwan women were generally royalty. Shengwan Yen said, neither. Ha! The young princess grabbed the corner of her clothes. She obviously didn't understand why there was a Shengwan woman in the palace who was neither a princess nor a princess. But children's logic was different from adults. If she wasn't, then she wasn't. Oh, the young princess said, my father is Yen Shanjun, who is your father? Shengwan Yen looked at the young princess with an epiphany, so you are ninth uncle's daughter. The young princess was a smart child. When she heard this sentence, she quickly reacted, you call my father ninth uncle, so I am your little cousin. But why haven't I seen you before? Which uncle's child are you? Why don't you speak? Could it be, she had several uncles who had passed away because of their old age? The young princess seriously frowned and climbed to the stone table. She stretched out her small hand and patted Shengwan Yen's shoulder, don't be sad. I'm not sad. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. Even when she returned to the palace, he didn't summon her. She also didn't take the initiative to greet him. The two of them were in a deadlock. The young princess understood and no longer mentioned this sad topic. Young princess. Young princess. Where did you go, young princess? Oh, they found me. I can't play with you today. The young princess slipped down from the stool and waved to Shengwan Yen, cousin, goodbye. The young princess was brought back to the emperor's bedroom by the palace servants. Yen Shanjun was the posthumous son of the empress dowager. He was more than 20 years younger than the emperor. He was raised by the emperor as his own son. The emperor had feelings for Yen Shanjun as if he was his own son, but he didn't have the expectation that his son would succeed. Without expectations, there would be no disappointment. Therefore, Yen Shanjun became the emperor's favorite younger brother. Because of this, the young princess was particularly favored. The young princess went directly to the emperor's study. The study was an important place. Even the princes and princesses couldn't enter and leave at will. But for the young princess, it was just a small vegetable garden. She could enter whenever she wanted. At this moment, the terrifying tyrant of the great Yen was looking at the memorial in his hand with a cold face. When he saw the little fellow come in, his face slightly relaxed, but in fact, it was still very scary. It's just that the young princess didn't feel this kind of horror. Where did you go today? The emperor asked the young princess. Uncle, your majesty. The young princess first gave a dignified salute, then raised her small head and honestly said, I went to the pavilion to play. I met a cousin today. The emperor picked up the teacup and took a sip. The young princess sighed sadly, her name is Shengwan Yen. She is so pitiful. Her father died more than 10 years ago. The emperor spat out a mouthful of tea. Chapter 688. This. The king looked at the little bean in front of him and swallowed the words, account. His eyes were heavy as he said, "Who told you this?" Outside the imperial study, the eunuchs and palace maids who heard this sentence had already knelt on the ground. Even the palace steward who was carrying snacks in the room also knelt at the door. He raised the tray high above his head and trembled all over. The young princess was a focused child. She didn't notice the movement at the door and outside the door. She said with a childish voice, "Shangguan Yan told me." The king's eyes were filled with a terrible storm. She said that I am dead. The young princess tilted her head seriously. She didn't say it directly, but I am so smart, of course I can guess it. When I asked her who her father was, she seemed a little sad. She said that she hadn't seen her father for more than 10 years. So I thought that her father must be dead. Otherwise, how could he not see her for more than 10 years? The king's old blood was stuck in his chest and he almost had a stroke. The palace maids outside the imperial study were all scared pale. "Young princess, you're the first one to curse the monarch like this since ancient times. If you lose your little head later, don't blame us for not pleading for you." The monarch clutched his chest and asked about the content of the conversation between the two. Finally, he confirmed that Shangguan Yan really didn't say anything, nor did she give any hint in this regard. It was all the little bean's random interpretation. If it was someone else who said this, they would have been beheaded hundreds of times. The king suppressed his anger and said in a heavy tone, "Tomorrow you will go to the imperial school and study with the Taifu." "Ah. Why?" "The young princess doesn't want to study." The king said, "You are 4 years old. It's time for you to learn." He whispered, "At least you can understand human language." The young princess's ears were sharp. She heard his whisper and said with a dissatisfied face, "I can understand human language. I can understand Uncle His Majesty's words." Woo! She wanted to say more, but the head of imperial household came in and covered her mouth in time. "Oh my God, little ancestor, you've already cursed the monarch to be dead, so stop cursing the monarch to be inhuman." The chamberlain smiled and said, "I will bring the young princess back to her room." Woo woo woo. "Don't cover my mouth, I still want to talk. I still want to say it." The young princess was carried away by the head steward of the palace. After the Minister of Internal Affairs settled the young princess down, he felt as if he had shed a layer of skin. The young princess looked very obedient, but she was not an easy child to deal with. "Your Majesty." The Minister of Internal Affairs, Zhang Dequan, was sweating profusely as he returned to the imperial study. At this time, night had already fallen. The light in the surroundings converged, and darkness gradually enveloped the entire palace. Although the imperial study was lit, the night breeze blew in from time to time, causing the oil lamp to flicker. The monarch's originally ruthless and cold expression became even more uncertain. The monarch asked in a deep voice, "Have you investigated thoroughly? How did the young princess get there?" Zhang Dequan replied, "I have carefully asked the palace servants by the young princess' side. The young princess ran there herself. In other words, no one lured her there." The monarch picked up a memorial and said, "That matter, go and do it." Zhang Dequan understood and bowed respectfully. "Yes, I have received the order." That night, the secret guard by the crown prince's side who had injured the former crown princess was executed. The crown prince's hundreds of embroidered uniform guards were taken away in the night, locked up in the dungeon, and tortured. There were 3 questions to be asked. First, was the crown prince related to the assassination of the deposed crown princess? Second, was the crown prince related to the destruction of the imperial mausoleum? Third, was the crown prince related to the crown princess amnesia? In the study of the Crown Prince's residence, the Crown Prince's expression was very cold. I really did not expect that she would give me such a big show of strength as soon as she arrived. Nangongli agreed and said, "This does not seem like the deposed Crown Princess's way of doing things." The deposed Crown Princess's background was too high. All schemes and machinations were like floating clouds in the face of absolute power. She disdained to play tricks with others. After thinking for a moment, Nangongli said, "But people change. In addition, she has experienced so many things. She has concealed her strength and bided her time in the imperial mausoleum for many years. Perhaps she is no longer the deposed Crown Princess we know." The Crown Prince's gaze was deep as he snorted coldly. "I have not seen you for many years. You have really made me see you in a new light." Nangongli said, "I think that your Majesty's actions are not for the sake of the deposed Crown Princess." The Crown Prince sighed helplessly. "I understand. Father is just being paranoid." The monarch was naturally paranoid. Rather than saying that he was worried that the Crown Prince would bully the deposed Crown Princess, it was better to say that he was warning the Crown Prince not to have any thoughts of rebellion. The Crown Prince stood up and walked to the window. Looking at the crescent moon in the sky, he said, "I am loyal to Father. How could I have any thoughts of rebellion?" Nangongli walked to the Crown Prince's side. It is not only for the Crown Prince to see, but also for all the princes and civil and military officials. After all, His Majesty does not wish for a second Xianyuan family to appear. Thinking of the events of the past, the Crown Prince was silent for a moment. Nangongli asked worriedly, "Zhang Dequan won't be able to get anything out of the interrogation, right?" The Crown Prince smiled coldly. "I really hope that he can get something out of the interrogation. I am also very confused. How was the bridge broken? How was the Imperial Mausoleum destroyed? How did the Crown Princess lose her memory? Amnesia." Hearing this, Nangongli more or less understood that the Crown Prince's side had been cleaned up. The brocade guards that were taken away should have nothing to do with the assassination of the Crown Princess. Thus, no matter how they were interrogated, there would not be any evidence against the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince looked coldly at Nangongli. "Didn't you say that there was no one by her side that she could use? Why did none of the people I sent come back?" Nangongli hurriedly bowed and said, "I have secretly investigated the Crown Princess. These years, the Crown Princess has indeed not had any powerful experts by her side. Could it be some surviving member of the Xianyuan family?" The Crown Prince said, "The Xianyuan family has long been exterminated. How could there be any surviving members? The men of the Xianyuan family were either killed in battle or executed. Even the infants in swaddling clothes were not spared. Although the women were sent to the educational division, they could not bear the humiliation and all committed suicide." The Crown Prince continued, "The surviving members are the deposed Crown Princess and the Imperial grandson." At the mention of the Imperial grandson, the Crown Prince's face became even colder. "You still haven't found the whereabouts of that child?" Nangongli hurriedly said, "I have already given the order. There should be a result soon." The Crown Prince said coldly, "To cut the weeds, you must remove the roots." Nangongli said, "I obey." "Father! Father!" Suddenly, a young and tender voice came from outside the study. The Crown Prince's expression changed and he gave Nangongli a look. Nangongli understood and hid behind a bookshelf. A toddler stumbled into the room. The Crown Prince walked over with a smile and picked up his younger daughter. "Ling He, why are you here?" The younger daughter said, "I can't sleep. I miss Father." The Crown Prince smiled. "Father will sleep with you, okay?" "Okay." I also want father to tell me a story. Okay. Tell me, what story does Ling want to hear? The crown prince carried his younger daughter out of the study. Along the way, his happy and doting laughter could be heard. Nangongli came out of the study and touched the wound on his right arm. His eyes were cold as he said, "Xiao Lulang, the son will pay for the father's debt. This time, you can't escape." Gu Jiao had eaten dinner at Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion and was preparing to go back. Suddenly, a gerfalcon flapped its wings and flew to Gu Qingfeng's window sill. Gu Jiao was surprised. Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu also looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Its wings stopped flapping in midair. The only one who was not surprised was Gu Qingfeng. It seemed that Xiao Jiu had come here more than once or twice. There was a rolled-up piece of paper tied to Xiao Jiu's right leg with a red string. Gu Jiao looked at Gu Qingfeng. Gu Qingfeng said, "Take it down and take a look. It's most likely written by Xiaoheng." Gu Jiao learned from Martial Mother Nan that Xiaoheng and Gu Qingfeng had frequently gone to her rented residence to wait for her in the past few days. Thus, they had bumped into each other. However, Gu Jiao did not expect that the two of them would secretly send letters. Gu Qingfeng explained, "It's inconvenient for him in the inner city. If there's a day when he can't leave the city, he'll have Xiao Jiu send a letter to ask me if you've returned." Gu Jiao untied the piece of paper from Xiao Jiu's right leg. On the paper was Xiaoheng's handwriting. There weren't many words. It first asked about Gu Jiao's whereabouts and then said something. "What's wrong?" Gu Qingfeng saw that Gu Jiao's expression was cold and could not help but ask, "Did something happen to Xiaoheng?" Gu Jiao handed him the piece of paper. He met Nangongli. It was because he met Nangongli that Xiaoheng gave up on leaving the city. He did not want to accidentally bring Nangongli's people to Gu Jiao's place. With Nangong-Li's methods, he would definitely investigate the people of Zhao Kingdom who entered Xingdu, especially the identities of Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. Xiaoheng reminded Gu Qingfeng to pay attention to the movements of Tianqiong Academy on the note. Seeing this name, Gu Qingfeng's eyes darkened. It was Nangong-Li who injured Gu Yan, right? It caused Gu Yan's heart disease to act up and he was half dead. He had no choice but to go to Yan Kingdom for surgery. It's him. Gu Jiao looked in the direction of the inner city through the window, her eyes overflowing with murderous intent. It's time to settle the score with Nangong-Li. Chapter 689. When Nangong-Li returned to his residence, he immediately called his trusted bodyguard over and asked him about the progress of the investigation. The bodyguard said with a troubled expression, "General, there are too many places to investigate. It's only been a day. Even if we go to the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the household registration, it will take several days, right?" This was the truth. Investigating a person's information was not that simple. Although the household registration of the country and the household registration of foreigners were recorded separately, the problem was that there were many foreigners. In addition, the Ministry of Revenue wouldn't really give them the household registration of foreigners for investigation. In fact, if someone went to watch the archery competition, they wouldn't find the name Xiao Lulang unfamiliar. However, the distance between them was like a mountain. Nangong-Li didn't pay attention to archery, so he had never heard of the new student of Zhao country, Xiao Lulang, who single-handedly changed the style of the 3 archery competitions. It wasn't that Nangong-Li didn't empathize with the difficulties of his subordinates, but he also had his own difficulties. The crown prince didn't even tell the Han family about the assassination of Xiao Lulang and entrusted him with an important task. As a result, he messed up in Zhao country and let the person escape to the king's eyes. If the king knew about this, they would all be finished. Nangongli frowned and said, I don't care what method you use. You must find Xiao Lulang within 3 days. The bodyguard felt bitter. Not to mention 3 days, even 30 days might not be enough. There were so many people in Xingdu. Finding Xiao Lulang was tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The bodyguard sighed, it would be good if we had people in the Ministry of Revenue. The Minister of Revenue was a member of the Wang family. He had never interacted much with the Nangong family. The Wang family was a true century-old prosperous family. The strength of the family was above the Han family. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Xianfei couldn't give birth to a son, the position of crown prince would have been uncertain. It was difficult to sneak into the Ministry of Revenue to investigate the household registration. The Nangong family and the Wang family had experts. It wasn't worth it to alert the enemy. Nangongli frowned, if you have time to talk nonsense, hurry up and find him. Yes. The trusted guard hurriedly retreated. Nangongli closed his eyes. He had to find Xiao Lulang as soon as possible and kill him. The crown prince had already been disappointed in him once. He couldn't afford to be disappointed a second time. Before Nangongli returned to his room to rest, he inexplicably thought of his injured youngest son. He hadn't gone to see him for 2 days. He thought for a moment, then turned and went to Nangonglin's courtyard. Nangonglin did not know that his father was coming. He was lying on his side on the bed without a care for his image. As he shook his legs, he leisurely listened to the servant talking about the bowls competition. Are you sure? The Tianchong Academy lost. The page boy smiled and said, yes, yes. Little young master, I went to see for myself. He lost so miserably. Nangonglin patted his thigh gloatingly. A bunch of people who overestimate themselves. Don't you know who opened Jianan Academy? That's the Academy of the Imperial Preceptor Palace. The page boy said flatteringly, little young master is right. Nangonglin plucked a grape from the tray held by the maidservant kneeling beside the bed and threw it into his mouth. By the way, how angry was that Xiao Lulang? The page boy said, he didn't go. Nangonglin frowned. What do you mean? The page boy explained, it means that he didn't go. That day, even Mu Chuan, who had just recovered from his injuries, went on stage, but Xiao Lulang didn't appear from beginning to end. I asked around later, and it seems that Xiao Lulang is sick. He's very sick and can't come to the competition. Nangonglin laughed heartily. Serves him right. Xiao Lulang has such a day. Isn't that so? Master. The page boy was halfway through his words when he suddenly saw Nangongli standing at the door. He was so scared that his face turned pale, and he bent down. Father. Nangonglin hurriedly put away his bad manners, sat up properly, and waved at the maidservant beside him without batting an eyelid. The maidservant put away the fruit tray, stood up, and bowed to Nangongli, master. Nangongli thought of his son's frivolous appearance just now, and his heart was filled with anger. However, he still saved his son's face in front of the servants. All of you, leave. Yes. The page boy and maidservant hurriedly walked out, and the page boy did not forget to close the door for the two of them. Nangonglin asked, Father, it's so late, why are you here? Nangongli glanced at him coldly. You're recuperating at home, so you don't go to the academy. Is this how you look when you're recuperating? Nangong Lin rubbed his sleeves guiltily. I'm stretching my muscles and bones. The most infuriating thing was not to catch a child making a mistake, but to deny it even after catching him. Nangong Li really wanted to slap him. He raised his hand, and Nangong Lin was so scared that he quickly covered his head with his hands. When Nangong Li saw the scar on his wrist, he suppressed his anger and put down his hand. Get back to the academy tomorrow. Oh. Nangong Lin reluctantly agreed. Nangong Li shouted sternly, "What's with your attitude?" Nangong Lin was so scared that he trembled. He hurriedly said, I'll go. I'll go. I'll definitely go. Nangong Li asked, I just heard you mention a name, Xiao Lulang. Who is this person? Oh, him, a person from a lower country. Nangong Lin did not tell the truth about his injury to his family. First, his father did not allow him to cheat. Second, it was fine if he cheated, but he also fell down. It was so embarrassing. Therefore, everyone in the family thought it was just an accident, and did not deliberately ask about any of the bowlers on the field. Nangong Li's eyes were slightly cold. Which lower country? Nangong Lin thought for a while. It seems to be Zhao country or Zhao country. I don't remember. Nangong Li slowly clenched his fist. Newcomers. Nangong Lin nodded. Yes. Which academy? Nangong Li asked. Nangong Lin said, Tianchong Academy. They entered the last round, but they were beaten by Jianan Academy. Tianchong Academy, Xiao Lulang, a person from a lower country. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, but finding it without any effort. Xiao Lulang, your death date has arrived. Gu Jiao returned to the house. It was very late. Madame Nan was embroidering in the central room waiting for her. Madame Nan was not only bad at cooking, but she was also very stupid at embroidery. However, she was now a mother. Although she was just an adoptive mother and Madame Nan, she still decided to learn these things as soon as possible. Jiao Jiao, you're back. She put down the embroidery in her hands. You haven't eaten yet, right? Gu Jiao said, I've eaten. Madame Nan, you should rest early. I'll go to sleep after I'm done with this. What do you think of my embroidery? Madame Nan showed the results of her night's work to Gu Jiao. To be honest, Gu Jiao hadn't seen an embroidery artist who could compete with her great-aunt in a long time. You've improved. Gu Jiao said without changing her expression. Mistress Nan smiled happily and said, Is that so? I think so too. Madame Nan was praised and became even more energetic. She started embroidering in high spirits. Gu Jiao wanted to say something but stopped. Forget it, as long as Madame Nan was happy. Gu Jiao went to Gu Yan's room. Gu Shaoshun was already fast asleep. Gu Yan was a light sleeper, or it could be said that he hadn't slept at all. Gu Jiao touched his forehead. I said I would come back. N. Gu Yan made a small nasal sound. Go to sleep. Gu Jiao said softly. The next day, Nangong Li woke up before the sun rose. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too late last night and the inner city gates were already closed, he might have killed his way to Tianchong Academy in the middle of the night. The moment the inner city gates opened, Nangong Li sat in the carriage and drove out. Although Xiao Lulang was just a weak scholar, he was as cunning as Marquis Xian Ping. He didn't feel at ease leaving him to his subordinates. He wanted to kill him personally. Nangong Li's carriage arrived near the academy. The carriage driver was his trusted bodyguard. He disguised himself and no one recognized his original appearance. "Go and ask," Nangong Li said. "Yes." The bodyguard jumped off the carriage and went to the gate of Tianqiong Academy. He handed a string of knife coins to the gatekeeper and smiled. "Little brother, I'm from 5 Mountains Academy. My master admires Master Zhao's character and wants to get to know him. I'm here to ask if Master Zhao has Xiao Lulang come." The gatekeeper took the knife coins and said, "Master Zhao won't come to the academy today. You've come for nothing." The bodyguard was slightly stunned. He then asked with a smile, "Can I ask where he went?" The gatekeeper said, "He went to the palace to see the king." The bodyguard was shocked. What? See the king? Is this true?" On the carriage, Nangong Li frowned when he heard the bodyguard's report. Why would he go to see the king? The monarch wouldn't just casually meet a subordinate. The bodyguard said, "The gatekeepers said that they lost because of the shooting competition. However, Jianan Academy exchanged rewards with them. Jianan Academy took 10,000 taels of gold and they were qualified to enter the palace to see the king. If Xiao Lulang went somewhere else, Nangong Li could wait for him to come back. However, Xiao Lulang went to the palace to see the king." Nangong Li gritted his teeth. "We can't let him see the king. Return to the inner city." On a luxurious carriage heading to the inner city, except for Mu Qingchen, the other 4 members of the shooting competition from Tianqiong Academy were all there. Mu Chuan touched his aching head and asked strangely, "Lulang, didn't you say you didn't want to enter the palace? Why did you change your mind?" Gu Jiao smiled evilly. "I thought about it. It's not bad to enter the palace. Nangong Li, if you want to kill me, come to the palace." Chapter 690. On the carriage, the trusted guard advised Nangong Li, "General, that is the imperial palace. We cannot act rashly. Let's do it another day. Or wait for him to come out." Nangong Li snorted coldly, "Wait for him to come out? You don't know who he is going to see today." The trusted guard said, I know, Your Majesty." Nangong Li said snappily, "If Xiao Lulang reveals to the emperor that we have been chasing after him all these years, you and I will not live to see tomorrow morning." The trusted guards said, "The emperor may not believe him." Nangong Li said coldly, "What if he believes? In this world, anyone's mind can be guessed, except for our great Yan's emperor. You will never be able to guess what he is thinking. His actions are strange and he does not have any rules. If you say he is tyrannical, he will not care about a wild child from the countryside peeing on his shoes. This sounds unbelievable, but I have seen it with my own eyes." The trusted guard was dumbfounded. Nangong Li continued, "If you think the emperor is merciful to children because of this, then he has personally ordered the death of a cowherd boy." The trusted guard was completely speechless. There were many rumors about the emperor, but they were all hearsay after all. He did not dare to believe them all. He did not expect his general to have seen the emperor's crazy actions with his own eyes. No wonder there was another name for the emperor, Crazy Emperor. Nangong Li said, "Now you understand that I cannot take this risk, right? Even if Xiao Lulang only has a 1 in 10 chance of making the emperor believe him, I cannot gamble with my life." The trusted guard cupped his fist, "I understand. General, this trip is dangerous. Let me assassinate him." Dangerous? Nangong Li smiled meaningfully. Xiao Lulang really put in a lot of effort to see the emperor. But does he think this is foolproof? He will soon know that it is 100 times easier for me to kill him in the imperial palace than outside. The carriage wobbled into the inner city. The furthest place Gu Jiao had walked in the inner city was the Zhonglan Women's Academy. She didn't know what it was like after that. Along the way, she did not hide her curiosity. She lifted the curtain and openly looked around. In fact, other than Mu Chuan who had entered the palace before, the rest of them were entering the palace for the first time. They were also quite curious. Mu Chuan was very happy to be their guide. He pointed at the shops by the roadside and introduced them one by one. Which shop had delicious preserved fruits and which shop had greasy pork knuckles? We've arrived at Chongyang Street. After the carriage made a turn to the east, Mu Chuan exclaimed excitedly, "We'll reach Great Yen Gate after making another turn." Although he had the experience of entering the palace, the feeling of going with his family and classmates was very different. Wu Fuzi was in the carriage in front. He looked calm, but in fact, he was eavesdropping. After all, it was his first time entering the palace. "What is Great Yen Gate?" Gu Jiao asked. Mu Chuan introduced it with pride, "You're from Zhao Kingdom. You may not know, but there are 5 gates in Great Yan's palace. The first gate is Gao Gate, followed by Fengtian Gate, Duan Gate, Meridian Gate, and Taihe Gate. The place we're going to is one of the 3 main halls behind Meridian Gate, the Golden Imperial Hall. It was originally called Taihe Hall, but it was later renamed. As expected of Zhao Kingdom, there were several more gates than Zhao Kingdom's palace. The carriage couldn't travel too fast near the palace, so it took them about 15 minutes to reach Gao Gate. Today's visit to the palace was scheduled, so there was a 30-year-old eunuch waiting outside Gao Gate. When he saw the carriage stop, he went up and asked with a smile, "Are you a teacher and student from Tianqiong Academy?" Wu Fuzi lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He saluted the eunuch and said politely, "I'm Wu Qing from Tianqiong Academy." The eunuch said with a pleasant expression, "Ah, you're Wu Fuzi. I've heard a lot about you. My surname is Li. Wu Fuzi can call me Li Sandy." Wu Fuzi didn't take others' politeness as his confidence. He smiled and saluted, so it's eunuchly. Li Sandy's smile deepened, "Then please get out of the carriage with Wu Fuzi and the other young masters. I'll bring you into the palace." Gu Jiao and the others got out of the carriage. Among them, Li Sandy only recognized Mu Chuan. He smiled and greeted Mu Chuan, "Young Master Mu, long time no see." Mu Chuan obviously didn't know Li Sandy. Li Sandy smiled, "I used to work in Baohe Palace and was transferred to the Imperial Palace last year. I've seen young Master Mu from afar at the Spring Lantern Festival banquet." "I see." Mu Chuan nodded and greeted, then called eunuchly, "Don't underestimate the eunuchs of the throne room. They went to the Imperial Palace every day and were the closest people to the Emperor. Although they didn't want to win them over, at least they shouldn't look down on them." Mu Chuan usually looked silly and sweet, but he had a keen sense of social interaction as a young master of an aristocratic family. Li Sandy smiled until his eyes couldn't be seen. Gu Jiao, Yuan Shao, and the others didn't deliberately get close to Li Sandy. Li Sandy didn't pay attention to everyone. He gave face to Wu Fuzi because he was the master of the fencing team. He gave face to Mu Chuan because he was the legitimate son of the Mu family. The other 3 people's identities were a little. Li Sandy glanced around and saw Gu Jiao with a birthmark on the left side of her face. He paused for a moment. This kind of appearance was really rare. The other party's temperament was even rarer. It was reasonable to say that people with a disfigured face would feel inferior, but this young man had an imposing appearance and a valiant posture. He exuded an unruly arrogance from head to toe. It can't be, right? He looks so arrogant. Eunuch Li. Mu Chuan blocked Eunuch Li's line of sight at the right time. He didn't want anyone to pay too much attention to Xiao Liulang's appearance and look down on Xiao Lulang. Li Sandy came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly. We'll be there soon. Speaking of which, why didn't Master Su come this time? Mu Chuan said, my fourth brother had something to do at the last minute. He had already asked Concubine Xian to apologize to His Majesty. Concubine Xian was the legitimate daughter of the Wang family. Her sister-in-law, old Madame Wang, was the younger sister of old Master Mu. Li Sandy sighed, you guys are really bold. You actually dared to exchange rewards with the people of Jianan Academy. Aren't you afraid of His Majesty's blame? Gu Jiao nodded. That's right. Give me back my gold. Mu Chuan smiled. Jianan Academy is run by the State Preceptor Hall. His Majesty has let them play in the palace many times. Why would he still want to see them? He had asked Concubine Xian, and she said it was okay. That was why he did it. They walked through a long bluestone palace path. There was a checkpoint at the Fengtian Gate and the Duan Gate respectively. After passing through the Duan Gate, they would arrive at the outer court. Mu Chuan introduced it to Gu Jiao. The east side is the Imperial Clan Court, the 6 ministries, and the Honglu Temple. In the early years, the Imperial Astronomer was also here. After the State Preceptor Hall was built, the Imperial Astronomer moved away. The west side is the Supreme Court and the 4 rearguard commanderies, front, back, left, and right. As they spoke, they arrived at the Meridian Gate. The checkpoint at the Meridian Gate was obviously stricter than the previous 3 gates. If Li Sandy had not stopped them, Gu Jiao and the others would have been searched. It's to prevent us from bringing weapons, Mu Chuan explained softly. This trip was really long. Fortunately, they finally entered the Meridian Gate. The majestic throne room came into view. It was like a lion king under the sky, exuding a solemn aura. Mu Chuan thought they were going to the throne room, but Li Sandy brought them to the Zhanghe Hall at the back. Li Sandy smiled and said, His Majesty is still in the morning court. I'll take you to the side hall to wait. The group arrived at the side hall of the Zhanghe Hall. Li Sandy ordered the servants to serve fresh lychees and snacks. Li Sandy probably understood that his presence would make them feel uncomfortable, so he thoughtfully stood guard at the door of the side hall. Other than Gu Jiao, the others in the room began to feel excited or nervous. We're going to meet His Majesty. Wu Fuzi raised his teacup, his hands trembling. Zhao Wei and Yuan Zhao's hands did not tremble, but their legs did. Mu Chuan was excited. He was finally going to meet His Majesty. Although he had been to the palace, he had only met the concubines in the palace. Otherwise, he had seen His Majesty from afar during the palace banquet. He had never been summoned by His Majesty face to face. He felt that he could brag about it for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao was a little absent-minded. Was Nangongli stupid? Or did he not have the guts to come to the palace? If he did not act now, they would have to go back after meeting His Majesty. Gu Jiao stood up. Mu Chuan asked, What are you doing? Gu Jiao nodded and said, I'm going to the washroom. Do you want me to go with you? Mu Chuan asked considerately. Gu Jiao glanced at him and said, No need. Mu Chuan said, let me go with you. It's your first time in the palace. Gu Jiao said, Are you going to help me or what? Mu Chuan suddenly choked. Gu Jiao stepped out of the door and asked the palace maid in the corridor where the washroom was. The palace maid pointed the way. Gu Jiao walked out of the side hall and walked towards the washroom. When she passed by a small garden, a palace maid walked towards her in a hurry. The palace maid did not look where she was going and bumped into Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao was as steady as a rock and did not move at all. Instead, she bumped into herself and fell to the ground. A few gold ingots fell out of her arms and she hurriedly grabbed them. At first, she quickly looked at Gu Jiao and lowered her head with a guilty conscience. She hid the gold ingots behind her back and said, I'm sorry. It's okay. Gu Jiao said. She bowed to Gu Jiao and then ran away without looking back. Stealing from the palace. With Gu Jiao's temperament, she naturally would not care about this kind of thing. Gu Jiao continued to walk forward. When she was about to reach the washroom, an unfamiliar young eunuch caught up with her and asked, "In front, is young Master Xiao in front?" Gu Jiao stopped and looked at him indifferently. "I am." "Who are you?" The young eunuch bent down and put his hands on his thighs. He said breathlessly, "I am Little Dang." His Majesty. His Majesty summoned. Eunuch Li brought the others. I came to bring young Master Xiao over. Young Master Xiao, hurry, follow me. Don't let His Majesty wait too long. Otherwise, when His Majesty blames you, young Master Xiao will suffer, oh. Gu Jiao turned around and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way." The young eunuch wiped the sweat on his neck with his sleeve and said, This way please." Gu Jiao followed him and walked forward. "This is not the way I came," Gu Jiao said. The young eunuch said, "That way is too late. The corridors take a long time. If we go from here, we will reach the throne room in no time." Gu Jiao said, "Oh." The young eunuch continued to lead the way. The flattering smile on his face gradually froze and was replaced by a look of disdain and calculation. Gu Jiao followed him out of the hall of Zhanghe and came to a lush grassland. To the east of the grassland was a small greenhouse and to the west was a small woodshed for storing tools. "We will be there soon," the young eunuch said with a fake smile. "It doesn't matter if we don't get there," Gu Jiao said. The young eunuch was stunned. He glanced at the woodshed without being noticed. Gu Jiao said, "Are you not going to take me to the woodshed?" The young eunuch was stunned again. Gu Jiao said indifferently, "Then I'm really going." Then she walked past the young eunuch and through the door of the woodshed. The young eunuch's eyes trembled. He subconsciously reached out his hand as if he wanted to grab Gu Jiao, but in the end he didn't have the courage. Just as he was hesitating, the door of the woodshed was pulled open from the inside with a clang. Two powerful eunuchs walked out fiercely. One of them had a rope in his hand and the other had a sack in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at the sack and raised her eyebrows. Oh. They were on the same side. The eunuch holding the sack coldly said to the young eunuch, "Why are you talking nonsense with him? Why aren't you going to catch him?" Yes. The young eunuch received the order and steeled his heart. He gathered his courage and threw himself at Gu Jiao. The young eunuch didn't know martial arts. The two older eunuchs did, but they weren't very good. If the person entering the palace today was the real scholar Xiao Lulang, this lineup would be more than enough. So Nangongli didn't underestimate Xiao Lulang's strength. But Nangongli never expected that the person entering the palace would be Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't have the time to waste with them. In the blink of an eye, the three of them fell to the ground. They were in so much pain that their facial features were twisted. "Didn't you say he didn't know martial arts?" "Who knows? My old waist." Gu Jiao looked down at the three of them. Where is Nan Gongli? The eyes of the three flashed, but they didn't say anything. Gu Jiao tilted her head and stepped on the shoulder of one of the eunuchs. She broke his arm on the spot. Don't make me ask a third time. That person was in so much pain that his veins popped out. His whole body was covered in cold sweat and his breathing seemed to be choked. He used the last of his willpower to suppress the pain from his body and said, What are you saying? We don't understand. This is the palace. General Nangong, how could he come? Gu Jiao calmly said, if he doesn't see me die with his own eyes, how could he be at ease? Nangongli had already failed once. She didn't believe that he would dare to gamble a second time. Your lives, I actually don't care at all. Gu Jiao coldly said. She stepped on the eunuch and with a crack, the head of the eunuch under her foot tilted and he fell unconscious. The remaining two eunuchs were scared silly. What kind of situation was this? Did this brat kill old Chow? What happened to the weak scholar? Gu Jiao looked at the younger eunuch and the older eunuch. Out of the three of you, only one can live. Which one of you said it? I said it. I said it. I said it. The two of them said it in unison. I said it first. The younger eunuch took advantage of his young age and reacted quickly. He opened his mouth and said, General Nangong is here, Xiao. A hidden weapon flew through the air. The sound was extremely loud and its speed was very fast. It went straight for Gu Jiao's neck. Gu Jiao's ears moved. She turned her finger and shot out a Tanghua needle. The Tanghua needle hit the hidden weapon and it hit a tree branch not far away. So it was just a stone. Gu Jiao indifferently moved her foot and turned around. Her cold eyes looked in the direction the hidden weapon came from. Unsurprisingly, she saw Nangongli using his qinggong to fly over. Nangongli lost an arm and his right sleeve was empty. However, even if he used his left hand, if Gu Jiao was hit by that attack, she would not feel good. Gu Jiao faced the famous general of Great Yen country and her aura was not weak at all. The two of them were one zhang apart. She fearlessly walked forward a few steps and said with a smile that was not a smile, long time no see, General Nangong. Nangong Li's eyes tightened, you are not Xiao Lulang. Who are you? Gu Jiao had seen Nangong Li twice. Both times, he was in the dark and never showed himself. Gu Jiao crossed her hands and walked towards him. Isn't General Nangong investigating me? Could it be that you still can't guess who I am? She used her own voice. It was a woman. Nangong Li's pupils suddenly shrank. You are Gu Jiao. Nangong Li's entire person was unwell. He had chased after Xiao Lulang for so long, but in the end, it was this girl from the countryside. Nangong Li had investigated Xiaoheng and knew that he faked his death to leave the capital. He used Xiao Liulang's identity to hide his identity and returned to the capital. At that time, he had brought a girl from the countryside with him. Her name was Gu Jiao. It was said that she was the daughter of a marquis. Nangong Li did not care. He was a general of great country. He did not even put the emperor of Zhao country in his eyes, let alone a daughter of a marquis. Therefore, he had never investigated Gu Jiao. The one who entered the palace was Gu Jiao, not Xiao Lulang. Then why would he chase after her? The risk was very high. Nangong Li turned around and left. You want to leave? Gu Jiao shot out a Tanghua needle. Nangong Li felt a chill on his back. He hurriedly flew up and stepped on a tree trunk. He flipped over and avoided the attack. You're crazy. After Nangongli landed and steadied himself, he angrily looked at Gu Jiao. Do you want to die with me? In a moment, when His Majesty finds out that I trespassed into the palace, I will expose the fact that you are an impostor. You don't think that your end will be better than mine. Gu Jiao raised her hand and broke off a long branch from the top of her head. Using the branch as a spear, she coldly pointed at him. Who wants to die with you? If I kill you, then no one will know that I am an impostor. Nangongli suspected that he had misheard. What did this girl say? Kill him. In the palace. Where did she get the confidence to think that she could kill him? Even if he lost an arm, killing her would be as easy as killing an ant. However, there was still a risk of being discovered. For Xiao Lulang, taking this risk was worth it. For an impostor girl, there was no need. Not far away, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Nangongli sneered, Girl, there are already people coming from the side hole. Don't force me to kill you. I know. So, I'll have to trouble you to die. Gu Jiao's foot tapped and she flew up. The spear in her hand was like a roaring dragon as it fiercely bit at Nangongli. It was clearly just a branch, but it made her use the power of mountains and rivers. Nangongli looked at the familiar spear technique and his eyes almost instantly widened in disbelief. This is the Xianyuan family spear technique. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.